The league is on the air. It's May 1946, May 1st, Wednesday. Weekly team power rankings. Number 1, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Number 2, the Detroit Tigers. Number 3, the Philadelphia Athletics. Number 4, the New York Yankees. Number 5, the New York Giants. Number 6, the Chicago Cubs. Number 7, the Philadelphia Phillies. Number 8, the St. Louis Browns. And number 9, the Brooklyn Dodgers. Here are the batting leaders from both leagues. Stan Spence of the Detroit Tigers has an average of .431, tied with him. Les Fleming, first baseman of the Philadelphia Athletics. And behind them is, from the Athletics as well, right fielder Hank Edwards, hitting .375. Chet Lobbs of the Tigers leads in home runs with 4. Many others have 3, including Walker Cooper of the Pirates, the catcher, and right fielder Hank Edwards of the A's has 3 homers as well. Les Fleming of the A's, first baseman, he has 15 runs batted in and leads baseball. Stolen bases, center fielder Goody Rosen of the Giants has 4, and many others have 3, including second baseman Bobby Adams of the Dodgers and Tommy Holmes, right fielder of the Senators. Third baseman Whitey Kurowski of Cincinnati leads in WAR at 1.3. On base percentage, center fielder Stan Spence of the Tigers at .500. And OPS, Stan Musial of the White Sox leads at 1.084, followed by Ted Williams of the Cubs, left fielder, and Les Fleming of the A's, first baseman. Williams is 1.074, Fleming 1.039. Pitching, leading an earned run average, the Giants starter Ed Lopat. Left-hander is 0.67. Murray Dixon of the Pirates, he's a right-hander. He's at 0.74 in run average. And starter Ed Husser, righty for the Pirates, has an ERA of 1.00. Many have 3 wins, including Philadelphia's Ewell Blackwell, Pittsburgh's Murray Dixon, and the Browns' Bob Feller. Strikeouts, Newhouser of the Guardians leads with 27. Bob Feller of the Browns has 21. And Max Lanier of the Dodgers has 21. Gee of the Tigers has 3 saves. Many have 1.1. Max Lanier of the Dodgers, Virgil Trucks of the Yankees, and Hal Newhouser of the Guardians. FIP, Newhouser has 1.81. Virgil Trucks has a 1.88. He has a moderate injury. And starter Tex Houston of the A's, 2.03 FIP. Building independent of pitching. Lanier leads in innings pitched at 36. Team leaders. Most runs scored, the Athletics, 76, followed by the Pirates with 77, followed by the Pirates with 76, and the Senators with 73. Highest batting average, the Tigers are 284, Senators 283, the A's 281. Homers, the Yankees lead with 14, followed by the Tigers with 13, and the Pirates with 11. Stolen bases, Giants have 9, Dodgers have 8, Cardinals have 8. On-base percentage, Tigers lead at 359, followed by the Phillies and the Braves. Slugging percentage, the Tigers, followed by the Senators and the Pirates. The OPS, the Tigers, 783, Senators, 734, and the Pirates, 729. Pitching. Runs against, Pirates lead that. They've allowed 40. Giants 41, Tigers 44. Defensive efficiency, Pirates and Giants are tied at 732, followed by the Browns at 713. Starter ERA, Pirates lead in that category at 213. Giants at 223, tied with the Yankees. Bullpen ERA, the Reds 0.98, Phillies 1.77, and the Pirates 2.35. The Reds are not doing well. They're 4-12, but it's not because of their defense and pitching. The efficiency is 4th. Interesting. Fielding independent of pitching. Pirates 277, Yankees 287, Giants 305. Strikeouts. Athletics have 89 Ks, Cardinals 79, Guardians 68, and quality starts. Yankees have 13, Pirates 12. The A's have 11. That's the state of the league entering March. Let's take a look at the standings. The expanded standings show the Tigers leading the American League with a 10-3 record. Their run differential is leading the league at plus 24. They're 1-1 in extra inning games and 4-0 in one-run games. They've won 3 straight. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Yankees are in second place. Their run differential is only plus 3. The A's are also in second place, 2 games back, with a run differential of plus 20. In the National League, the Pirates lead. Plus 36 differential, 12-3. They've played 15 games. Good home and road records. No extra inning games in the National League. No one in the National League has played an extra inning game. Um, 3-2 in one-run games. They've won 2 straight. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Pursuing them are the Giants, who are 2.5 back at 9-5. Plus 19, they're second in run differential. They're 6-0 on the road. Under 500 at home at 3-5. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Won their last game. Cubs are surging. They won 6 straight. They're 8-5, plus 4 on the run differential. The Dodgers, Cubs are 4-1 with 1 run. 7-3 of their last 10. The Dodgers are +10 in run differential. The Phillies are 500, but -9 in run differential, so I don't know. 4-6 in their last 10. They've lost 2 straight. Dodgers are 4-6 in their last 10, but they're +10. 0-2 against left-hand pitching. Let's see if they'll come around. Plenty of season left. Now we enter May. We're going to go through this month swiftly. Let's take a look at the schedule. Majority of the games will be quick played, and we will actually take a look at a couple of games each day. Sunday, we'll probably look at 2 games per league. So during the week, 1 game per league, 2 games per league on Sundays, and weekly updates on Monday. So today is the first day of May. It's Wednesday. Pirates host the Phillies. Grummet versus User. Red Sox host the Tigers. Greg versus Lee. Athletics versus host the Browns. Houston versus Archidon. White Sox visit the Senators in Washington. Dobson versus Flores. Yankees host the Guardians. Newhouser of the Guardians versus Leonard of the Yanks. Reds and Braves. McCahan for the Reds. Bronca for the Braves. Cardinals and Giants. Cardinals at home. Bannon for the Cardinals. Strinchovic for the Giants. And the Cubs host the Dodgers. Wise for the Cubs. Kennedy for the Dodgers. Couple of low ERAs in that one. 150 for Kennedy, 159 for Wise. Okay. The American League has 4 games, each starting at 2:05 Eastern. The National League has 4 games scheduled, with 2 of them starting at 3:05 Eastern. Okay. Athletics hosting the Browns looks like an interesting matchup. Tex Houston is 3-0 with a 1.33 ERA. The Browns are 4-3 on the road, and they're sending out Phil Machildon. He's 0-2 with a 9.49 ERA. Let's see how that goes. That'll be the American League game. In the National League, Cubs Dodgers, the 3:05 game. Monty Kennedy for the Dodgers, he's 1-0 with a 1.50 ERA, and Hank Wise 1-1 with a 1.59 ERA. Two good pitchers. Cubs are 4-1 at home. Dodgers are 5-4 on the road. Okay, so that'll be our two games that we will see unfold with runners in scoring position. So our first game is the Red Sox hosting the Tigers. For Detroit, Hal Gregg 1-1 with a 2.82 ERA. Facing Bill Lee for Boston, 0-1 with a 6.60 ERA. Here's the result of the game. Red Sox earned 6-5 win versus Tigers. The Boston Red Sox beat the Detroit Tigers 6-5 in 12 innings. Boston left fielder Charlie Keller, in particular, had a fine performance. He went 3 for 3 with 3 singles and 4 walks. Boston reliever Tom Ferrick got the win, raising his record to 1-2. Johnny Gee was tagged with the loss. The loss puts Detroit at 10-4. The Red Sox got a clutch hit from second baseman Glenn Crawford in the bottom of the 12th. He delivered a run-scoring single to win the game for the Red Sox. Our team showed some spunk, said Crawford. Stan Spence is hitting .411 on the year. Went 1 for 5 in this contest. Eddie Robinson went 2 for 6. And Connie Ryan went 2 for 6. Ryan only hitting .208. Stan Hack, the third baseman, the leadoff hitter, hitting .379. He had 3 hits in this game, 3 runs scored. 3 hits for Charlie Keller, left fielder for the Red Sox, hitting .259. Player of the game, Charlie Keller, left fielder for the Boston Red Sox. Keller sets an American League regular season extra inning game record for bases on balls with 4. The winning pitcher is Tom Ferrick. He's the closer. His record is 1-2, 3 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed. He walked 1, struck out 1, 36 pitches thrown. His ERA is 7.20. Relief pitcher Paul Erickson gets a blown save, his first. The losing pitcher is Johnny Gee, the reliever. He's now 1-1. His earned run average is 4.26. Final score, Red Sox win at home 6-5 over the Tigers for their 5th win of the year. Next game from New York, the Yankees host the Guardians. Guardian ace Hal Newhouser on the mound. He's 2-1 with a 1.67 ERA. Facing Dutch Leonard for the Yankees. He's 1-2 with a 1.69 ERA. The Yankees are 3-4 at home. The Guardians are 4-4 on the road. Here is the result of the game. Behind Newhouser, Cleveland blanks New York 5-0. Cleveland Guardians starter Hal Newhouser really did a number on the New York Yankees, shutting them out 5-0 on 3 hits in a complete game victory. He issued 2 walks and had 7 strikeouts. We didn't have good at-bats, said New York manager Joe McCarthy. I don't make excuses, but when we were playing the game, our energy didn't show. That comes from either extremely good pitching or extremely lousy hitting. And seeing as our team has a bunch of good hitters, I have to tip my cap to Newhouser. The Yankees managed 3 hits. Yeah, they didn't do well. Not a very good hitting team from these averages. Shortstop leadoff man Dick Culler got a hit. First baseman Hank Greenberg, I think he's the best player on the team. He got a hit. And Mickey Witek, second baseman. That's it. For Cleveland. Shortstop Eddie Lake, 2 runs batted in. Klutz is hitting 370. It's like he's sprained his thumb. Hitting 370 on the year, had 2 hits in this game. Pitching, both pitchers went the distance. Newhouser with the win, he's 3-1 now. 9 innings, 3 hits allowed, no earned runs. He walked 2, struck out 7, 128 pitches. His earned run average is now 1.25. Leonard gets the loss. He's now 1-3. 9 innings pitched, 9 hits allowed, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He walked 1, struck out 3. Didn't allow a home run. Through 115 pitches, his earned run average is 2.27. Al Newhouser is the player of the game. Catcher Clyde Klutz was injured in a collision at a base. Okay. So the diagnosis, as I just saw, sprained thumb, day-to-day, minimum 1 week. Okay. So the Guardians shut out the Yankees in Yankee Stadium behind Hal Newhouser 5-0. The Senators host the White Sox. For the White Sox, Joe Dobson, 1-2, 3.13 ERA. For Washington, Jesse Flores, he's 1-1 with a 2.45 ERA. The Senators are 3-6 at home, and the Sox are 3-3 on the road. Senators are 500 at 7-7. Sox are 5-8. Here's the result of this contest. White Sox pull out late win 4-3 with a run in the 8th inning 4 runs on 14 hits. Senators 3 runs on 8 hits. White Sox. The Chicago White Sox topped the Washington Senators 4-3 in American League action at Griffith Stadium. The standout performance belonged to Chicago pitcher and Durant, Oklahoma native Joe Dobson. Dobson, now 2-2, was the winner. In 9 innings, he gave up 8 hits while striking out 3, walking 5, and allowing 3 runs. The loss drops Washington to 7-8. Ron Northey, who is tied for 9th in the American League in RBI with 10, helped out the Chicago Cubs in the top of the 7th inning with a run-scoring single. For the game, the right fielder was 2 for 5 with 2 singles while adding 2 runs batted in. "It never gets old," said Northey, winning that is. For the White Sox, Dom DiMaggio went 4 for 5 with 2 runs scored. He's hitting .316 on the year. The leadoff man, the center fielder for the Sox. Stan Musial hitting .353 on the year, the number 3 hitter, first baseman. He went 1 for 3 today. Walked twice. Good hitting team. Left fielder Willard Marshall. He's hitting .340, but he went 0 for 4 in this contest. Jimmy Brown at short, hitting .306, 2 for 4 with a run scored. Dom DiMaggio with his first stolen base in this game. Pitching, Chicago starter Joe Dobson gets the play of the game. Complete game victory. He's now 2-2. 8 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, walked 5, struck out 3. 135 pitches thrown, and 3.09 ERA. Flores with the loss for Washington. He's now 1-2. Nine innings pitched, 14 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 135 pitches, an earned run average of 3.15. White Sox beat the Senators in Griffith Stadium, 4-3. They're now 6-8. Senators fall below 500, 7-8. Okay. From Shibe Park, the Philadelphia Athletics host the St. Louis Browns. Starting lineup for the Browns: leadoff man Eddie Stanky, second baseman; Buddy Lewis in right; Brady Hatton, third base; cleanup hitter, center fielder Andy Pafko; Joe Medwick in left; Rudy York at first; Al Wagner, the catcher; Frank Crosetti, the shortstop; and Phil Marchildon is your starting pitcher. 0-2, 9.49 earned run average, whip of 2.35. He's 32 years old. Starting lineup for the Philadelphia Athletics: leadoff hitter Hank Edwards in right; Billy Cox, the shortstop; Yogi Berra, the catcher; cleanup hitter Sid Gordon in left; Les Fleming, the first baseman. He is hot. Number 6 hitter Dane Clay, the center fielder; Skeeter Newsom in second; Don Ross at third; starting pitcher Tex Houston. He's 3-0. 1.33 ERA, 0.96 WHIP. He's 30 years old. "16,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 57 degrees, wind blowing out to right at 7 miles an hour." The A's are in second place with a 9-6 record. They are 5-3 at home. The Browns are in fourth place in the American League with a 7-7 record. They are 4-3 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon and welcome to Shibe Park. Today the Athletics square off against the Browns. Should be sunshine all day. Game time temp is 57. Wind blowing out to right. Should help the hitters. It's time for baseball. On the bump for Philadelphia is Tex Houston. He's 3-0. He has a WAR of 1.0. Eddie Stanky will lead it off. He's hitting .250. No homers and no runs batted in. Ground ball to the first baseman. He will throw to the pitcher covering, and we're underway. The defense for the Philadelphia Athletics: Sid Gordon in left, Dane Clay in center, Hank Edwards in right, Don Ross at third, Billy Cox at short, Skeeter Newsom at second, Les Fleming at first. The battery: Yogi Berra behind the plate, and Tex Houston on the mound. Advancing on tail, there's a runner in scoring position. That takes us to the bottom of the first inning with no score. The defense for the St. Louis Browns: Joe Medwick in left, Andy Pafko in center, and Buddy Lewis in right. Brady Hatton at third, Frankie Corsetti at short, Eddie Stanky at second base, and Rudy York at first. The battery: Al Wagner behind the plate, and Phil Marchildon is on the mound. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The A's have Hank Edwards at second base with Billy Cox at the plate. Bottom of the first, nobody out, no score. Here's the pitch from right-hander Phil Marchildon to right-hand hitter Billy Cox. That's hit in the air toward left field. He runs in on it. Oh, it's in short left, and the shortstop will make the catch. That's one out. The runner does not advance. The batter is left-hand hitter Yogi Berra. Right-hand pitcher versus left-hand hitter. The pitch. That's hit in the air to the left. And he will make a move towards the infield and make the catch for the second out. The batter is right-hand hitter Sid Gordon. Righty versus righty. Edwards still at second. 2 out. No score. The pitch. On the ground, the shortstop. He'll throw to first in time for the final out. That ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, a runner left on. Top of the second inning, no score. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second, no score. Top of the third, no score. Top of the third inning, 1 out. The Browns have Frankie Corsetti at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Eddie Stanky. Eddie Stanky is the leadoff hitter. He's hitting .245 on the year. He's 0 for 1 today. Right-hand pitcher Tex Houston on the mound. 2 walks and a strikeout, his 3rd inning of work. Here's the pitch, righty versus righty. Hit on the ground to the shortstop. Looks the runner back, throws the first in time. That's the second out. The batter is left-hand hitter Buddy Lewis, the number 2 hitter for the St. Louis Browns. He's the right fielder, hitting .316. 2 homers, 4 runs batted in, 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from Tex Houston. Hit on the ground to short. He'll throw to first in time, and that retires the side. Just a walk for St. Louis, and there's still no score. Advancing. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Bottom of the 3rd inning, nobody out. The Athletics have Tex Houston at second, Hank Edwards at first base. The batter is right-hand hitter Billy Cox. He is the number 2 hitter. The shortstop is hitting .283. No homers, 4 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1 today so far. Right-hander Phil Marchildon on the mound in his 3rd inning of work. Here's the pitch. Nobody out. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the first out. The batter now left-hand hitter Yogi Berra, 1 out. Houston at second, Edwards at first. Here's the pitch from Phil Marchildon. That's on the ground to second. He'll go to first base for the sure out. Second out of the inning. The runners advance. Houston to third, Edwards to second. Right-hand hitter Sid Gordon steps in. He's the cleanup hitter, left fielder hitting .321. 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in. 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4, and he walked him with first base open. That's the 4th walk given up by Marchildon. Bases loaded, 2 out. Left-hand hitter Les Fleming steps to the plate. He's the number 5 hitter. He's hot. He's hitting .424 on the season. 1 homer, 15 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1 today. Righty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. 2 out, bases full. On the ground to second. He'll go to first, and that's the final out of the inning. Side retired. Athletics leave the sacks full and do not score. Still no score in this one. Top of the 4th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 4th inning. Top of the 5th inning. Bottom of the 5th inning. Bottom of the 5th inning, the Philadelphia Athletics have Billy Cox at second base and Yogi Berra at first base with 1 out. The batter is right-hand hitter Sid Gordon. Gordon is the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting .321, 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. Today he's 0 for 1. Right-hand pitcher Phil Marchildon facing right-hand hitter Sid Gordon. 1 out. Bottom of the 5th. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. The batter is left-hand hitter Les Fleming. He's the number 5 hitter. He's the first baseman. He hits .417, but he's 0 for 2 today. Bases loaded, 1 out. No score. Here's the pitch. Bottom of the 5th. That's on the ground. Dive by the shortstop. He makes the dive. He throws to the plate and gets him at the plate. And then the play is made at first, and it's a 6-2-3 double play. Fine piece of fielding by the Browns. The Athletics get 3 base runners, and none of them score. There's no score in this one. Fine play by the St. Louis Browns. Top of the 6th inning, still no score. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 6th inning. Bottom of the 6th, the A's have Dane Clay on second base. Clay is the center fielder. Skeeter Newsom steps to the plate. He's the number 7 hitter. Second baseman's hitting .234 on the year. No home runs, 7 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher versus right-hand hitter. The pitch. Still no score. That pitch misses, ball 4. Marchildon has now walked 6 batters in this game. He's struck out 1. Bottom of the 6th inning, 2 men on for the A's, still no score. The hitter is right-hand hitter Don Ross, facing Marchildon in his 6th inning of work. The pitch. That's in the air to right field. He's there to make the catch. Runners do not advance. That's the first out of the inning. Clay at second, Newsom at first. The batter is pitcher Tex Houston. He's 0 for 9 on the season, 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the second out. So the pitcher strikes out. The leadoff man steps in. Hank Edwards, left-hand hitter, versus the righty Marchildon. Edwards is hot. He's 1 for 2 today, hitting .379 on the year. 14 runs batted in. 2 out, no score. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He dives, he gets it, throws the second for the force play, and that ends the inning. The Athletics get nothing and leave 2. Still no score through 6 innings. Top of the 7th, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning. The Athletics have Dane Clay at second base. The batter is Don Ross, the number 8 hitter. The third baseman hitting .288 on the year. 2 home runs, 9 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today. 2 out with a man in scoring position. Marchildon still on the mound in his 8th inning of work. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty. That's in the air to left field, and that's a base hit. The runner is rounding third and hitting home. There's a throw home, and he's safe at home, and that's the first run of the game. The Athletics take a 1-0 lead. RBI single for Ross. Don Ross is at first base with 2 outs. We'll look at the at-bat of Tex Houston, the pitcher, the number 9 hitter. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch to Houston. 2 out. That's hit in the air to center. He runs in on it and makes the catch to retire the side. We've played 8 innings, and the A's take a 1-0 lead. Top of the 9th inning. If the Browns don't get a runner in scoring position, then this game is over. Now, I see what's happening. Stanky is the leadoff hitter for the St. Louis Browns. He'll be followed by Lewis and Hatton. We will witness each at bat. Here's the right hand Houston versus the right-hander Stanky. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to center. Center fielder moves toward left and makes the catch for the first out. Houston now faces left-hand hitter Buddy Lewis. He's hitting .305 on the year. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Houston to the left-hand hitter Lewis. That's it in the air. That's in the gap, and that will land at the base of the wall. And he will cruise into second, standing up with a double. And that's the first hit of the game for the St. Louis Browns. The tying run is at second base. And Grady Hatton will step in. Houston had a no-hitter through 8 1/3, and he gives up his first hit. He walked 4, struck out 6. And now we proceed with the at-bat for left-hander Hatton. He is the third baseman. He's 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch. That's hit sharply to right field, and that'll go all the way to the base of the wall. That run will score, and this game is tied. Just like that, he's in second with a double. Lewis scores, and the RBI by Hatton has tied up this game. So this went from a possible no-hitter to now a tie ball game. And a runner in scoring position. There's only one man out. The batter is the cleanup hitter, Andy Pafko. The center fielder is 0 for 2 today. .309 on the year, 1 homer, 12 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Let's see if Houston can stand to the moment. Here's the pitch.
Strike 3.
And that's strike 3 called on the full count pitch. His 7th strikeout of the game. And that's the second out of the inning. Looked like he reached back for something extra there. Now the left-hand Brown will step in. He's the pinch hitter. 0 for 4 this season. Righty versus lefty. With 2 out, the game is tied, and the go-ahead winning run, well, the go-ahead run is at, wait a minute. The go-ahead run is at second base. Here's the pitch. He walks them intentionally with first base open. Force at any base except home. And the batter is Dom D'Alessandro. He's a pinch hitter. He's 1 for 4 on the season. 1 hit and 4 at-bats. Left-hand hitter versus the righty Houston. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to center field, and he'll make the catch. And we go to the bottom of the 9th. The score tied 1-1. Machilden in his 9th inning of work. He has allowed 6 hits, 1 earned run, walked 7, struck out 2. For the Athletics, they send up the top of the order. Edwards, Cox, and then Berra. The left-hand hitter, Hank Edwards, will step in versus Phil Machilden. The score tied 1-1. Here's the pitch. That's it on the ground to short. Scoops it up. Throws the first in time for the first out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Billy Cox. The number 2 hitter is the shortstop, and he's hitting .286 on the year. 1 for 4 today. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to left field, and it'll get down for a base hit. So with one out, Cox hits a single, and the winning run is on first base. Here's left-hand hitter Yogi Berra, the number 3 hitter. The catcher's hitting .225 on the year, no homers, 3 runs batted in. He's 1 for 4 today. Children in his 9th inning of work. Facing the left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That's a little dribbler in front of the plate. The catcher jumps out. He'll throw to second and get the runner at second base. 2-6. Second out of the inning, he gets the lead runner. Berra is safe at first on the fielder's choice. 2 out now. And the right-hand hitter, Sid Gordon, will step in. He's the cleanup hitter. He's the left fielder, hitting .316, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty versus right. Here's the pitch. That's in the air. A little line drive to the shortstop will retire the side. We have extra innings. Top of the 10th. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Al Wagner is at third base. Let's see how he got there. Triple. So Al Wagner hits a triple. Nobody out. The batter is Frankie Corsetti. He's the number 8 hitter. The shortstop hitting .156 on the year. 7 hits and 45 at-bats. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from Houston. That's hit sharply down the line past the third baseman, and that's the go-ahead run for the Browns. He's hit it for second, and he'll slide into second with a double. He hit that all the way into the corner. Wagner scores, and the Browns lead 2-1. Clutch hit for Frankie Corsetti, the shortstop for the St. Louis Browns. Gives them a 2-1 lead. Leon Culberson, the pinch hitter, will step in. He's 3 for 4 in the young season with 3 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Houston still on the mound, now trailing 2-1. Here's the pitch to Culberson. Righty versus righty. Top of the 10th. That's hit sharply on the ground to the third baseman. He throws across the diamond for the out. That's the first out of the inning. Here's Eddie Stanky, the leadoff man. He's 0 for 4 today. Corsetti at second, 1 out. Browns lead by a run. The pitch. That's it on the ground to second. He comes in on it, makes the scoop, throws to first in time. Corsetti will advance to third base. That's the second out. Top of the 10th inning. Browns have taken the 1-run lead 2-1. Corsetti now at third base with 2 out. The batter is Buddy Lewis, number 2 hitter. Right fielder is hitting .317. He's 1 for 4. Houston on the mound here in the 10th inning. He's pitched the entire game for Philadelphia. He had a no-hitter going into the 9th inning. 8 1/3 innings, and it was broken up. Game tied. Now they have the lead. Here's the pitch versus the left-hand hitter, Lewis. That's in the air on the infield. The first baseman runs in, on the infield grass and makes the catch of the pop-up that retires the side. 1 run scores on 2 hits. St. Louis has pulled in front of Philadelphia 2-1. Bottom of the 10th inning. New pitcher for the Browns. It'll be Jack Hallett. He's pitched 4 2/3 innings. 5 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, walked 1, struck out 2. Earned run average 3.86. For Philadelphia, it'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Rocco, Clay, and Newsom, due up. The A's trail by a run. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win. Here's the pitch from the new pitcher Hallett to the left-hand hitter, Rocco. Righty versus lefty. He's converted 1 of 1 save opportunities. That's it in the air, in the gap to left field. The left fielder races over. He'll scoop it up. He can't get to second on that one. That's a base hit. Leadoff single for the Athletics. The tying run is at first base in Mickey Rocco. Here's the batter, Dane Clay. The number 6 hitter is hitting .320. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Hallett to Clay, righty versus righty. I hit the wrong button. Runner in scoring position. So Clay is now at second base, and a pinch hitter will step to the plate. Vance Dinge will step in. He is 2 for 11 on the season, a 182 clip. Left-hand hitter facing the right-hand pitcher, Jack Hallett. 1 out. Runner in scoring position is the tying run. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to left field, and that will get down for a base hit. The runner, the throw is bad from left, and that run will score, and this game is tied. Error on the left fielder allows the runner to play to score from second base, and Dinges will advance to second on the error. So the winning run is at second base with 1 out, and the batter is Don Ross. He's the number 8 hitter, third baseman, hitting .300 on the year, 2 for 4 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. Hallett versus Ross. Here's the pitch. 1 out. Bottom of the 10th. That's it on the ground through for a base hit. The runner's rounding third. The throw from center is not going to be in time. That is the game. It's a walk-off. The A's win at home 3-2. The A's make the fans here at Shine Park happy by walking off the game here in the bottom of the 10th inning by scoring 2 runs. The final is 3-2. Here's the total for today's game. First for the victorious Philadelphia Athletics, who are now 10-6, 3 runs on 11 hits, no errors. The A's left 13 men on base. The Browns scored 2 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors. They left. They left 6 men on base. Athletics need extra innings to top Browns 3-2. The Philadelphia Athletics got a good effort from starter Tex Houston in defeating the St. Louis Browns at Shine Park. The final score was 3-2. Houston got the win, improving to 4-0. He gave up 4 hits and walked 5 over 10 innings. He allowed 2 runs after losing St. Louis is 7-8. The Athletics got a clutch hit from third baseman Don Ross in the bottom of the 10th. He hit a run-scoring single to center to win the game for the Athletics. Nice to see our side come away with a win, Ross said after the game. What's lost in that report is the 8 1/3 innings that Houston threw no-hit ball. St. Louis got 4 hits. And they almost won this thing. Yes. Don Ross, third baseman for the Athletics, 3 for 5 with 2 runs batted in. The player of the game is Houston. He pitched well. He got a 78 game score. He's now 4-0. 10 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, 147 pitches, a 1.46 ERA. Jack Hallett, the reliever, gets the loss and the blown save. Pitched a third of an inning, allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs, threw 16 pitches. His ERA is 7.20. So the Athletics pull off a win at home, 3-2 versus the Browns, making them 10-6. That's the American League slate for Wednesday, May 1st. Now we go to the National League. The Reds at 4-12 host the Boston Braves at 5-9. The Reds are 4-6 at home. Braves are 4-5 on the road. The pitching matchup for Boston, Ralph Branca, 1-1 with a 6.00 ERA for Boston. For the Reds, Bill McCahan, he's 0-1 with a 4.7 earned run average. The result of this game: Reds sneak past Braves 8-7. Player of the game is Red Shindings. Winning pitcher is Great. It's now 2-0. Losing pitcher is Caldwell, the closer. He's now 1-2. Box scores and statistics are available on the website. The Pirates host the Phillies. The Pirates have the best record in baseball at 12-3, 7-2 at home. The Phillies are 7-7 with a 4-2 road record. The pitching matchup: Steve Grommet, he's 0-2 with a 12.96 ERA. Versus Ed Huser, he's 1-1 with a 1.00 ERA. The result of this game: this game was suspended in the 3rd inning due to bad weather and will be concluded tomorrow, May 2nd, 1946. So the Pirates and Phillies have a game that has been suspended in the third inning. Okay. The Cardinals host the Giants. Okay. So I need to... Okay, Cardinals host the Giants. Strinchovic, 0-1, 5.19 ERA for the Giants. Cliff Farnan, 1-0 with a 0 ERA for the Cardinals. The result of this game: New York absorbs 5-3 loss to St. Louis. The Cardinals win at home 5-3. Cliff Fannin, the starting pitcher, is the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 2-0, 1.38 ERA. Strinchovic gets the loss, now 0-2. And the save goes to Bess for St. Louis. From Wrigley Field, the Cubs host the Brooklyn Dodgers. Now the starting lineup for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Leadoff hitter, Jimmy Wastel, first base. Pete Reeser at third. Enos Slaughter in right field. He's cold. The cleanup hitter, Sam Chapman, left fielder. Batting fifth, Barney McCoskey, center field. Bill Rizzuto at short. Bruce Edwards, the catcher. Bobby Adams, the second baseman. He's also cold. And the starting pitcher, Monty Kennedy. He's 1-0 with a 1.50 earned run average, a 1.67 whip. He's 23 years old. Starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs. Leadoff hitter, Johnny Pesky, a shortstop. Buddy Blattner at second base. Ted Williams in left. He's hot. Carl Furillo, the cleanup hitter, in center field. Clyde McCullough batting fifth, the catcher. Number 6, Peanuts Lowry at third baseman. Wally Moses in right. Ray Sanders at first, the starting pitcher. Hank Wise. His record is 1-1, 1.59 earned run average, 1.06 whip. He's 28 years old. "13,000 fans in the stands, partly cloudy, 53 degrees, wind blowing in from right, 9 miles per hour. The Cubs are in second place with a record of 8-5. They have a 4-1 home record. The Dodgers are in sixth place in the National League with a record of 6-8. They have a road record of 5-4. Let's play ball. Welcome to Chicago. Today is Chicago taking on Brooklyn. The Cubs hope to extend their 6-game winning streak. Chicago has won 1 of 1 games from Brooklyn this season. It's partly cloudy, temperature 53, wind blowing in from right for this game. First pitch coming up. Starting pitcher for Chicago is Hank Wise. There's a ground ball to the first baseman. He'll take it unassisted. The leadoff hitter, Jimmy Wastel, for Wise, opposition is batting .219 against him. Wise's record is 1-1 with a 1.59 ERA. That's the first out of the inning. We're underway. Top of the first inning, no score, 1 out, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Top of the second inning, no score. Bottom of the second inning, no score. Top of the third inning, no score. Top of the third inning, the Dodgers have Bobby Adams at second base. The batter is left-hand hitter Jimmy Wastel. The pitcher, right-hand pitcher Hank Wise. Wastel hits .250 on the year. He's 0 for 1 today. He's the leadoff hitter, the first baseman. Here's the pitch with 1 out, top of the third inning, no score. That's it in the air to right field. It's deep, it's carrying, but the right fielder is there to make the catch in deep right field. That's the second out. 2 out, runner at second. Left-hand hitter Pete Reeser steps in. He's the number 2 hitter. Third baseman is hitting .250 with 2 homers and 9 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1. Right-hand pitcher Wise against the left-hand hitter Reeser. The pitch. Hit on the ground to second. Picks it up. Throws the first in time. That retires the side. No runs on a hit and 1 left. There's still no score. Bottom of the third inning. Cubs batting. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Cubs have Wally Moses at second, Ray Sanders at first, nobody out, and the pitcher Hank Wise stepping to the plate, right-hand hitter, versus the left-hand pitcher for the Dodgers, Monty Kennedy, in his third inning of work. He's walked 2, struck out 1. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to second. He goes to second base for 1. He gets the force at second base, fielder's choice. Wally Moses advances to third. That's the first out of the third inning. The Cubs have runners on the corners. Moses at third, Wise the pitcher at first. The leadoff hitter, Johnny Pesky, will step to the plate, the left-hand hitter. Shortstop is hitting .255, no homers, 3 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1. Here's the pitch, lefty versus lefty. 1 out. On the in the air to short. He catches the soft line drive for the second out. The runners do not advance. Bottom of the third inning, no score. Cubs have a runner on third and on first. The right-hand hitter, Buddy Blattner, will step to the plate. The number 2 hitter, second baseman, is hitting .208 on the season. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. Right-hand hitter versus the left-hand pitcher. That's a strike 3 called, and the inning is over. The Cubs get nothing and strand a pair. Top of the fourth inning, no score. Advancing. The Dodgers have Barney McCoskey at second and Phil Rizzuto at first with 2 out. The batter is the right-hand hitting Bruce Edwards. The number 7 hitter, the catcher's hitting .312. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He'll throw to second base and get the force play to retire the side. Dodgers come up empty. Still no score. Bottom of the fourth inning, no score. The Cubs are up, advancing. Top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning, the Dodgers have Bobby Adams at second, Monty Kennedy at first, Jimmy Wasdell at the plate. The left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Wise. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to second. Goes to second base for the force play. Fielder's choice. Adams advances to third. Wasdell safe at first on the fielder's choice. 1 out. Left-hand hitter Reeser steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2. The pitch. That's in the air to left field. He comes in toward the infield and he'll make the catch for the second out. Adams stays put at third. Wasdell at first. 2 out. The batter is Enos Slaughter. He's hitting .182. He's cold. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from Wise, the right-hander. He gets it in the air. That's a base hit to left field. That'll score a run. The runner on first will stop at second. Slaughter single, scores 1, and Brooklyn takes a 1-0 lead over the Cubs here at Wrigley Field. The batter is Sam Chapman, the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting .271. No homers and 13 runs batted in. 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. Right-hander versus right-hander. That's on the ground to short. Goes to second for the force play at second base to retire the side. Top of the fifth is over. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. 2 runners left on. The Dodgers jump out in front, 1-0. Bottom of the fifth. The Cubs trail by a run, advancing. The Cubs have runners on the corners with 2 out. Ray Sanders at third, Hank Wise at first. The batter is the leadoff man, Johnny Pesky. The left-hand hitter facing the left-hand pitcher, Monty Kennedy for the Dodgers. Bottom of the fifth, trailing by a run. Here's the 2-out pitch. That's in the air. That's a base hit. That'll score 1 run. The runner is rounding second and hitting for third. There's a throw at third, and it's not in time. So the run scores, and there's still runners on the corners with 2 out. The Pesky single scores a run, and the score is tied 1-1. Bottom of the fifth, Buddy Blattner will step to the plate. He's the number 2 hitter. The second baseman's hitting .204 on the year. He's 0 for 2 today. Left-hander Monty Kennedy in his 5th inning of work, pitching to right-hand hitter Blattner. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blattner strikes out for the 3rd time. Not the 3 for 3 he was hoping for. The 5th inning's over for Chicago. 1 run on 3 hits, no errors. 2 runners left on. The score now, Cubs 1, Dodgers 1. Top of the 6th inning. Advancing. Bottom of the 6th inning. Score tied 1-1. Advancing. Top of the 7th. Score tied 1-1. Advancing. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Cubs have 2 runners in scoring position. Ray Sanders at 3rd. Hank Wise, the pitcher, at 2nd base. The batter is the leadoff man, Johnny Pesky. He's 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Monty Kennedy in his 7th inning of work. That's on the ground to second. He throws the first in time, and that retires the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Cubs go scoreless. The score remains tied at 1. Top of the 8th inning. Dodgers tied with the Cubs. Here's the advancement. Dodgers have Sam Chapman on 2nd base with 2 out. The batter is Barney Mikowski, left-hand hitter. He's the number 5 hitter, the center fielder, hitting .250. He's 1 for 2 today. Hank Wise on the mound in his 8th inning of work. Here's the pitch. 2 outs. Ground ball to second. He'll throw to first in time to retire the side. Score remains tied. Bottom of the 8th. The Cubs tied 1-1. Advancing. A run has scored for the Cubs with 1 out. Solo home run by Ted Williams. He hit a 1-2 pitch to left field. So Ted Williams have given the Cubs a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out. We advance until the runner is in scoring position. Cubs have Carl Furillo at 2nd, Clyde McCullough at 1st with 1 out. The batter is right-hand hitter Peanuts Lowry, the number 6 hitter, the 3rd baseman, hitting .214 on the year. He's 0 for 3 today. He's facing the new pitcher for the Dodgers, Russ Christopher, right-hander. Christopher has thrown 7 1/3 innings. He's allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He's walked 2 and struck out 5 this season. His earned run average is 2.45. Facing the right-hand hitter Lowry. 1 out. The pitch. He hits it on the ground. The shortstop has it toward 3rd. He'll throw to second in time to get the force at 2nd base. Carl Furillo is safe at 3rd. Lowry is safe at 1st on the fielder's choice. The batter is now Wally Moses. He's a left-hand hitter. The right fielder is hitting .356 on the year. He's got a hit today in 2 at-bats. Right-hand pitcher versus the left-hand hitter. Here's the delivery. That's in the air to right field. He's running towards center. He's there to make the catch and retire the side. That ends the Chicago 8th. The solo home run is all Chicago gets this inning. It now gives them the lead 2-1. Top of the 9th inning. The Dodgers will send up Becker, Edwards, and Adams. Hank Wise in his 9th inning of work, going for the complete game. He leads by 1. Heinz Becker will step in. He's the number 6 hitter, pinch hitting. He's 3 for 10 on the season with 2 runs batted in as a pinch hitter. Here's the pitch to him. That misses, ball 4, and he walked it. So Becker's at first, nobody out. Here's Bruce Edwards, the right-hand hitter. The catcher is hitting 300. He's 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Wise. Lays down a bunt. It's in the air, and the third baseman catches it on the fly. 1 out. Runner at first remains there, Becker. The batter, Bobby Adams, right-hand hitter. He's the second baseman. He's only hitting 163 on the season, but he's 2 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Wise. That's hit in the air to right field, and that will get down for a base hit. The runner had to hesitate to make sure it wasn't caught, so he'll stop at second. 1 out and 2 men on. The batter, Bobby Thompson. The pinch hitter steps in. He's 1 for 7 on the season with a run batted in. Right-handed hitter versus right-hand pitching Wise for the Cubs. Tying runs at second. Here's the pitch. 1 out. That's in the air to right field, and that'll get down for a hit. The runners had to pause to make sure it wasn't caught on the fly. The bases are now loaded with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Jimmy Wadsdale, the leadoff man. He's 0 for 4 today. Left-hand hitter versus the righty Wise with 1 out. Top of the 9th. The Cubs lead by a run, trying to close the game out. But the bases are full of Dodgers. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He ranges over. He'll make the catch. Runner tags at third. The throw goes to the cutoff man, and he will score and tie the game. No throw from the center fielder. So the score is tied 2-2. Bobby Adams at second base. 2 out now. Bobby Thompson at first base. The batter is Pete Reeser, the left-hand hitter, the number 2 hitter for the team. Third baseman is at 237. He's 0 for 4 today. Here's the pitch from Hank Wise. That's on the ground and is through the middle for a base hit. Runner rounds third. He's hit it home, and he'll make it home. The throw is cut off. The throw to third on that runner trying to advance, and he's safe at third. The Dodgers score 1 on the Reeser single, and Brooklyn is now in front 3-2. Here in the top of the 9th inning. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Enos Slaughter will step in. He's 1 for 4 today with a run batted in. Here's the pitch from Wise. That's it in the air to center field. He races toward left, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. The Dodgers score 2 on 3 hits and leave 2. Brooklyn now ahead 3-2. New pitcher for the Dodgers. It'll be George Castor to close it out. Castor has, let me see, he is the closer. He has thrown 3 2/3 innings. He's allowed 7 hits, 6 earned runs. He's walked 6, struck out 1. His earned run average is 14.73. Cubs will send up Sanders, Wise, and Pesky due up. Cubs trail by a run. Here's the pitch, righty versus lefty. Swing and a miss, strike 3, first out. Eddie Mayo will be the pinch hitter. for the pitcher. He's 0 for 5 on the year as a pinch hitter. Left-hand hitter versus the righty caster. The pitch. That's in the air, and that's in the gap. That'll go all the way to the wall. That's extra bases. He'll go into second base standing up. He's hit it for third. There's a throw. The throw is cut off, and he'll make a triple with no throw. A three-bagger with one out here in the bottom of the ninth. The tying run is at third base. Here's the leadoff man, Pesky. He's 1 for 4 today with a run batted in. Left-hand hitter versus the righty caster. The pitch. That's on the ground and is through on the right side. Base hit. Left side, I should say. Base hit. That run scores, and the game is tied 3-3. Johnny Pesky, it's a solid shot to left field. One out. Pesky at first. The batter is Buddy Blattner, the second baseman. He's 0 for 4 today. Here's the pitch from Caster to the right-hand hitter. Hit onto scoring position. Okay. So, Johnny Pesky is in scoring position. He's at third. He's the winning run. Buddy Blattner is at first. There's only one out. The batter is the left-hand hitting Ted Williams, who is hot. He's 1 for 3 today. He's got a home run, and he's hitting .304 on the year. That homer is his fourth, which puts him in a tie for the lead. Here's the pitch from Caster to the lefty, Williams. That's on the ground to short. He picks it up. He'll throw home, and the runner's safe at home, and that's the game. He's safe at home. And the Cubs win it 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth inning. Let's look at the totals for today's game. First with the victorious Chicago Cubs, who are now 9-5. 4 runs on 11 hits, no errors. The Cubs left 9 men on base. For the Dodgers, 3 runs on 9 hits, no 1 error. Dodgers left 9 men on base. Cubs snatch late game 4-3 win. Chicago right-hander Hank Wise pitched his team to victory over the Brooklyn Dodgers at Wrigley Field. The final score was 4-3. The Cubs raised their record to 9-5. The clutch at bat came in the bottom of the ninth inning when the Cubs left fielder Ted Williams, facing George Caster, had a run-scoring groundout. It gave the Cubs the 4-3 win. Wise called the win a test of the team's mettle. Ted Williams had 2 runs batted in this game. He's now hitting .298 on the year. Perillo hitting .281, had 2 hits. Pesky in the leadoff spot had 2 hits as well. Pesky, Williams, Perillo. Bobby Adams for Brooklyn. 3 hits today. He's hitting .180. Hits by Reeser, Slaughter, Chapman, McCoskey, Rizzuto. Not enough. Wise gets the win. He's 2-1. 9 innings pitched. 9 hits allowed, 3 earned runs. Walked 2, struck out 1. 125 pitches, 2.08 ERA. Loser is Caster, the closer. He's now 0-2. Second blown save. Third of an inning pitched. 3 hits allowed, 2 earned runs. Struck out 1, 14 pitches, ERA of 18. Player of the game, Hank Wise, for the Cubs starting pitcher. Cubs get a walk-off win in Wrigley. 4-3 is the final. That ends the day for Wednesday, May 1st, 1946. Let's look at the top 3 performances of the day. Number 3, for the Boston Red Sox, Charlie Keller. He went 3 for 3 with a run scored and 4 walks in the 6-5 win versus Detroit. Number 2, Tex Houston, the pitcher for the Athletics. He pitched 10 innings, allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 5, struck out 7. He got the win in a 3-2 win versus St. Louis. And the number 1 performance of the day, Hal Newhouser of the Cleveland Guardians. 9 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, no earned runs, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts in the win in a 5-0 victory versus New York. We finished today. You notice these performances are up here already. That's because of the suspended game of the Phillies and the Pirates. So that game will be quick play. And today, we'll see what 2 games will be featured. The Phils and Pirates will also play a second game today. The American League only has 2 games today. Tigers and Red Sox, A's and Browns. So I guess we'll do the Red Sox and Tigers. So let's play the games that will not be featured. The Athletics host the Browns. Offensively, Athletics are pretty good. All green. Not bad defensively either. They're 10-6, 6-3 at home. Browns are 4-4 on the road. 7-8. Good defensively. Today's matchup, Joe Halls for the Browns. 1-0. 3.60 ERA. Dick Fowler for the A's. 2 games, no record. ERA of 4.15. Let's see the result of this game. Hatton slugs Browns to 12-7 win. Player of the game, Grady Hatton. Grady Hatton, third baseman for the St. Louis Browns. Just like a rookie. Was a major factor in the 12-7 St. Louis win over Philadelphia. The Browns' third baseman went 3 for 5 with 2 home runs and a walk, adding 3 RBI and scoring twice. Clyde Schoen earned the win after being brought in from the bullpen. The left-hander allowed no runs on 5 hits in 4 1/3 innings. His record is now 1-0. The win put St. Louis at 8-8. Early in the game, Hatton had a 2-run home run for St. Louis. It was his 4th home run of the season and put the Browns on top 2-0. We maximized our offense today, said St. Louis skipper Luke Sewell. That makes everyone's life easier. So Grady Hatton for St. Louis Now has 4 home runs. Okay. 3 hits, 3 RBI. Pafko had 3 hits. Medwick had 3 hits. Okay. Rossetti had 3 hits. Good day for the Browns. Big win over Philly in Philly. Let's see. Okay. So the starters, Haynes and Fowler, did not figure in the decision. Sean got the win. He's 1-0. Hollingsworth got the loss. He's 0-2. Hatton, player of the game. Okay. So that's the American League until we get to the featured game, the National League. The suspended game is scheduled for 12:35. So let's complete it. Philadelphia pockets 8-2 win over Pittsburgh. Phillies deal Pittsburgh a loss at home. They're now 12-4. The Umbrellas came out during the Philadelphia-Pittsburgh contest at Forbes Field. Philadelphia shortstop Pee Wee Reese was a significant contributor in his team's 8-2 triumph over the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was 3 for 5 with 3 singles and a walk, while scoring 2 runs for the Phillies. The loss lowers the Pittsburgh record to 12-4. The Philadelphia relied on the bat of Del Ennis to get the win. The left fielder ripped a run-scoring triple in the top of the first inning to put the Phillies ahead 1-0. For the game, Ennis had 1 double and 1 triple and 5 at-bats. Winning never gets dull, said Ennis. So this suspended game ended on Thursday. The final, Phillies 8, Pirates 2. Four hits for Cooper for Pittsburgh. Walker Cooper hitting 340 on the year. Ryra Steck still hitting 343, 2 hits. Pirates are still hitting well, but the Phillies, them fighting Phils, everybody had a hit. Reese, Ennis, Walker, these guys had multiple hits. Michaels, Rickert. Steve Grummett for Philadelphia got the win. He's now 1-2, 7.71 ERA. Hooser got the loss for Pittsburgh. He's now 1-2, 2.59 ERA. Player of the game is Pee Wee Reese, shortstop for the Phillies. Special note, the game on the original date was suspended in the 3rd inning due to bad weather and rescheduled. So I guess they started over. Okay. So game 2 of the doubleheader will be later on today. .205 start, Braves and Reds. They both have 5 wins. Cincinnati has 12 losses. It's Boston's Benny Galenhouse, 0-2, 12 ERA versus Bob Moncrief, 1-2, 3.24 ERA for the Reds. Reds are 5-6 at home. Let's see the result of this game. Cincinnati downs Boston 9-2. Big home win for the Reds. Player of the game, Bob Moncrief, the starting pitcher who got the win. He's now 2-2. Galehouse got the loss. He's 0-3. Okay. So the game I'm going to feature is going to be the Phillies and Pirates game 2 of their doubleheader. So the Cubs host the Dodgers. Cubs are on a hot streak. They're 9-5. 5-1 at home. Dodgers are even on the road, 5-5. 6-9 overall. Let's see the result of this game. Brooklyn's Joyce, 2-1, 3.15 ERA, versus Oscar Judd, 1-0 with a 1.69 ERA. Pretty good pitchers matchup. Here's the result. Chapman lifts Dodgers to 9-2 triumph. Big road win for the Dodgers, who are now 7-9. Breaks the Cubs' winning streak. They're now 9-6. Player of the game, left fielder Sam Chapman for the Dodgers. He hit a home run. Brooklyn Dodgers handed the Cubs a loss at Wrigley Field. The final score was 9-2. Sam Chapman was a major reason for Brooklyn. In addition to his 3 singles homer, he scored 2 runs, drove in 2 with the loss. Chicago is now 9-6. Bob Joyce hit a big grand slam home run for the Dodgers in the top of the 3rd inning, with Brooklyn leading 4-1. And the bases loaded. He sized up a forkball from the 38-year-old left-hander Oscar Judd for Chicago and punished it. The result was the first homer of the season, which put the Dodgers on top 8-1. We didn't put up much resistance, said losing manager Charlie Grimm. Okay. Giants and Cardinals. The Giants 9-6, 6-1 on the road. Cardinals are 1-7 at home. For the Giants, it'll be Johnny Nickling. He's 2-1 with 1.44 ERA. Very well. St. Louis is sending Thornton Lee, 1-1 with a 3.80 ERA. Pretty good pitching matchup. Let's see the result of this game. Giants 3-1 victors over St. Louis. Giants with another road victory. Their 10th of the year. They're now 10-6. Wakefield hit a homer for the Giants. Keltner for the Cardinals. Ben Chapman, the reliever, player of the game, he got the win for the Giants. Looks like I violated time here. All right. So the American League game, Tigers and Red Sox, will be featured, along with the National League game, Phillies and Pirates. From Fenway Park, the Boston Red Sox host the Detroit Tigers. Here's the starting lineup for the Detroit Tigers. Leadoff hitter Luke Appling, shortstop. Bill Sawkell, the catcher. Stan Spence, the center fielder. Batting cleanup, Eddie Robinson, the first baseman. Tommy Henrich, right field. Connie Ryan, second base. Chet Lobbs, left field. Dave Ferris is the starting pitcher. And batting ninth is Hank Majeski, the third baseman. Dave Ferris has a record of 1-1 in 3 games. His earned run average is 175. His whip is 1.21. He's 24 years old. The starting lineup for the Boston Red Sox. Leadoff hitter Stan Hack at third base. Phil Calvaretta at first base. Bill Mazzi, the catcher. Cleanup hitter Charlie Keller in left field. Pete Suter at second. Harry Walker in center. Billy Jerges, the shortstop. Gene Hermansky in right. And the starting pitcher, Nels Potter. In 3 games, Nels is 1-0 with a 2.39 earned run average and a 1.18 whip. He's 34 years old. 12,000 fans in the stands, partly cloudy. 52 degrees, wind blowing out to right at 13 miles an hour. The Red Sox are in last place in the American League with a record of 5-11. They are 3-6 at home. The Tigers are in first place with a record of 10-4. They are 6-3 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon and welcome to Fenway Park. Today it's Boston taking on Detroit. The season series is tied 1-1. Temperature is 52 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Batters should have an advantage. The wind is blowing out to right. Game on. Taking the hill for the Red Sox is Nels Potter. He's 1-0 with a 2.39 ERA. He's allowed 3 home runs and 26 1/3 innings of work. Luke Appling digs in. He's hitting .340 with no homers and 3 runs batted in. The 0-2 pitch, he swings and misses, strike 3. That's the first out of the inning, and we're underway. Defensively, the Red Sox have Charlie Keller in right field, Harry Walker in center, Gene Hermansky in right field, Stan Hack at third base, Billy Jerges at short, Pete Suter at second, and Phil Calvaretta at first. The battery, Bill Mazzi behind the plate, and Nels Potter on the mound. I will now advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first, bottom of the first. The defense for the Detroit Tigers, Chet Lobbs in left field, Stan Spence in center field, and Tommy Henrich in right. Hank Majeski at third base, Luke Appling, the shortstop, Connie Ryan at second base, and Eddie Robinson at first. The battery, Bill Saukield behind the plate, and the pitcher, Dave Ferris. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first. Bottom of the first inning, the Tigers have runners on the corners. Stan Hack at third and Phil Calvaretta at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Bill Mazzi versus right-hand pitcher Dave Ferris. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. No score. That's it on the ground, past the second baseman, into center field for a base hit. Stan Hack scores, Calvaretta to second. The runner on second will try for third, and he is safe at third. The throw by the center fielder made at the trailing runner, and he is out. That's the first out of the inning. So the Mazzy single scores 1, and Boston jumps out in front 1-0. Bottom of the first inning, 1 out. Phil Cavaretta at third base. The batter, left-hand hitter Charlie Keller. The cleanup hitter is hitting .259 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. Facing the right-hand pitcher Dave Ferris for Detroit. Here's the pitch. A hit in the air to left field. The left fielder ranges towards center and makes the catch. The runner tags at third and is headed home. The throw is cut off, and the run will score. Boston leads 2-0. The sac fly scores a run, and with 2 out, the Red Sox lead 2-0. The bases are empty, so we now advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. Again, the Red Sox have runners on the corners with 2 out. Pete Suter at third, Harry Walker at first. The right-hand hitter, Billy Jurgis, at the plate. Facing right-hand pitcher Dave Ferris. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to left field. Toward the track, he will make the catch to retire the side. Boston scores 2 runs on 5 hits. No Detroit errors. With 2 runners left on, the Red Sox have taken the lead 2-0. Top of the second inning, Boston leads Detroit 2-0. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Okay, with 2 out, Tommy Henrich is at third base. The batter is right-hand hitter Chet Lobbs. He's the number 7 hitter. The left fielder is hitting .200 on the season with 4 homers and 11 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Nels Potter for the Red Sox. That's it in the air, and it's a base hit to center field. The run will score. Henrich. Lobbs brings home 1 with a single. And Detroit now is on the board. It's 2-1, Boston. 2 out now. They have a runner on first. Top of the second inning. Boston leads 2-1. Now I will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Boston leading by a run, 2-1. Advancing to the top of the third. Advancing to the bottom of the third. Advancing. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Score still 2-1, Boston. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. Bottom of the sixth. Bottom of the sixth inning. Boston at bat. Charlie Keller on second base with 2 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Harry Walker. Facing right-hand pitcher Dave Ferris in his 6th inning of work. Here's the pitch. That's in the air, and it's a base hit to left center field. The runner on third will stop there. And with 2 out, the Red Sox have runners on the corners. They lead by 1. Bottom of the 6th inning, 2 out. Runners on the corners. The batter, Billy Jerges, the right-hand hitter. The number 7 hitter, the shortstop. He's hitting 192 on the season. 10 hits and 52 at-bats. He's 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Dave Ferris. That's in the air on the infield. The second baseman on the infield grass will catch the pop-up to retire the side. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on. Red Sox still out in front of the Tigers, 2-1. Top of the 7th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. For the Tigers, Tommy Henrich at second base, Connie Ryan at first, the batter, right-hand hitter Chet Lobbs. He's 1 for 2 today with a run batted in. Nobody out. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Nels Potter in his 7th inning of work. Safe! The runner is attempting to steal third. The throw at third is not in time, and there's a double steal. Connie Ryan also steals second. 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out. In the top of the 7th inning, the Tigers trail by a run. Lobbs will step back in. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's in the air to left field. It's deep. He's on the track, but he'll make the catch. Runner tags at third, hit it home. The runner tags at second as well. The runner scores, and Connie Ryan advances to third. That ties the game 2-2. So the Tigers have tied it here in the top of the 7th. 1 out. Connie Ryan at third base. The batter, left-hand hitter Dave Ferris, the pitcher. Facing his opposite number, right-hand pitcher Nels Potter. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses, strike 3. That's the second out. Ryan at third. The batter, right-hand hitter Hank Majeski. Right-hand pitcher Potter ready. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. It's by him into left field for a base hit. The run will score, and that gives the Tigers a 3-2 lead. Majeski gets a run-scoring single. Third baseman Hank Majeski, the number 9 hitter, gets an RBI single to give the Tigers the lead. The batter, leadoff hitter, right-hand hitter Luke Applin. Here's the pitch from Potter for the Red Sox. Uh-oh, I advanced because there was not a runner in scoring position. So, going into the bottom of the 7th inning, the Tigers now lead 3-2. Tigers had 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors. The Red Sox have 2 runs on 8 hits and 1 error. Red Sox up. Here's advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Red Sox have Hermansky at second, Potter at first, with the leadoff hitter Stan Hack, the left-hand hitter, stepping in. The third baseman is hitting .377 on the season. No home runs, 8 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Ferris for Detroit. Nobody out. He lays down a bunt. The catcher picks it up and throws to first in time for the out. And the runners advance, Hermansky to third and Potter to second. 1 out, the left-hand hitter Phil Cavaretta steps in. The number 2 hitter's hitting .294. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Ferris. That's in the air to center field. He ranges toward the track, and it'll get down for a hit and go all the way to the wall. That's extra bases, and 2 runs will score on the double by Cavaretta, and that will give the Red Sox a 4-3 lead. They retake the lead. Clutch hitting by the Red Sox here in Fenway. Now the batter is right-hand hitter Phil Mazzei, the catcher. He's the number 3 hitter, hitting .241 on the season, no homers, 8 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today with a RBI. 1 out, runner at second. Here's the pitch from Dave Ferris. That's on the ground to third. He picks it up, throws across the diamond in time to get the out. 2 out now. Cavaretta at second. Here's the left-hand hitter, Charlie Keller, the cleanup hitter. 1 for 2 today with an RBI. Here's the pitch from the right-hand pitcher. That's on the ground to second. Picks it up, throws the first in time, and that retires the side. 2 runs for Boston on 2 hits and no errors. The runner left on. The Red Sox now in front of Detroit 4-3. Top of the 8th inning. Advancing. Bottom of the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Red Sox, leading by a run, have runners at second and first. Walker at second, Jurgis at first. The batter, left-hand hitter, Gene Hermansky. Hermansky is the number 8 hitter. He's hitting .143 on the year. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in, 8 hits in 56 at-bats. He's 0 for 2 today. Facing the righty Ferris in his 8th inning of work. 1 out. The pitch. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. 1 away. The batter, left-hand hitter, Nels Potter, the pitcher. Facing the righty Ferris. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Boston leads by 1. The pitch. That's on the ground. The second baseman picks it up and throws home and gets the force at home. He throws the first and gets the runner at first base. It's a double play. 4-2-3. Inning over. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 2 left on base. The score remains 4-3. Red Sox over the Tigers. Top of the 9th inning. The Tigers trail by a run. Due up in this inning, the pinch hitter, Johnny Lucadillo, followed by Chet Lobbs, and the pitcher, Ferris, due up. Right-hand pitcher, Nels Potter, in there for his 9th inning of work. Here's the at-bat of Johnny Lucadillo, the pitch. He's hitting .500 as a pinch hitter. He hits a line drive to the right fielder, who's playing in short right field, for the first out. An 0-2 pitch. The batter, Chet Lobbs, right-hand hitter, versus right-hand pitcher Potter. 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to right field. Running toward the line, he'll make the catch for the second out. 2 up, 2 down. Pinch hitter for the pitcher. It'll be Farrell Anderson. He's 125 on the year, 1 for 8. They trail by a run. This is Detroit's last chance. The pitch from Potter. 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter. Ground ball hit sharply to third base. He scoops it up, throws the first, and that's it. The Red Sox have won here in Fenway, defeating the Tigers 4-3. The last place Red Sox defeat the first place Tigers. Here's the box score. Here's the totals for today's game. First for the victorious Red Sox, who are now 6-11. 4 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. They left 8 men on base. For the Tigers, 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. They left 5 men on base. Tigers suffer a 4-3 road loss. The Boston Red Sox picked up a win at Fenway Park, dropping the Detroit Tigers 4-3. Nels Potter, who is tied for 5th in the American League in wins with 2, was the difference maker. Potter, now 2-0, was the winner. In 9 innings, he gave up 6 hits while striking out 6, walking 2, and allowing 3 runs. The loss puts Detroit at 10-5. Phil Cavarretta hit a 2-run double off Dave Ferris in the bottom of the 7th, which put the Red Sox in front 4-3. In addition to the double, Cavarretta had 1 single while going 2 for 4. "We had the game right there for the taking," said Detroit manager Steve O'Neill, "but we decided not to take it." Stan Spence, center fielder for Detroit, is hitting .400 on the season. He was 1 for 4 today. Eddie Robinson, the first baseman, had 2 hits today, hitting .328 for the Tigers as they continue to hit well. For the Red Sox, Stan Hack was 1 for 3 with a run scored, hitting .377. 2 hits for Phil Cavarretta, hitting .304. 2 runs batted in. For Detroit, Tommy Henrich, had 2 stolen bases, his first 2, and Connie Ryan had his second stolen base. The winner is Nels Potter, 2-0, 9 innings, 6 hits allowed, 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, 114 pitches thrown, 2.29 earned run average. Loser is Dave Ferris. He's now 1-2, 8 innings pitched, 10 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, 131 pitches thrown, 2.41 earned run average. Nels Potter is the player of the game, the starter for the Red Sox. Final score, Red Sox win in Fenway 4-3 over the first place Tigers. Final game of the day. In the National League, the Pirates host the Phils. The Fighting Phils. From Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, the Pirates host the Philadelphia Phillies. The starting lineup for Philadelphia: Pee Wee Reese at short, the leadoff hitter; Billy Johnson at third; Dixie Walker in right; the cleanup hitter, Del Ennis, the left fielder; Wally Judnick in center field; Joe Cool, the first baseman; Del Rice, the catcher; Cass Michaels, the second baseman; and the starting pitcher, Roger Wolf. In 3 games, he has a 1-1 record, 4.5 ERA, 1.38 WHIP. He's 35 years old. Starting lineup for the Pittsburgh Pirates: Johnny Wyrostek leads it off from center field. Bob Elliott in right. Johnny Mize at first. Vern Stevens is the cleanup hitter at short. Buster Adams in left. Jerry Pretty at second. Skippy Roberge, the third baseman. Al Evans, the catcher. And the starting pitcher, Schoolboy Rowe. In 3 games, he's 3-0 with a 1.33 earned run average and a 0.78 whip. He's 36 years old. He's hot. 15,000 fans in the stands, cloudy, 50 degrees, wind blowing out to right at 9 miles an hour. The Pirates are in first place in the National League with a record of 12-4, the best in baseball. They have a home record of 7-3. The Phils are in fourth place with a record of 8-7. They are 5-2 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Forbes Field. Pittsburgh is set to play Philadelphia. The season series is tied 1-1. Despite the cloud cover, there's no rain in the forecast. The wind is blowing out to right at 9 miles per hour. First pitch is coming up. Schoolboy Rowe gets the starting nod for Pittsburgh. His record is 3-0 with a 1.33 ERA. In 3 games started, he has 3 quality starts. Pee Wee Reese digs in. He is second in batting average at .382 and fourth in runs scored with 13. The 0-2 pitch to him. Fly ball, right field, and it's caught for the first out. We're underway. Here's the defense for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Buster Adams in left field. Johnny Ryrostek in center. And Bob Elliott in right. Skippy Roberge at third base. Vern Stevens at short. Jerry Pretty at second. Johnny Mize at first base. The battery, Al Evans behind the plate. And the starter, Schoolboy Rowe. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first. Bottom of the first. Here's the defense for the Philadelphia Phillies. In left field, Del Ennis. Wally Jutnick in center. And Dixie Walker in right field. Billy Johnson at third base. Pee Wee Reese, the shortstop. Cass Michaels at second. And Joe Cool at first base. The battery, Dale Rice behind the plate. And Roger Wolf, the starter. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Pirates have Bob Elliott at second base and Johnny Mize at first. Bottom of the first, 1 out. The right-hand hitter, Vern Stevens, steps in. He's the cleanup hitter. The shortstop's hitting .224 on the season, 2 home runs, and 11 runs batted in. Facing the right-hand pitcher, Roger Wolf. The pitch. Hit in the air to center field. He's racing in for it, and he'll make the catch. The runners do not advance. 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Buster Adams. Number 5 hitter, the left fielder is hitting .262, 1 home run, 5 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air to right field, racing towards center, and he has it to retire the side. Pittsburgh gets a hit and a walk, but nothing more. There's no score at the end of an inning. Top of the second, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Phillies have Wally Jutnik at second, Joe Cool at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Del Rice. 1 out, facing Schoolboy Rowe, the righty. The pitch. That's in the air to center. He races toward left field and makes the catch. 2 out now. Runners do not advance. The batter, right-hand hitter Cass Michaels. Michaels hitting .208 on the year. No home runs, 1 run batted in. 2 out, top of the second, no score. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Schoolboy Rowe. That's in the air to right field. He hits it on a rope, but right at him, and that's the final out of the inning. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Phillies get nothing. Still no score. Bottom of the second inning. Advancing. Pittsburgh has Jerry Pretty at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Skippy Roberge. The third baseman is hitting .161 on the season. No homers. 5 runs batted in. Facing the right-hand pitcher Roger Wolf for the Phillies. Here's the pitch. Nobody out. That's on the ground to short. He'll throw to first base in time. That's the first out of the inning. Pretty still at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Al Evans. The number 8 hitter is the catcher. He's hitting .231 on the season. 3 hits and 13 at-bats. Here's the pitch from Wolf. On the ground, slow roller. Third baseman has it. Fires across the diamond in time. That's 2 out. Pretty cannot advance. The batter, right-hand hitter Schoolboy Rowe, the pitcher. He's got 2 hits on the season and 11 at-bats. 1 run batted in. Here's the pitcher, Wolf's delivery. That misses, ball 4. And he walks him on 4 pitches. Pretty at second. Schoolboy Rowe at first. The leadoff man, Wyrostek, will step in, the left-hand hitter, versus the righty, Wolf. 2 out. No score. Bottom of the second. The pitch. That's in the air, in the gap. Let's go all the way to the wall. That's extra bases. 1 run is in. Another man is hit it for third, and he's hit it home. It's a double, and it'll be a 2-run double for Pretty scores. Schoolboy Rowe to third, and then he'll score. And Wyrostek has a 2-run double. Pirates go up 2-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. So the hitter, Bob Elliott, will step in. He's the number 2 hitter, the right fielder, hitting .281 on the season. 1 for 1 today. Wyrostek at second. 2-0 Pirates. Here's the pitch from Wolf. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the end of the inning. 2-run score on 2 hits, no errors. A runner left on. Pittsburgh now ahead, 2-0. Top of the third inning. Phillies trail by 2. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. A run has scored without a runner in scoring position. A solo home run by Pee Wee Reese puts Philadelphia on the board. So the score is now 2-1. 1 out, top of the third inning. advancing the Philadelphia at bat. They do not score any further. We go to the bottom of the third, advancing. Pittsburgh have Johnny Mize at second base with nobody out. The batter, right-hand hitter Vern Stevens, the shortstop, hitting .221 on the season, 2 homers, 11 runs batted in, 0 for 1 today. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Wolf. The pitch. That's in the air to center. He races in and he makes the catch. Looks like a sliding catch. 1 out. Runner does not advance. Here's Buster Adams, the number 5 hitter, hitting .256. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Wolf. That's hit in the air, and that's a base hit to center field. The runner is rounding third, but he'll stop at third. So that's runners on the corners with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Jerry Pretty, the number 6 hitter. The second baseman's hitting .312 on the year, 15 hits and 48 at-bats. He's 1 for 1 today. The Pirates lead by 1, and they have a runner in scoring position. Here's the pitch from Roger Wolf. The pitch is a ball. The runner is attempting to steal second base, and he's safe. Buster Adams steals second. So now 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. Here in the bottom of the third, Pirates already lead by 1. Here's the pitch from Roger Wolf of the Phillies. That's in the air, left field. He runs towards center. He's under it and makes the catch, throws in quickly. The runner tags and is hit it home, and the play at the plate, he's safe. The run scores, and the Pirates now lead 3-1. Adams is at second base on the throw. Skippy Roberge will step in. The third baseman, he's 0 for 1 today. Only hitting .156 on the season. Here's the pitch. Bottom of the third inning, 2 out. That's a little looper, and it'll be caught by the right fielder. Wow. Behind second base. And the side is retired. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. A runner left on. Pittsburgh now leads it 3-1. The right fielder raced in from right and caught it behind second base. Wow, that is a 4-star catch difficulty. You better believe it is. Okay, who is that? Dixie Walker, my man. Here we go. Top of the 4th inning. Phillies trail by 2. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Wally Jutnik at second base. The batter, left-hand hitter Joe Cool, the number 6 hitter. He's the first baseman, hitting .200 on the year, 9 hits and 45 at-bats. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Rowe. He hits it in the air towards the second baseman. He'll catch the fly out for the out. Second out. Wally Jutnik at second. The batter, right-hand hitting Del Rice, the number 7 hitter. The catcher's hitting .167. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Rowe. That hits deep. Left fielder's going back. And it'll sail out of the yard. A home run. 2-run homer for the visitors. And that'll tie the game. Del Rice ties the score with a 2-run homer, and Philadelphia is now tied 3-3. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. 398 feet. 104 miles an hour off the bat. Way out in left field. 39-degree launch angle, a curveball, 70 miles an hour from Schoolboy Rowe, sent deep, and this game is tied. Bases are empty. Top of the 4th inning, 2 out, score tied 3-3. Advancing. We go to the bottom of the 4th, score tied 3-3. Pirates at bat, advancing. Al Evans is at third base with nobody out. The batter, the pitcher, Schoolboy Rowe. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Wolf. Score tied 3-3. Has hit in the air to right field. Runner tags. Right fielder will throw it in, and he will not attempt to score. That's the first out of the inning. Dixie Walker in right field for the Phillies makes the catch. Here's Johnny Ryrostek, the leadoff hitter. He's hot. He's 1 for 2 today with 2 runs batted in. Al Evans at third. The score tied 3-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch, righty versus lefty. And that ball will get away, but the catcher will pick it up. The count is now 3-0. Here's the 3-1 pitch. He hits it sharply to the first baseman, who will take it himself, and the run will score. Evans scores from third as the first baseman makes the unassisted putout at first base. Pittsburgh takes a 4-3 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 out. The batter is right-hand hitter Bob Elliott, the number 2 hitter. The right fielder hitting .277. He's 1 for 2 today. The bases are empty. We advance until there's a runner in scoring position. We advance to the top of the 5th. Pittsburgh leads by 1, 4-3. The Phillies have 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors. The Pirates have 4 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Top of the 5th. Phillies at bat, advancing. Bottom of the 5th. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning. Pittsburgh has Johnny Ryrostek at second, Bob Elliott at first, and the batter, left-hand hitter Johnny Mize, the number 3 hitter, the first baseman, hitting .279 on the year and 1 for 2 today, facing the right-hand pitching Wolf in his 7th inning of work. The pitch. That's in the air to right field. He moves toward the foul line, and he'll make the catch. That's the first out of the inning. The runners do not advance. The batter, right-hand hitter Vern Stevens, the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air to right field. He races towards center, and he'll make the catch for the second out. Runners stay put. 2 out now, and the batter, right-hand hitter Buster Adams. The number 5 hitter is 2 for 3 today. .289 on the year. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Wolf.
Strike
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that retires the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Pirates do not score. Through 7, they lead by 1, 4-3. Top of the 8th inning, Phillies at bat, advancing. They have 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out. Billy Johnson at third, Dixie Walker at second. The batter, right-hand hitter Del Ennis, the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from right-hander Schoolboy Rowe in his 8th inning of work. Nobody out. That's on the ground to third. He'll pick it up, throw to first, and get the out at first. And Billy Johnson scores to tie the game. Dixie Walker advances to third base. 1 out now. Score tied 4-4. Walker at third. The batter, left-hand hitter Wally Judnick. The number 5 hitter, the center fielder, is hitting .290 on the year. 2 for 3 today. Left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher Rowe. The delivery. Strike 3 call. And that's the second out. That gives Schoolboy Rowe 4 strikeouts on the day. He's walked 1. The batter, left-hand hitter Joe Cool. The first baseman is 0 for 2 today, hitting .191 on the year. Walker at third. The go-ahead run. Top of the 8th inning. The score tied 4-4. Here's the pitch from Rowe to the left-hand hitter. On the ground to first. He'll take it himself, and that retires the side. 1 run for Philadelphia on 2 hits, no errors, a runner left on. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are now tied 4-4. Bottom of the 8th inning. The Pirates at bat. The score tied 4-4. Phillies have 9 hits. Pirates have 8. Roger Wolf on the mound in his 8th inning of work. Advancing. The Pirates have 2 runners in scoring position. Skippy Roberge at third. Al Evans at second. The batter, the pitcher, right-hand hitter Schoolboy Rowe. Hitting for himself. 0 for 2 today. He's got 2 hits on the season. Here's the pitch from Roger Wolf in his 8th inning of work. That's hit in the air sharply, and that will carry. It's a double, and that will score 2 runs. A base-clearing double for the pitcher, Schoolboy Rowe, and the Pirates now lead 6-4. Let's take a look at that. It looked like it went into foul ground from here. The pitcher delivers. No, it's not in foul ground. It goes right into the corner. And the camera has difficulty tracking the ball. But it's a double, and it scores 2 off a knuckleball by Roger Wolf. Pirates lead by 2 now. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. The pitcher Rowe on second base. The leadoff man Ryrostek will step in. He's hot. He's 2 for 4 today with 3 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to left field, and it'll get down for a hit. Rowe will take third, and he'll stop there as the throw comes into the cutoff man. Runners on the corners now with 1 out. Ryrostek with a single. The batter, right-hand hitter Bob Elliott. The right fielder is hitting .273 on the year. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Roger Wolf, righty versus the right-hand hitter. That's in the air to center field, and that's a base hit. 1 run is in, and the runners advance. There's another man hit it home from third, and he will score. That's a double. Rowe will score, and Riverstek will score after rounding third. A 2-run double now makes it 8-4 Pirates. The Pirates have taken a comfortable lead. Elliott at second base, Mize at the plate. The Phillies will make a pitching change. It's Mike. Let me see what his name is. Mike Ryba is the new pitcher for the Phillies. He's thrown 3 2/3 innings, 2 hits allowed, no earned runs. He's walked 1 and struck out 1. His ERA is 0. Left-hand hitter Mize at the plate versus the new right-hand pitcher. We're going to advance past the half inning and see what the result is for the Pirates. The Pirates score 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning and lead 9-5. Top of the 9th inning, the Phillies at bat, trailing by 5. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position to see if they make a comeback. They have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Aaron Robinson at second base. The batter, pinch hitter, left-hand hitter Marv Rickert. Rickert is 5 for 18 on the season with 6 runs batted in, a .278 average. Runner in scoring position. Here's the pitch from Schoolboy Rowe here in the 9th inning. That's hit up the middle, base hit. The runner on third will stop there. And we have runners on the corners with 1 out. The batter, leadoff man Pee Wee Reese. He's 2 for 4 today. He hit 1 out. Here's the pitch from Schoolboy Rowe to right-hand hitter Reese. That misses. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Billy Johnson, the third baseman, number 2 hitter, 1 for 4 today. Here's the pitch from Schoolboy Rowe to the right-hand hitter Johnson. That's hit in the air to center field, and that's in the gap and to the wall. 1 run is in. Another man's going to score. This could clear the bases. He'll stop at third. 2-run score on the double by Billy Johnson. And the Phillies have cut the lead to 3. It's 9-6 now here in the top of the 9th. 1 out, 2 men in scoring position, 2 runs already in. The batter, left-hand hitter Dixie Walker. Right fielder's 2 for 4 today, hitting .345 on the season. New pitcher for the Pirates. It'll be Charlie Gassaway stepping in. Charlie Gassaway, he's got an 0-1 record, a 4 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits allowed, 1 earned run, walked 2, struck out 3. Earned run average 2.08. The Phillies have runners at second and third. Top of the 9th, trailing by 3. The tying runs at the plate. 1 out. Here's the pitch. From the new pitcher, left-hand pitcher versus the left-hand batter. The delivery. That's hit in the air to the pitcher. He catches it for the out. And that's the second out. A little pop fly to the pitcher. and Gasaway catches it. The batter now, the cleanup hitter, Dale Ennis, the right-hand hitter versus the lefty Gasaway. Ennis is 0 for 4 today with a run batted in. He's the tying run for the Phillies here on the road in Forbes Field facing the Pirates. The pitch from Gasaway. That's hit in the air, a little looper. It will be caught by the second baseman, and that's the game. The Pirates defeat the Phillies 9-6 here at home. A decisive victory with a 5-run 8th inning. Let's take a look at the box score. Here are the totals for today's game. First, for the victorious Pittsburgh Pirates, the first team to win 13 games in baseball. 13-4 their record. They scored 9 runs on 13 hits, no errors. They left 7 men on base. The Phillies, now 8-8, scored 6 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. They left 7 men on base. Pirates win at home 9-6. With center fielder Johnny Ryrostek leading the charge, the Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 9-6 at Forbes Field. Ryrostek, who is tied for 5th in the National League with a .930 OPS, was 3 for 5 with a double and 2 singles, while adding 3 runs batted in and scoring once. The winning pitcher was Schoolboy Rowe. He's now 4-0. He went 8 1/3 innings, allowing 6 runs on 12 hits for the Pirates. Philadelphia is 8-8 after the defeat. The Phillies have been locked in a 4-4 tie, with the Pirates going into the bottom of the 8th inning. That changed quickly when the 2-time All-Star Schoolboy Rowe came to the plate. Rowe hit a 2-run double on a 2-2 knuckleball from Philadelphia hurler Roger Wolf. It's Rowe's first double of the year. It feels good to get this one, Rowe told the Pittsburgh Bulletin. Johnny Ryrostek had a great game. 3 hits, a run scored, 3 runs batted in. He's hitting .361 on the year. 2 hits for Elliott and Mize. They're hitting .284, .286 respectively. Adams, 2 hits. He's hitting .283. Everybody got to hit except for Stevens. He seems to be struggling a little bit at .208. But the Pirates continue to roll. Stolen base by Adams, his first. Ryrostek was the player of the game, the center fielder for Pittsburgh. The winner, Schoolboy Rowe, he's now 4-0. 8 1/3 innings, 12 hits allowed, 6 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 2 homers allowed, 142 pitches. His earned run average is 2.55. Loser is Roger Wolf. He's 1-2, 7 1/3 innings pitched, 12 hits allowed, 9 runs, 8 earned, walked 3, struck out 3, no homers, 126 pitches thrown, 5.74 earned run average. Final score: the Pirates win at home 9-6 over the Phillies. That's the end of the games scheduled for Thursday, May 2nd, 1946. Let's look at our top 3 performances of the day. Number 3, Sam Chapman of the Brooklyn Dodgers. 4 for 5, a home run, 2 runs batted in, and 2 runs scored. in a 9-2 victory over Chicago, the Cubs. Second performance of the day, number 2, Grady Hatton of the Browns. Went 3 for 5, 2 home runs, 3 runs batted in, 2 runs scored, and a walk in a 12-7 victory over Philadelphia, the Athletics. And the number 1 performance of the day, Pee Wee Reese of the Phillies. 5 for 9, a home run, 2 runs batted in, 3 runs scored, 2 walks in an 8-2 victory over the Pirates. It's interesting. Now they played a double hitter. Phillies won the first game. Pirates won the nightcap. Okay. I don't know if those numbers are cumulative. Oh well. It is the performance of the day. Finished today. We advance to Friday, May 3rd. Let's take a look at where we stand. Tigers lead the Athletics by a game, and the Yankees by a game and a half. Senators with a positive run differential and -3 of what the Pythagorean says they should be. National League, Pirates 13-4, leading the Giants by 2.5 and the Cubs by 3. Dodgers, positive run differential and a negative on the Pythagorean formula. See if there's any news from yesterday. This is from May 1st, so that's old news. So let's take a look at our matchups for Friday the 3rd. Pirates host the Braves. Taylor versus Schmidt for the Pirates. Taylor for the Braves. Schmidt is 3-1 for the Pirates. The Red Sox host the Guardians. Munger 0-4 against Sane. 1-2. Rashi for the White Sox visit the Athletics. Chandler for the Athletics. Bob Feller for the Browns visits the Senators. 3-1 for Feller against Kramer. 0-2. Yankees host the Tigers. For the Yankees, Trucks is 2-0 with a 1.05 ERA. For the Tigers, who lead the American League, Vandermeer is 2-0 with a 3.47 ERA. That looks like a good one. May feature that one. We feature 1 American League and 1 National League on weekdays and Saturday. The Reds host the Phillies. The Phillies have Ed Blackwell going. He's 3-1. Cardinals host the Dodgers. For the Dodgers, Lanier's 3-1 with a 1.75 ERA. That's pretty good. Hutchinson 2-2 for the Cardinals. They're both 7-9. And the Giants face the Cubs, both with good records. This might be the game I feature for the National League. They're both 10-win. Well, no, not 10 wins, but both 10-6, 9-6. two good pitchers going. So maybe the Cub game and let's take a look. The Cub game. I think I already wrote down who I'm going to feature. And the Yankees and Tigers. Friday, May 3rd, 1946. I'm on the 4th. Here's the 3rd. The Boston Red Sox host the Cleveland Guardians. Johnny Sain, 1-2. with a 4.50 ERA for Cleveland versus Red Munger, 0-4 with a 5.76 ERA for Boston. The result? Guardians stun Red Sox 6-5. The Cleveland Guardians beat the Boston Red Sox by a score of 6-5. Cleveland center fielder Hoot Evers deserved the lion's share of the credit. Evers went 3 for 3 with a home run and 2 singles. He scored 2 times and drove in 2 for the Guardians. The winner was Johnny Sain, who threw 153 pitches over 7 1/3 innings. The right-hander was charged with 5 runs on 10 hits. The Red Sox fall to 6-12 and continue to sputter in the early going. Evers had an important at-bat with the bases empty in the top of the 8th when he hit a solo home run. The Guardians went on to win. "We'll take some time to unwind," said Evers, "and then get after it again." Hoot Evers is the player of the game. Johnny Sain gets the win. He's 2-2. Clem Dreesword gets the save, his first. The loser, Tom Ferrick, the closer, he's now 1-3, his first blown save. Guardians beat the Red Sox at Fenway 6-5. The Philadelphia Athletics host the Chicago White Sox. For Philadelphia, Spud Chandler is the starter. He's 1-2 with a 3.34 ERA. For the White Sox, Vic Raschi, 2-1 with a 3.24 ERA. The result of the game: Philadelphia beaten 10-6 by Chicago. In the 10-6 Chicago win over Philadelphia, the impact of Ron Northey was substantial. Northey, who is tied for 7th in the American League in RBI with 12, went 2 for 5 with a home run and a double, while scoring 2 during and driving in 2. Vic Raschi, who is tied for 8th in the American League with a 5.5 strikeout per 9 innings rate, was the winning pitcher. Over 8 innings, he allowed 6 runs on 11 hits, with 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. Philadelphia falls 10-8. Falls to 10-8. Chicago took advantage of an error in the top of the 8th inning. The game was tied 5-5 when Vic Raschi hit a 2-run single that was misplayed. It put the White Sox in front 7-5. We were able to get some things going offensively, said Raschi. Ron Northey, the right fielder for the White Sox, is the player of the game. Vic Raschi gets the win. He's 3-1. Spud Chandler gets the loss. He's 1-3 for Philadelphia. The White Sox went on the road over the Athletics 10-6. The Washington Senators host the St. Louis Browns. Washington starter Jack Kramer 0-2 with a 4.24 ERA versus St. Louis Browns starter Bob Feller 3-1 with a 2.06 ERA. The result of the game: Senators send St. Louis home with 5-4 loss. The Washington Senators and St. Louis Browns played an entertaining game for Griffith Stadium patrons. The Washington Senators locked up a win at Griffith Stadium, knocking off the St. Louis Browns 5-4. On the mound for Washington was right-hander Jack Kramer. He played a major role in the triumph. This puts Washington at 8-8. Had Bobby Doerr not delivered a key base hit in the bottom of the 7th, the outcome might have been different. Instead, with 2 down and runners on 2nd and 3rd, Doerr hit a 2-run single that made the score 5-3 in favor of the Senators. Jack showed what he's made of, said Washington manager Ossie Bluge. Washington Senators starter Jack Kramer is the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 1-2. Ken Burkhardt gets the hold, and Rip Sewell gets the save, his first. Bob Feller gets the loss. He's now 3-2 for the St. Louis Browns. Senators win at home against the Browns 5-4. In the National League, 2 early games and 2 late games. The Cincinnati Reds host the Philadelphia Phillies. The result of the game: Cincinnati slapped 6-1 loss on Philadelphia. The Cincinnati Reds topped the Philadelphia Phillies 6-1 in National League action at Crosley Field. The standout performance belonged to Cincinnati pitcher and loyal Wisconsin native Al Brasley. The loss drops Philadelphia to 8-9. Making an impact for Cincinnati was shortstop Eddie Miller. Eddie drilled a run-scoring double off Ewell Blackwell in the bottom of the second. For the game, Miller was 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and scoring 2 runs. Miller told a Cincinnati News reporter that he was gratified with the win. Cincinnati Reds starter Al Brasley gets the win. He's 2-2. The loss goes to Ewell Blackwell. He's 3-2. The Reds win at home 6-1 for their 7th win of the season. The Pittsburgh Pirates host the Boston Braves. For Pittsburgh, Johnny Smits is 3-1 with a 3.06 ERA versus the Braves starter Harry Taylor, 1-1 with a 3.75 ERA. The result of the game: big day for Mize as Pirates down Braves 8-2. The first place Pittsburgh Pirates took on the Boston Braves in front of a spirited crowd. The 8-2 Pittsburgh win over Boston was due largely to Johnny Mize. The Pirates' first baseman was 3 for 4 with a home run, a double, and a walk, while adding 4 RBI and scoring once. Johnny Smits got credit for the win, improving to 4-1. He allowed 2 runs on 5 hits in 9 innings. Walker Cooper, who is tied for 5th in the National League with a .345 batting average, took Boston hurler Harry Taylor deep in the bottom of the first. His 2-run home run put the Pirates on top 2-0. In all, Cooper had a single in addition to the home run while going 2 for 5. "I just tried to see the ball and put a good swing on it," said Cooper. The Pirates, now 14-4, have been playing some good baseball. Pirates first baseman Johnny Mize is the player of the game. Johnny Smits for Pittsburgh is now 4-1. He gets the win. The loser is Harry Taylor. The starter for Boston is now 1-2. Pirates win at home against the Braves 8-2 for their 14th win. Now for the end of the early games. The New York Yankees will host the Detroit Tigers. From Yankee Stadium, the New York Yankees host the Detroit Tigers. Now the starting lineup for the Detroit Tigers. Leading off, Luke Appling at short. Bill Salkeld, the catcher. Stan Spence in center. Eddie Robinson, the cleanup hitter at first base. He's hot. Tommy Henrik in right field. Connie Ryan at second base. Chet Lobbs in left. Johnny Vandermeer is the starting pitcher. And batting ninth and playing third base, Hank Majeski. Johnny Vandermeer in 3 games is 2-0 with a 3.47 ERA and a 1.71 WHIP. He's 31 years old. The starting lineup for the New York Yankees. Thurman Tucker leads it off in center field. Mickey Witek at second. Hank Greenberg at first. Ralph Kiner, the cleanup hitter, in left field. Ernie Lombardi at the catcher. Dick Culler at short. Pat Siri, the right fielder. Bill Rigney at third. And Virgil Trucks is the starting pitcher. He's hot. In 3 games, he's 2-0 with a 1.05 ERA and a 1.01 WHIP. He's 29 years old. "18,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 54 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 8 miles an hour. The Yankees are in second place in the American League with a record of 9-7. Their home record is 3-5. The Tigers are in first place in the American League with a record of 10-5. Their road record is 6-4. Let's play ball. Welcome to the action. Today, New York takes on Detroit. Detroit is in first place in the American League. New York in second place. This is the first matchup between the two teams. Game time temp is 54 degrees under clear skies, hitter-friendly conditions, wind blowing out to left. It's time for the first pitch. Virgil Trucks gets the call for the Yankees. He comes into the contest with 2 wins and no losses and a 1.05 ERA. Batters have hit .234 against him. Luke Appling steps up to the plate. He's hitting .316 with no homers and 3 runs batted in. He hits the first pitch on the ground to the pitcher, who throws him out to first base, the first out of the inning, and we're underway. Top of the first inning. Here's the defensive alignment for the New York Yankees. Ralph Kiner in left field. Thurman Tucker in center. And Pat Siri in right. Bill Rigney at third base. Dick Culler, the shortstop. Mickey Witek at second. And Hank Greenberg at first, the battery. Ernie Lombardi behind the plate. And the starting pitcher, Virgil Trucks. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Tigers have Bill Salkeld at second base and Stan Spence at first with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Eddie Robinson. The cleanup hitter hitting .328 on the season, 3 homers, 11 runs batted in. He's hot. Here's the pitch from the right-hander, Virgil Trucks for the Yankees. That's hit in the air to center. He runs in on it, and he will make the catch. Nice play by the center fielder, Thurman Tucker for the Yankees. That's the second out. The runners stay put. The batter is left-hand hitter Tommy Henrik. He's the number 5 hitter. Right fielder is hitting .250 on the season, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the inning. 2 hits, but no runs for Detroit. We go to the bottom of the first, no score. The Yankees are batting. Here's the defense for the Detroit Tigers. Chet Lobs in left. Stan Spence in center. Tommy Henrich in right. Hank Majeski, the third baseman. Luke Appling at short. Connie Ryan at second base. And Eddie Robinson at first. The battery. Bill Sauckeld behind the plate. And on the mound, Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hand pitcher. Advancing until there is a runner in scoring position. We advance to the top of the second. There is no score. Advancing. Top of the second inning. Detroit has scored a run without a runner in scoring position. Solo home run by Chet Lobs puts Detroit on the board. The score is 1-0 in the top of the second. Advancing with the Tigers still batting. Advancing to the bottom of the second. Detroit leads by a run. New York is batting, trailing by 1, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Eddie Lombardi is at second base with 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Pat Siri, the number 7 hitter. The right fielder is hitting .175 with 2 homers and 8 runs batted in. Facing the left-hand pitcher Vandermeer for Detroit. Here's the delivery. That's hit sharply up past the third baseman into left field for a base hit all the way into the corner. The run will score, and he will run into second base standing up with a double. Lombardi scores. Siri ties the game with an RBI double. It's 1-1. Bottom of the second, 2 out. Siri at second. The batter, right-hand hitter Bill Rigney. He's the number 8 hitter. The third baseman's hitting .346 on the season. 2 homers, 7 runs batted in. Left-hand pitcher Vandermeer versus the right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That's hit sharply to first. He'll pick it up and run to first himself for the final out. 1 run, a runner left on. New York levels the score at 1. Top of the third inning, score tied 1-1. Tigers at bat. Advancing. The Tigers have Bill Sauckeld at second base with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Stan Spence, the number 3 hitter. The center fielder is hitting .410 on the season. 25 hits in 61 at-bats. He's 1 for 1 today. No homers. 9 runs batted in. Righty versus left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. He hits that over the shortstop into left field for a base hit. The runner rounds third and will stop there as the throw comes into the cutoff man. So they have runners at the corners with 1 out here in the top of the third. The Tigers send up left-hand hitter Eddie Robinson. He's the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 1 today, hitting .323 on the year, 3 homers, 11 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Trucks for the Yankee to the left-hand hitter Robinson. He hits it on the ground. The shortstop picks it up and will throw the first to get the out. Bill Sauckeld scores from third. Stan Spence advances to second base. 2 out now, and the Tigers take a 2-1 lead. Here's the left-hand hitter Tommy Henrich, the number 5 hitter. The right fielder's hitting .246, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. 0 for 1 today. Right-hand pitcher Trucks facing the left-hand hitter Henrich. The pitch. Hit on the ground to the second baseman. He makes a bad throw to first, and they charge him with an error. Stan Spence advances to third base. Henrik is safe on first with an error. Error charge to second baseman for the Yankees, Mickey Whitek. 2 out, 2 on. The batter, right-hand hitter Connie Ryan. The number 6 hitter. Second baseman is hitting 196. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the right-hand pitcher, and he'll throw a ball rather. And Henrik attempts to steal second, and there's a throwing error by the catcher. Stan Spence will score from third, and Heinrich will advance to third on the error. So he gets a stolen base and third base on the error by the New York Yankee catcher Ernie Lombardi. Detroit now leads 3-1 here in the top of the third inning. Still 2 outs. Henrik at third base. The batter, right-hand hitter Connie Ryan. He's 0 for 1, hitting 196 on the year. Here's the pitch from the right-hander. That pitch misses, ball 4. The second walk for Trucks. That puts runners on the corners with 2 out here in the top of the third. The Tigers lead by 2. Chet Lobbs will step to the plate. The number 7 hitter is 1 for 1 with a home run. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Trucks. He makes a snap throw to first base, and he picks the runner off first to retire the side. That will make up for the throwing error. The Tigers take advantage of 2 errors by New York and score 2 runs. Detroit leads 3-1. Bottom of the third inning. Yankees are at bat, trailing by 2. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Advancing to the top of the fourth inning. Score still 3-1 Detroit. Tigers at bat, advancing. To the bottom of the fourth. Yankees at bat, advancing. A run has scored for the Yankees without a runner in scoring position. Solo home run by Hank Greenberg, leading off the fourth for the New York Yankees. The Yankees now draw closer. The Tigers lead 3-2. Bottom of the fourth. Nobody on. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. We advance to the top of the fifth. The score is still 3-2 Detroit. Tigers at bat, advancing. Tigers have Luke Appling at second. Bill Sauceld at first. In the top of the fifth, nobody out. The batter, left-hand hitter Stan Spence. The number 3 hitter, center fielder, hitting .419 on the year. He's 2 for 2 today. Left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher, Virgil Trucks, in his 5th inning of work. The pitch. That's hit sharply over the second baseman and into right field for a hit. Runner rounds third and is hit at home. The throw home is not in time. And the Tigers extend their lead to 4-2. Spence single, scores 1. Still nobody out. Sauceld at second, Spence at first. The batter, left-hand hitter Eddie Robinson. The cleanup hitter is hitting .318. He's 0 for 2 today with a run batted in. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. That's hit in the air to left field. Waiting on it and makes the catch. That's the first out of the inning. Here's the left-hand hitter Tommy Henrik, the number 5 hitter. The right fielder is 0 for 2 today. The pitch from the right-hand pitcher Trucks. That's it on the ground, the first. He'll go to second for 1. The relay to first is in time. The 3-6-3 double play ends the inning. 1 run on 1 hit, 2 walks, and a runner left on. The score now 4-2 Detroit over New York. Bottom of the 5th. Yankees batting, trailing by 2. Left-hand pitcher Vandermeer on the mound, facing the right-hand hitter Siri, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Advancing to the top of the 6th, score still 4-2 Tigers. Tigers at bat, advancing. Connie Ryan is at third base with nobody out. The batter, right-hand hitter Chet Lobbs. He's 1 for 2 with a run batted in, a home run. Here's the pitch from Trucks to Lobbs. That's hit on the ground to the mound. The pitcher picks it up, throws to first in time. The runner on third does not attempt to score. 1 out. Here's the left-hand hitter Vandermeer. The number 8 hitter, the pitcher, steps to the plate. Righty versus the left-hand hitter. The pitch.
Strike 3.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He has struck out 3 times now. That's the hat trick. 2 out. The batter is Hank Majeski, the number 9 hitter. The third baseman, he's 0 for 2 today, hitting .327 on the season. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty.
Strike 3.
That's a strike 3 called, and that retires the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. The Tigers still have the lead 4-2. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees at bat, advancing. Thurman Tucker at second base with nobody out for the Yankees. The batter, right-hand hitter Mickey Whitek. The number 2 hitter, the second baseman, is hitting .242. He's 0 for 2 today. Left-hand pitcher Vandermeer in his 6th inning of work, facing the right-hand hitter Whitek. The delivery. That's hit sharply to the third baseman. He picks it up and throws to first in time. The runner advances to third. Hank Majeski may have been hurt there. The trainer examines his right hand, and it is not serious. He can return in the game. Thurman Tucker advances to third. 1 out. Tucker at third. The batter, right-hand hitter Hank Bringbird, the number 3 hitter. He's 1 for 2 today with a home run. Here's the pitch from left-hand pitcher Vandermeer. That's hit sharply into the gap into left center field, all the way to the wall. The run will score. He is rounding second and hit it for third, and he's in third safely with a triple. Thurman Tucker scores, and Greenberg has a run-scoring triple here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The score brings the Yankees 1 run closer. Tigers still lead 4-3. Bottom of the 6th, 1 out. Greenberg at third, and the batter, right-hand hitter Ralph Kiner. The cleanup hitter. He's hitting .148 on the season, 2 homers, 2 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from the left-hander Vandermeer to the right-hand hitter Kiner. He hits it a little dribbler in front of the plate. The catcher picks it up, throws the first in time for the out. 2 out now. Greenberg stays at third. The batter, Ernie Lombardi, the right-hand hitter. The catcher is 0 for 1. Here's the pitch from the left-hand pitcher to the right-hand hitter. That's it on the ground to the shortstop. He dives and it's through. Base hit. That'll score the run and tie the game. Ernie Lombardi delivers an RBI single, and the Yankees tie it up 4-4. Bottom of the sixth inning, 2 out. The score tied 4-4. The runner is not in scoring position, so we'll advance here in the bottom of the sixth. Lombardi now at second base with Dick Culler at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Pat Siri. 2 out. Bottom of the sixth, score tied. Lefty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Vandermeer. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 out. The right-hand hitter Bill Rigney will step in. He's the number 8 hitter. The third baseman is hitting .333 on the year. He's 0 for 2 today. Left-hand pitcher Vandermeer, in his sixth inning of work, delivers to the right-hand hitter Rigney. That's it in the air to right field. He runs in on it and will make the catch to retire the side. 8 men bat for the Yankees, with 2 of them scoring. The game is now tied at 4 runs apiece. Top of the 7th, score tied 4-4. Tigers at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Advancing to the bottom of the 7th, score is still tied 4-4. Yankees at bat, advancing. To the top of the 8th, score still tied 4-4. Tigers batting, advancing. To the bottom of the 8th, Yankees batting, advancing. To the top of the 9th, score is still tied 4-4. Tigers batting, advancing. Tigers have Chet Lobbs on second base with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Hank Majeski. He's the number 9 hitter. He's 0 for 3 today. Left-hand pitcher Bill White on the mound for the New York Yankees in his second inning of work. Here's the pitch from the left-hand pitcher White to the right-hand hitter Majeski. That's hit in the air to right field, and that's a base hit. The runner rounds third, and he's hit it home. There's a throw to the first baseman. It is cut off. The run will score, and Detroit now has a 5-4 lead. Top of the 9th inning, Majeski on second base, 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Luke Appling, the leadoff man. He's hitting .300 on the year. He's 0 for 3 today. Left-hand pitcher White versus the right-hand hitter Appling. Here's the pitch. That's hit sharply over the shortstop into left for a base hit. Runner rounding third and hit it home. There's a throw home, and he's safe. Hank Majeski to third. The runner on third tries for home, and he makes it. Appling with a run-scoring single. The Tigers widen the gap. It's 6-4 now in favor of Detroit. Luke Appling at first, top of the 9th. With the Tigers up 2 and up to bat, we advance in the top of the 9th. Appling is at second base with 1 out. Suckeld at the plate, the left-hand hitter facing the left-hand pitcher White. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground to the shortstop, and it's by him into center field. The runner on third is streaking toward the plate. He'll make the slide, and he's safe. Suckeld will advance to second on the throw. He has an RBI single, and the Tigers are now up 7-4. We'll advance past this half inning to see what the Tigers finally score. And we go to the bottom of the 9th with the Tigers leading by 3, 7-4. They send a new pitcher to the mound. Jake Wade, the reliever, will take over, the left-hand pitcher. Wade is 2-1 on the season, 6 in the third innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 3 earned runs. He's walked 7 and struck out 1. His earned run average is 4.26. The Yankees batting here in the bottom of the 9th, trailing by 3. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position or the game is over. Advancing. The Yankees have 2 men on. Siri in scoring position at second. Rigney at first base with nobody out. The batter, pinch hitter, Cookie Lavagetto. The right-hand hitter facing the left-hand pitcher, Jake Wade, for the Tigers. Here's the pitch. Full count pitch. That's hit in a pop-up on the infield. The second baseman racing in and will make the catch of the pop-up for the first out. The runners do not advance. The batter is the leadoff man. Well, this is Steve Solchuk, the pinch hitter, in the leadoff position. Right-hand hitter facing the lefty, Wade. Here's the pitch with 1 out. That's hit in the air to left field. He's hitting back toward the track, but he'll make the catch. He throws in quickly. And that's the second out. The tying run is at the plate, and right-hand hitter Mickey Whitek, the number 2 hitter, is 0 for 4 today. He's facing the lefty, Wade. 2 out, bottom of the 9th, trailing by 3. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to right field. He's there, and he makes the catch, and that's the ball game. New York loses 7-4 to the visiting Detroit Tigers. That will make the Tigers 11 wins on the season. The Yankees with a chance to catch the first place Tigers, but they lose today. Let's take a look at the totals. First for the victorious Detroit Tigers, now 11-5, 7 runs on 10 hits, no errors. For the Yankees, 4 runs on 7 hits, 3 errors. The Tigers left 6 men on base. The Yankees left 7. Tigers win 7-4 versus New York. The Detroit Tigers picked up a win at Yankee Stadium, knocking off the New York Yankees 7-4. Starting pitcher Johnny Vandermeer was a big reason why. The Detroit pitcher Paul Erickson got the win, upping his record to 1-0. Bill White got the loss. The loss drops New York to 9-8. Detroit used the timely hitting of Hank Majeski to seize the win. The third baseman stroked a run-scoring single in the top of the 9th inning to put the Tigers on top 5-4. It was his only hit in 4 at-bats, but it was a game changer. Feels good to get the job done, Vandermeer said after the game. Three hits for Stan Spence. He's hitting .415 on the year. 2 hits for Chet Lobbs. He's hitting .226. 5 home runs. 2 hits for Hank Greenberg. 2 runs batted in. Hitting .284 on the year. Johnny Vandermeer, the starting pitcher for the Tigers, gets the player of the game honors, but Paul Erickson gets the win. He's now 1-0. Jake Wade gets his second save. Bill White, W-I-G-H-T, gets the loss. He's 0-1. The Tigers defeat the Yankees at Yankee Stadium 7-4 for their 11th win. Now to the 3:05 games. The Cubs host the New York Giants. For the Cubs, the starter, Bill Bevins, 2-2, 2.78 ERA. Versus for the Giants, Fred Martin, who is 2-2 with a 4.18 ERA. The result of the game: Giants collect 7-5 win over Cubs. Extra innings were needed to determine a winner at Wrigley Field. Let me note that this is the first extra inning game of the season in the National League. Taffy Wright, right fielder for the Giants, left his imprint on the 7-5 New York win against the Chicago Cubs. Wright, who is tied for 9th in the National League in extra base hits with 6, went 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a walk, while scoring 2 runs. The win went to Bill Dietrich in relief, making him now 1-0. Joe Page took the loss for Chicago. Fred Sanford was called on to finish, recording his first save. Dick Wakefield provided a timely hit. The New York left fielder delivered a run-scoring triple in the top of the 10th inning to put the Giants on top, 6-5. It was his only hit in the game, but he made it count. We took advantage of our opportunities, Wright told the New York Chronicle. It's as simple as that. With the loss, Chicago drops to 9-7. For New York, Taffy Wright, 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, an RBI, hitting .274 on the year. 2 hits for Ed Yost, the third baseman for the Giants. He's 2 for 5. He's now hitting .189. For the Cubs, Blattner had 2 hits, now hitting .219. Wally Moses had 2 RBI, sorry. Each had 2 RBI, 1 hit apiece. Moses hitting .333. 2 hits by Ted Williams, 2 runs scored. Walked twice. He's hitting .302 on the year. Giants have stolen bases by Wright and Wakefield, each with their second. Player of the game is Taffy Wright, right fielder for the New York Giants. Rain delay of 24 minutes in the 7th inning in this contest. The winning pitcher, Bill Dietrich of the Giants, the closer, gets the win. He's 1-0. Sanford gets the save, his first. Page gets the loss. He's now 2-1 for the Cubs. Joe Page. Cubs lose at home to the Giants 7-5. Final game of the day, the St. Louis Cardinals host the Brooklyn Dodgers. From Sportsman's Park in St. Louis, the Cardinals host the Dodgers of Brooklyn. Here's the starting lineup for the Brooklyn Dodgers. The leadoff hitter, Bert Haas at first base. Pete Reeser at third base. Enos Slaughter in right. He's cold. The cleanup hitter, Sam Chapman in left. Barney McCoskey in center. Phil Rizzuto at short. Bruce Edwards, the catcher. Bobby Adams at second. The starting pitcher, Max Lanier. In 4 games, he has a record of 3-1 with a 1.75 ERA, a 1.11 whip. He's 30 years old. Starting pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. Leading off, Jim Russell in center. Ken Keltner at third. Frank McCormick, the first baseman. Roy Cullenbine, the cleanup hitter, in right. Snuffy Sternweiss at second. Bobby Sturgeon at short. Bama Rao at left. Fred Hutchinson is the starting pitcher. Batting eighth. The ninth hitter, Bertie Tibbetts, the catcher. The starter, Fred Hutchinson, in 4 games is 2-2 with a 3.38 ERA and a 1.30 WHIP. He's 26 years old. 14,000 fans in the stands, rain in the forecast, 61 degrees, wind blowing in from right at 11 miles per hour. The St. Louis Cardinals are in 6th place in the National League with a record of 7-9. They are 1-8 at home. The Brooklyn Dodgers are in 5th place with a record of 7-9. Their road record is 6-5. Let's play ball. Hello, baseball fans. Today, St. Louis squares off against Brooklyn. Both teams meet for the first time this season. The temperature is 61 degrees and rain is possible. The wind is blowing in from right at 11 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, first pitch is coming up. Getting the call for St. Louis is Fred Hutchinson, 2-2 with a 3.38 ERA. He has 4 games started prior to this one. Here comes Bert Haas. He enters the game hitting .213. 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. The 0-1 pitch is a ground out to the first baseman. He'll take it unassisted, and we're underway. Top of the first inning, the defense for the St. Louis Cardinals. Bama Rowell in left. Jim Russell in center. And Roy Cullenbine over in right. Ken Keltner at third base. Bobby Sturgeon at short. Snuffy Sternweiss is at second base. Frank McCormick at first. The battery, Bertie Tibbetts behind the plate. And the starter, Fred Hutchinson. Brooklyn at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. We advance to the bottom of the first inning. Brooklyn does not score. The defense for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Sam Chapman in left. Bernie McCoskey in center. Enos Slaughter in right field. Pete Reeser at third base. Phil Rizzuto at short. Bobby Adams, the second baseman. And Bert Haas at first. The battery, Bruce Edwards behind the plate. The starter, left-hand pitcher Max Lanier. Cardinals at bat, bottom of the first, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. We advance to the top of the second. There's no score. Brooklyn at bat, advancing. To the bottom of the second. St. Louis at bat, advancing. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning. Cardinals batting. Fred Hutchinson at second base with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Bertie Tibbetts, the number 9 hitter. The catcher is hitting .222 on the year, 2 hits and 9 at-bats. Right-hand hitter versus the left-hand pitching Max Lanier in his 3rd inning of work. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the second out. Hutchison at second. The batter now, right-hand hitter Jim Russell. He's the leadoff man, hitting .323 on the year. He's hot. He's 0 for 1 right now, today. Here's the pitch from the left-hand pitcher, Max Lanier. 2 out. That's hit in the air. On the infield, the first baseman will catch the pop-up to retire the side. At the end of 3 innings, there's still no score. Top of the 4th. The Dodgers are batting, advancing. To the bottom of the fourth, Cardinals batting, advancing. Top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. Bottom of the sixth, still no score. Top of the seventh. Bottom of the seventh, still no score. Top of the eighth. Top of the eighth inning for the Dodgers. Phil Rizzuto is at third base. The batter, right-hand hitter Bruce Edwards. He's the number 7 hitter. The catcher is hitting .298 on the year. No homers, 9 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. 1 out. Right-hand pitcher Hutchinson in his 8th inning of work, facing the right-hand hitter Edwards. Here's the pitch. He lays down a bunt, and the bunt is in the air. The pitcher catches it, and he throws the third to double off the runner. The side is retired. The Dodgers get nothing on 1 hit, and that's the inning. Nothing on 1 base hit for Brooklyn, and at the end of 7 innings, there's still no score. That was 7.5. So we go to the bottom of the 8th, still no score. The Cardinals are at bat, advancing. To the top of the 9th, still no score. The Dodgers are at bat, advancing. Jimmy Wasdell is at second base for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He's the pinch hitter. On second, the batter is pinch hitter, left-hand hitter Heinz Becker. Becker is hitting .300 on the season, 3 for 10, with 2 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Fred Hutchinson still on the mound for the Cardinals in his 9th inning of work. Here's the pitch. Righty versus lefty. 1 out. The runner is attempting to steal third. The catcher throws to third, and there's an error on the throw. He will get up on the error and score. Jimmy Wasdell scores, attempting to steal third on the error on the catcher. That's the error on Bertie Tibbetts for the Cardinals. Brooklyn now leads 1-0. The bases are empty here in the top of the 9th with 1 out. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position for Brooklyn. Pete Reeser is now at second base with 2 out. Here in the top of the 9th, Brooklyn leads by 1. The left-hand hitter Enos Slaughter will step to the plate. The left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher Hutchinson for the Cardinals. Here's the pitch. He hits that in the air to left field. He's running in and will make the catch to retire the side. 1 run for Brooklyn on 2 hits. Brooklyn has taken the lead 1-0. Bottom of the 9th inning. The Cardinals trail by a run. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position or the game is over. Jim Russell is at second base for the Cardinals. He's the tying run. 1 out. The batter is Ken Keltner, the number 2 hitter. The third baseman hitting .286 on the season, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3 today. Facing the left-hand pitcher Max Lanier in his 9th inning of work. Lefty versus righty, the pitch. That pitch misses, ball 4. And he'll take his base. 1 out, runners at second and first. The batter, right-hand hitter Frank McCormick. He's the number 3 hitter. The first baseman is hitting .227 on the year. No homers, 10 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3 today. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. 1 out. That's it on the ground to short. He goes to second for 1. The relay to first in time. Double play. And that's your ball game. Brooklyn pulls out a win on the road. 1-0 over the Cardinals. Max Lanier blanked St. Louis on 2 hits. Here's the totals for today's game. First, for the victorious Brooklyn Dodgers, who are now 8-9. 1 run on 7 hits, no errors. The Dodgers left 2 men on base. For the Cardinals, no runs on 2 hits, 1 error. They left 3 men on base. Dodgers blanked St. Louis. Lanier, winner. Max Lanier kept the St. Louis Cardinals hitters from doing much damage at Sportsman's Park. St. Louis could only muster 2 hits and draw 2 walks against the left-handed Lanier, who controlled them throughout the game. Brooklyn won the contest 1-0. Lanier added 4 strikeouts in his complete game effort. I don't know if I was on or if they were off today, Lanier told reporters after the shutout win. But whatever it was, I hope it happens again the next time. To this point of the season, Lanier shows a 4-1 record, 5 starts, 45 innings, 25 strikeouts, and a 1.40 ERA. For Brooklyn, Phil Rizzuto had 2 hits, hitting 254 on the year. Guess the run was unearned. No RBI here. Russell had a hit, hitting 328 for St. Louis, and Hutchinson, the pitcher. Brooklyn had a stolen base and 2 caught stealings. The winner, Max Lanier, now 4-1. The loser, Fred Hutchinson, now 2-3. Player of the game is Lanier, the starter for Brooklyn. Dodgers get a win on the road, 1-0 over the Cardinals, who continue to have a terrible record at home. That's the end of Friday, May 3rd. Let's look at the top 3 performances of the day. Number 3, Hoot Everts for the Cleveland Guardians went 3 for 3 with a home run, 2 RBI, and 2 runs scored in a 6-5 win over the Boston Red Sox. Number 2 performance, Johnny Mize for the Pittsburgh Pirates went 3 for 4 with a double, home run, 4 runs batted in, a run scored, and a walk in an 8-2 victory over the Boston Braves. Number 1 performance of the day, Max Lanier of the Dodgers. 9 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, no earned runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and a win in the 1-0 victory over the St. Louis Cardinals. Finish today. And we go into Saturday, May 4th. News about a Red Sox player. Today, wacky things do happen, and one just did to Boston's reliever, Hugh Mulcahy. He won't be playing baseball for at least 5 months after suffering a broken bone in the elbow, which happened when he tripped over the curb. Dodgers blank St. Louis. Lanier is the winner. This is a report of the game we just saw. Let's see where we stand. Tigers have a 2-game lead over the Athletics and a 2.5-game lead over the Yankees. The Senators continue to underachieve. The Pirates have 14 wins. They lead the Giants by 2.5, and the Cubs now by 4. The Dodgers continue to underachieve. Saturday, May 4th, let's take a look at the matchups. Pirates hosts the Braves. Cooper versus Coleman. Cooper is 2-0. Red Sox host the Guardians. Bonham versus Spahn. They're both 1-2. Athletics host the White Sox. Breaching for the Athletics is 2-1 versus Feldman for the White Sox, who's 0-2. Senators host the Browns. Raffensperger 1-2. Passau for the Browns 2-1. Yankees host the Tigers. Hafner versus Hatton getting his first start for the Tigers. Hafner for the Yankees. Reds host the Phils. Newsom for the Reds is 0-4. Lombardi for the Phillies is 0-2 with a 7.98 ERA. Cardinals host the Dodgers. Rigney for the Cardinals 1-1. Pollock for the Dodgers 0-2. The Cubs host the Giants. Preacher Row at 2-1 versus Lopet at 3-0. I think that's a featured game. Saturday, May 4th, 1946. In the American League, the featured game today is Philadelphia hosting Chicago. In the National League, the featured game is the Cubs hosting the Giants. The other games will be quick played. The Red Sox host the Guardians. For the Red Sox, Tiny Bonham will get the start. He's 1-2 with a 4.91 ERA. For the Guardians, Warren Spahn gets the start. He's 1-2 with a 5.26 ERA. The result of the game: Guardians use late score to top Red Sox 2-1. The game goes extra innings. The Guardians score a run in the top of the 10th. The Boston Red Sox got a superb performance from pitcher Tiny Bonham. Still, it wasn't enough to beat Cleveland. The Guardians won the game 2-1. Bonham threw 9 innings of 6-hit ball. The winner was Cleveland reliever Vern Olson, now 1-0. The loser was Tom Ferrick. Al Gattel picked up his first save of the season for the Guardians. Who knows how it might have ended had it not been for Eddie Waitkus. first baseman for the Guardians. The Cleveland first baseman had a run-scoring double in the top of the third inning to put the Guardians on top 1-0. For the game, YANKEES had one double and one single in 4 at-bats. YANKEES called the win the result of everyone being in sync. The loss makes Boston 6-13. 6-13. The Guardians are now 8-8. Two hits for Eddie YANKEES for Cleveland. He's hitting .271. 2 hits for Evers, Hoot Evers, center fielder for Cleveland. He's .291. Two hits for Charlie Keller, left fielder for the Red Sox. He's hitting .299. Player of the game is Tiny Bottom, the starting pitcher for Boston. But the loss goes to Ferrick. He's now 1-4 with a 7.62 ERA. Vern Olsen gets the win. He's 1-0. His earned run average is 32.40. Cattell gets the save, his first. The Guardians get a win on the road in Fenway, 2-1. The Yankees, 9-8, host the Tigers, 11-5. Starting pitcher for the Yankees, Mickey Hafner. He's 1-1 with a .368 earned run average. For Detroit, Joe Hatton, his first start. The result of the game. Hatton now 1-0 following 2-0 win. Tigers win 2-0. Starting pitcher Joe Hatton gave the Detroit Tigers a rock-solid performance, helping his team defeat the New York Yankees 2-0 at Yankee Stadium. The Tigers, now 12-5, have been sizzling early on. Hatton scattered 3 hits over 8 1/3 innings for the Tigers. With the win, Hatton moves to 1-0 on the year with 6 strikeouts. I was trying to do what I do. Go out there and compete, said Hatton. Tigers 2 runs on 9 hits, no errors. Yankees no runs on 3 hits, 1 error. Chet lobs at 2 RBI and a run scored. He's hitting .227 on the year. Stan Spence is hitting .420. He had 2 hits in this game, 2 for 4. Majeski would have caught stealing. Pitching wise, Hatton gets the win. He's 1-0. His first start. Johnny Gee for Detroit. He gets his 4th save. His earned run average is 3.86. Starter Joe Hatton for Detroit is the player of the game. Tigers win at Yankee Stadium 2-0. The Senators hosts the St. Louis Browns. Starting pitcher for the Washington Senators, Ken Raffensperger. He's 1-2 with a .333 earned run average. The starter for St. Louis, Claude Passeau, 2-1 with a 2.08 ERA. Washington is 8-8. St. Louis is 8-9. The result of the game: Browns top Senators to even record. The Browns win 4-1. Browns top Senators to even record. The St. Louis Browns beat the Washington Senators 4-1. Senators 4-1. St. Louis pitcher and Waynesboro, Virginia native Claude Passeau led the way. St. Louis goes 9-9. Who knows how it might have ended had it not been for Andy Pafko, the center fielder for the Browns. St. Louis center fielder had a run-scoring double in the top of the first inning to put the Browns on top 1-0. For the game, Pafko had one double, one single in 4 at-bats. I really like what we did out there today, Pafko said after the game. Two hits for Stanky for the Browns. Pafko, who had an RBI. And Buddy Lewis, the right fielder for the Browns. He's hitting .307. Pafko's hitting .333. Stanky's hitting .281. 3 hits for the Washington right fielder, Tommy Holmes. He's hitting .379 on the year. Two hits for Cardin Gillenwater, the center fielder for the Senators. He's hitting .280 on the year. The winner, Claude Passeau. He's the player of the game. He's now 3-1. Complete game victory. Allowed 1 earned run. The loser, Ken Raffensperger. He's 1-3. 3.16 ERA. The Browns went on the road against the Senators 4-1 to even their record at 9-9. Now to the National League early games. Cincinnati hosts the Philadelphia Phillies. Starting pitcher for the Reds, Bobo Newsom. 0-4 with a 2.30 ERA. Starter for Philadelphia, Vic Lombardi. He's 0-2 with a 7.98 ERA. The result of this game: Reds get past Philadelphia 4-3. They score in the bottom of the 9th to win it. Cincinnati pitcher Bobo Newsom did his part in helping the team beat the Philadelphia Phillies 4-3. The right-hander kept opposing batters from doing too much damage. The win put Cincinnati at 8-12. Mike Shermer was the walk-off hero for Cincinnati. With the game tied in the bottom of the 9th inning, the Reds pinch hitter hit a dramatic run-scoring single to send the teams home. You get some opportunities, you better take advantage of them, said Philadelphia manager Ben Chapman. The Reds had 4 runs on 11 hits, no errors. The Phillies had 3 runs on 10 hits, no errors. Wally Judnick for the Phillies had 3 hits, 3 for 4, hitting .314 on the year. 2 hits by Del Ennis, hitting .269. And Billy Johnson, the third baseman for the Phillies, 2 runs scored. He hitting .275 on the year. For the Reds, Eddie Miller, 3 hits and 4 at-bats. He's only hitting .186 on the year. Guy Cutright, 2 for 2, hitting .367 on the season. Couple of caught stealings for Cincinnati. Cass Michael gets a stolen base, his second for the Phillies. Bobo Newsom, the starting pitcher for the Reds, is the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 1-4. His first win of the year. Complete game victory. The loser, Mike Ribba. He's 0-1. Special note, Elmer Vallow was injured while stealing a base. Elmer Vallow. Let me see what's going on with Elmer. Here he is. Bruised knee, 5 days, day to day. Okay. So the Reds win at home 4-3 over the Phillies for their 8th win of the season. The Pirates, with a league leading and baseball leading 14 wins, host the Braves, who only have 5 wins. Starter for Pittsburgh, Mort Cooper, he's 2-0 with a .396 earned run average. Boston starter, Joe Coleman, no record, .675 ERA. The result of this game, Braves rally pass to nip Pirates in extra innings, 2-1 in the 10th inning. Final score, 5-4. The Umbrellas came out during the Boston-Pittsburgh contest at Forbes Field. The Boston Braves topped the Pittsburgh Pirates 5-4 in National League action at Forbes Field. The game was highlighted by the performance of Boston pitcher Joe Coleman. Boston reliever Earl Caldwell snagged the win, upping his record to 2-2. Steve Roser shouldered the loss for Pittsburgh. Art Hotterman collected save number 2 for the Braves. Who knows how it would have ended had it not been for Irv Dusak, third baseman for the Braves, the 25-year-old third baseman. Dusak stroked a run-scoring double in the top of the 10th inning to put Boston up 4-3. For the game, he was 3 for 5, including 2 doubles and a single. This is a resilient bunch, said Boston manager Billy Southworth. Boston goes to 6-12. The Pirates fall to 14-5. Irv Dusak, 3 hits on the day and 5 at-bats. A run scored, 2 runs batted in, hitting .317 on the year. 2 hits for Heath, Jeff Heath, left fielder. Schultz, Joe Schultz. Fletcher, L.B. Fletcher, first baseman. All with 2 hits. 3 hits for Pittsburgh right fielder Bob Elliott. 3 for 5, hitting .316 on the year. Boston starter Joe Coleman is the player of the game. He pitched 6 innings. Didn't get a decision. The hold goes to Dick Mauney. Earl Caldwell with the win. He's 2-2 and also gets a blown save, his third. He's the closer. Hotterman gets the save. Art Hotterman is second. The loser for Pittsburgh, Steve Rozier, the reliever. He's 0-1. Rain delay of 22 minutes in the 7th inning. The Braves win on the road at Forbes Field over the league-leading Pirates 5-4. Now for the last of the 2 o'clock games. In the American League, the Philadelphia Athletics will host the Chicago White Sox. From Shibe Park in Philadelphia, the Athletics host the Chicago White Sox. Here's the starting lineup for the White Sox. Leading off, Dom DiMaggio in center. George Kell at third. Stan Musial at first base. He's hot. Cleanup hitter, Ron Northey in right. Willard Marshall in left. Andy Seminick at catcher. Cecil Travis, the shortstop. Lonnie Fry at second. Starting pitcher, Harry Feldman. 2 games, his record is 0-2 with a 5.93 earned run average and a 1.54 whip. He's 26 years old. The starting lineup for the Philadelphia Athletics. The leadoff hitter is Hank Edwards in right. Billy Cox at short. Yogi Berra, the catcher. Cleanup hitter, Sid Gordon in left. Les Fleming at first base. He's hot. Dane Clay in center field. Skeeter Newsom at second. Don Ross at third base, the starting pitcher. Harry Breachin. In 3 games, Harry is 2-1 with a 5.09 earned run average and a 1.39 whip. He's 31 years old. 16,000 fans in the stands, partly cloudy. 57 degrees, wind blowing right to left at 12 miles an hour. The Philadelphia Athletics are in second place in the American League with a record of 10-8. They are 6-5 at home. The Chicago White Sox are in 7th place in the American League with a record of 7-8. They are 5-3 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome, baseball fans. Today, the Athletics take on the White Sox. Hit-to-hit, Chicago has won 1 of 1 from Philadelphia. The weather, not bad. Partly cloudy, 57 degrees. Wind blowing right to left at 12 miles an hour. First pitch is coming up. On the bump for Philadelphia is Harry Breachin. 2 wins, 1 loss, 5.09 earned run average, striking out 14 in 23 innings pitched. Dom DiMaggio leads it off. He's hitting .306, no homers, 6 runs batted in. He takes a 1-2 pitch for left field, and the left fielder will make the catch for the first out of the inning. Sid Gordon for the Philadelphia Athletics makes the catch. Here's the defense for the A's. Gordon in left, Dane Clay in center field, Hank Edwards over in right, Don Ross at third, Billy Cox the shortstop, Skeeter Newsom at second base, and Les Fleming at first. The battery, Yogi Berra behind the plate. The starting pitcher, left-hander, Harry Breachin. Top of the first inning. White Sox at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. George Kell is at third base with 1 out here in the top of the first. The batter, left-hand hitter, Stan Musial. He's the number 3 hitter. He's hot. He's first baseman. Is hitting .339, 19 hits and 56 at-bats, 2 homers, 10 runs batted in. Here's the pitch, lefty Breachin against lefty Musial. That's hit in the air to right field. He moves towards center and will make the catch. The runner tags and is hit it home. There'll be no throw, and the run scores. Chicago leads 1-0. 2 outs, bases empty. White Sox at bat will advance to the bottom of the first. The Sox lead 1-0. The A's are at bat. Here's the defense for the White Sox. In left field, Willard Marshall, Dom DiMaggio in center, and Ron Northey over in right. George Kell at third base, Cecil Travis at short, Lonnie Fry at second base, Stan Musial at first, the battery, Andy Seminick behind the plate. On the mound, right-hand pitcher Harry Feldman. Athletics at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Billy Cox at second base with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Yogi Berra. The number 3 hitter, the catcher's hitting .275, 14 hits and 51 at-bats. No homers, 6 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter Berra against the righty Feldman. Here's the pitch. 1 out. That's hit in the air to right field. He moves toward the line and will make the catch. The runner on second does not attempt to advance. That's the second out. The right-hand hitter, Sid Gordon, steps in. The cleanup hitter, the left fielder, is hitting .303 on the year. He's got 20 hits and 66 at-bats, 3 home runs, 10 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher, Feldman, against the right-hand hitter, Gordon. 2 outs. Ground ball to short. The throw to first is in time, and that retires the side. We played an inning. The Sox lead the Athletics 1-0. Top of the second inning. White Sox at bat, advancing. The Sox have Willard Marshall at second base, Andy Seminick at first with nobody out. The left-hand hitter Cecil Travis will step to the plate, facing the left-hand pitcher Breachin. Here's the delivery. That ball is hit sharply into right field, and it'll drop for a base hit. The runner is headed home, and he will score. There's a play at third, and he is out at third base. The Travis single scores 1, and the White Sox now lead 2-0. Hank Edwards in right field for the Philadelphia Athletics defensively. Top of the second inning, Sox lead 2-0. Advancing until the White Sox have a runner in scoring position. The White Sox do not score anymore. The score is 2-0 going into the bottom of the second inning. The Athletics at bat, advancing. To the top of the third. White Sox at bat, advancing. Bottom of the third. The Philadelphia Athletics in the bottom of the third inning have Don Ross on second base with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Hank Edwards. The leadoff man is hitting .354 on the year. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Feldman in his third inning of work to the lefty Edwards. That's in the air to center field, ranging a little bit toward left, and he'll make the catch. The runner on second tags up, and he will go to third base with no throw. Smart base running by Don Ross of the Philadelphia Athletics, now at third base. The batter, right-hand hitter Billy Cox with a runner at third, 2 out, bottom of the third. The Athletics trail by 2. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to center. He ranges toward left and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. No hits, 1 walk for Philadelphia. The White Sox remain in front, 2-0. We've played 3 innings. The Sox have 2 runs on 3 hits. The A's have no runs on 2 hits. White Sox at bat, advancing. The White Sox have Ron Northey at third, Willard Marshall at second base with nobody out. The batter, right-hand hitter Andy Semenic against the lefty Breachin. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air on the infield near the plate. The first baseman runs in and makes the catch of the pop-up for the first out. The runners do not advance. The batter, left-hand hitter Cecil Travis. He's the number 7 hitter, the shortstop hitting .267 on the year. 1 for 1 today with a run batted in. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. 1 out. That's hit sharply over the second baseman into right field for a hit. The run will score. The man at third will stop there. Travis brings home 1 with the single, and Chicago extends their lead to 3-0. We will now advance past this inning. The Chicago White Sox have a 3-0 lead. They do not score anymore. Going into the bottom of the 4th inning, Chicago leads 3-0. The Athletics are batting, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Athletics have runners on the corners. Sid Gordon at third, Dane Clay at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Skeeter Newsom. The number 7 hitter, the second baseman's hitting .291 on no homers, 7 runs batted in. He's 1 for 1 today. Right-hand pitcher Feldman in his 4th inning of work versus the right-hand hitter Newsom. The pitch. 2 out. Bottom of the 4th. That's hit in the air. The second baseman will catch it on the fly for the out. That ends the Philadelphia 4th. The Athletics get nothing on 2 hits. The score remains 3-0 in favor of the White Sox. We've played 4. The Sox lead the Athletics 3-0. Top of the 5th inning, White Sox batting will advance past the half inning. The Sox do not score. Bottom of the 5th inning, the Athletics at bat. We advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 6th. Top of the 6th inning, the White Sox have runners in scoring position. We will advance past the half inning since they already have the lead. They do not score a run. Bottom of the 6th, advancing until a runner is in scoring position. Top of the 7th, Sox still lead 3-0. White Sox at bat, advancing past the half inning. The Sox score a run in the 7th. They now lead 4-0. We'll advance past the bottom of the 7th to see if the A's score. The A's do not score. Advancing the half inning, the White Sox do not score in the top of the 8th inning. In the bottom of the 8th, let's advance until there's a runner in scoring position for Philadelphia. They do not score. Top of the 9th, advancing past the half inning for the Sox. They score 4 runs in the top of the 9th and now lead 8-0. We'll advance in the bottom of the 9th for the Athletics to see if they put a runner in scoring position or if the game ends. That's the game. Final score, Chicago White Sox 8, Philadelphia Athletics nothing. Philadelphia no match for Feldman. Chicago White Sox right-hander Harry Feldman used his full arsenal to shoot down the Philadelphia Athletics 8-0. All day long, he exhibited fine command of all his pitches, giving up 2 walks and striking out 2. Feldman allowed 4 hits in his victory. It felt like my catcher and I were on the same page all day, said, and Philadelphia was on a way, way different page, Feldman said. Chicago had 8 runs on 12 hits, no errors. Philadelphia, no runs on 4 hits and 3 errors. Cecil Travis for the White Sox went 4 for 5 with 4 runs batted in. Stan Musial had his second stolen base. The winner is Feldman. He's the player of the game. Chicago's starter is now 1-2. Complete game victory. The loser, Harry Breachin for Philadelphia, now 2-2. 5.46 earned run average for Breachin. White Sox shut out the Athletics on the road at Scheid Park. Now for the late games in the National League. The Cardinals host the Dodgers. Starting pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals, Johnny Rigney, 1-1 with a 2.25 earned run average. Starter for Brooklyn, Howie Poulet. He's 0-2 with a 6.20 earned run average. The result of this game: Dodgers win at St. Louis 2-1. Brooklyn pitcher Howie Poulet did his part in helping his team defeat the St. Louis Cardinals 2-1. The opposition could never get too much going against the left-hander. George Castor earned his first save after closing out the game for the Dodgers. St. Louis drops to 7-11. Brooklyn took a 2-0 lead on Pete Reeser's 7th double of the season. The run-scoring double with Reeser hit in the top of the 7th left St. Louis pitcher Johnny Rigney visibly frustrated. "We put together a nice win," Reeser said. Brooklyn leadoff man, first baseman Bert Haas, went 3 for 5. He's hitting .255 on the year. Amaral for St. Louis had 2 hits. He's hitting .276. Howie Poulet, I think it's Poulet or Pollitt, the starter for Brooklyn. He gets the win. He's 1-2 now. Castor gets the save his first. He's the closer. Johnny Rigney for St. Louis gets the loss. He's 1-2. 2.28 earned run average. Dodgers win on the road against St. Louis 2-1. And now the last of the late games from Wrigley Field. The Cubs will host the New York Giants. From Wrigley Field in Chicago, the Cubs host the New York Giants. Here's the starting lineup for the New York Giants. Leadoff man Taffy Wright in right field. Lou Boudreau at short. Dick Wakefield in left. Cleanup hitter Billy Herman at second base. Goody Rosen in center. Buddy Rosar at catcher. Nick Itten at first. Eddie Yost, the third baseman. The starting pitcher, Ed Lopat. In 3 games, he's 3-0 with a 0.67 earned run average and a 0.78 whip. He's 27 years old. Here's the lineup for the Chicago Cubs. Leading off, Johnny Pesky at short. Buddy Blattner at second. Ted Williams in left field. He's hot. Cleanup hitter Carl Furillo in center. Ray Sanders at first. Peanuts Lowry at third. Wally Moses in right field. Les Moss, the catcher. Starting pitcher, Preacher Rowe. In 3 games, he's 2-1 with a 3.46 earned run average and a 1.42 whip. He's 30 years old. "16,000 fans in the stands, cloudy, 52 degrees, wind blowing right to left at 8 miles an hour. The Cubs are in 3rd place in the National League with a record of 9-7. They are 5-3 at home. The Giants are in 2nd place with a record of 11-6. They are 8-1 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Wrigley Field, the friendly confines. Today, the Cubs go up against the Giants. 2nd-place Giants sit at 11-6. The season series stands at 1-0 in favor of New York. Despite the cloud cover, there's no rain in the forecast. The wind blowing right to left at 8 miles an hour. It's time for baseball. Preacher Rowe starts for Chicago. Preacher has a record of 2-1. And his earned run average is 3.46. In 26 innings, he's given up no homers. Here's the leadoff hitter, Taffy Wright. His on-base percentage is .338. The 3-1 pitch, ground ball to short. He'll make the throw to first in time for the first out, and we're underway. Here's the defense for the Cubs. Ted Williams in left. Carl Furillo in center. Wally Moses in right. Peanuts Lowry at third. Johnny Pesky to shortstop. Buddy Blattner at second. And Ray Sanders at first. The battery. Les Moss behind the plate. And the starting pitcher, left-hander Preacher Rowe. The Giants are at bat. Will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning, Lou Boudreau at second. Billy Herman at first. The batter, left-hand hitter Goody Rosen, the number 5 hitter. The center fielder hitting .292 on the season. No homers, 8 runs batted in. He has 4 stolen bases. Here's the pitch from the left-hander Preacher Rowe. Pass hit on the ground, up the middle, base hit. Runner rounding third and hit it home. There's the throw home, and it's cut off. The throw to third on the man trying to advance to third, and he is out at third base. So Rosen knocks in 1 with the single, and the Giants grab the lead 1-0, and that is also the end of the inning. Bottom of the first inning, Giants lead 1-0. Cubs at bat, trailing by a run. Here's the defense for the New York Giants. In right field, Dick Wakefield. In center, Goody Rosen. And Taffy Wright in right field. The third baseman, Eddie Yost. Lou Boudreau is short. Billy Herman at second base. And Nick Eden at first base. The battery, Buddy Rosar behind the plate, and left-hander Ed Lopat on the mound. Cubs trail by a run, advancing until they have a runner in scoring position. We advance to the top of the second inning. The score is 1-0 New York. Giants at bat, advancing. Bottom of the second, advancing. Bottom of the second inning, the Cubs have a runner on third base with nobody out. The batter, left-hand hitter Ray Sanders. The number 5 hitter, the first baseman, hitting .271 on the year. No homers, 5 runs batted in. Bottom of the second inning. Kyle Furillo at third base. The batter, left-hand hitter, Ray Sanders. Lefty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to center field. Center fielder ranges toward right and makes the catch. Runner tags and hit it home. And he will score. No throw by the center fielder. The Cubs tie the game 1-1. Bottom of the second inning, 1 out. Cubs at bat, advancing. To the top of the third inning. After 2 innings complete, the score is tied 1-1. Top of the third inning, Giants at bat, advancing. Ed Lopat on second base for the Giants, 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Lou Boudreau. Facing the lefty, Preacher Rowe for the Cubs. Score tied, 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to center field. And he'll make the catch for the second out. The runner on second does not advance. With 2 out, the batter, left-hand hitter Dick Wakefield. Number 3 hitter, left fielder is hitting .250 on the year, 4 homers, 9 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1 today. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. Hit in the air on the infield. The third baseman comes on the infield grass and makes the catch for the third out. Nothing on 1 hit for New York. Giants and Cubs are still tied at 1. Bottom of the third inning, Cubs at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the fourth inning. Top of the fourth, Giants at bat. Billy Herman at second base with nobody out. The batter, left-hand hitter Goody Rosen. The number 5 hitter. The center fielder hitting .303. He's 1 for 1 with a run batted in. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. That's it on the ground to third. He throws to first in time for the first out. Billy Herman advances to third base. 1 out, Billy Herman at third. The batter, right-hand hitter Buddy Rosar. The number 6 hitter, the catcher, hitting .294 on the year, no homers, 4 runs batted in. The left-hand pitcher Rowe against the righty Rosar. Hit in the air to center. He'll make the catch. Runner tags at third. He's hit it home. There's no throw. And he will score, giving the Giants a 2-1 lead. Top of the fourth inning. Giants still at bat, leading 2-1. 2 out. Advancing to the bottom of the fourth. Giants lead 2-1. Cubs at bat, advancing. Top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. Top of the sixth inning. Giants lead 2-1. Dick Wakefield at second base. The batter, left-hand hitter Goody Rosen. Versus the left-hand pitcher Rowe. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to left field. Running toward the line. He'll make the catch. Runner does not advance as the throw comes in to the cutoff man. 2 out now. Right-hand hitter Buddy Rosar at the plate. Wakefield at second. 2 out. Giants lead by 1. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to center. He's racing back. He'll make the catch for the last out of the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 walk, a runner left on. Score is still 2-1 Giants. Bottom of the 6th, Cubs at bat, advancing. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, the Giants have a runner at second. A run has scored without a runner in scoring position. The run scores on a throwing error. Ed Lopat singled. Taffy Wright singled after him. Lopat to second, throwing error by the right fielder, and Lopat scores from second base, and Wright ends up on second base. So the Giants now lead 3-1. Top of the 7th, 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Boudreaux versus the lefty Rowe for the Cubs. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4. 2 men on now with 2 out. Left-hand hitter Dick Wakefield will step in. The number 3 hitter for the Giants. The left fielder is hitting .246. 4 home runs, 9 runs batted in. 0 for 2 today. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. That's a hit in the air to left field. The left fielder is there to make the catch and retire the side. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error. With 2 left, the Giants build their lead. It's 3-1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Bottom of the 7th, Cubs at bat, trailing by 2, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 8th. Top of the 8th inning, the Giants have 2 runners on base. Rosen at third, Etten at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Eddie Yost. The number 8 hitter, the third baseman, is hitting .179 with no homers, 6 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 out here in the top of the 8th. Giants lead by 2, bases loaded. Left-hand hitter Ed Lopat, the pitcher, is at the plate. He's 2 for 3 today. Left-hand pitcher Preacher Rowe, in his 8th inning of work, delivers to the left-hand hitter. Hit in the ground, past the first baseman, into right field for a hit. 1 run is in. A second man is scoring. The play at the plate, he's safe. 2 runs score for the Giants, and they now lead 5-1. New pitcher for the Cubs. Right-hand pitcher Red Adams takes the mound. Adams has no record. He's pitched a third of an inning, and that's all the numbers we have. No hits, no earned runs, no walks, no strikeouts, no earned run average. It's 0. Yost at second. Lopat at first for the Giants, top of the 8th. They lead by 4. Here's the pitch. There's a hit up the middle. The center fielder is racing in, and he will make the catch for the last out of the inning. The Giants push 2 more runs across, and they lead 5-1. Bottom of the 8th, Cubs trailing by 4 and batting. Advancing. Cubs do not score. Top of the ninth inning will advance past the top of the ninth. Giants lead by 4. The Giants do not score. Cubs last chance, bottom of the ninth. Advancing, or the game is over. The Cubs have Clyde McCullough at second. The leadoff hitter, Johnny Pesky, at the plate. Left-hand hitter versus the left-hand pitching Ed Lopat. Here's the pitch. That ball gets away. Wild pitch. The runner will advance to third base. Clyde McCullough now at third. Nobody out. Pesky will step back in. The 1-0 hit in the air on the infield. The shortstop will catch the ball in the air for the first out. Here's the right-hand hitter, Buddy Blattner. He's cold, 0 for 3 today. The left-hand pitcher delivers to the right-hand hitter. That's on the ground to second. He'll make the play to first for the second out. The Cubs down to their last out. Bottom of the ninth, they trail by 4. Ted Williams will step to the plate. Lefty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air over the third baseman into left for a base hit. The run will score. Williams single scores 1, and New York still has a lead of 5-2. Carrillo will step to the plate with 2 out. Right-hand hitter versus the lefty Lopat. Williams at first. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground over the shortstop into center field. The center fielder will grab it and throw it back into the infield. The Cubs have 2 runners on now, with left-hander Ray Sanders stepping to the plate. The number 5 hitter is the first baseman. He's hitting .262, 0 for 2 today with a run batted in. Lefty versus lefty. The tying run is at the plate. The pitch. That's it on the ground to short. He'll scoop it up, go to first, and that's the ball game. The Giants defeat the Cubs 5-2 at Wrigley Field. Let's look at the totals for today's game. First, for the victorious New York Giants, winning their 12th game. 5 runs on 10 hits, no errors. The Giants left 9 men on base. For the Cubs, 2 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. They left 3 men on base. Cubs lose at home, 5-2. Ed Lopat, who is tied for second in the National League with a 1.00 ERA, had a strong outing for the New York Giants against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. The left-hander was a big part of the team's 5-2 win. Lopat yielded 2 runs over 9 innings to notch the win. He scattered 6 hits, walked no one, and struck out no one. His record improves to 4-0. New York goes to 12-6 with the win. With New York leading 3-1 in the top of the 8th, Lopat hit a 2-run single off Chicago hurler Preacher Rowe. It was the 8th hit of the season for Lopat and put his team ahead 5-1. Main thing is that I want the team to win, Lopat told a reporter after the game. Just have to go out there, take care of my job, and give my team a chance to win. The pitcher, Ed Lopat, went 3 for 4 with a run scored and 2 runs batted in. He's hitting .615 on the season. Two hits by Taffy Wright, who's hitting .288. Goody Rosen, the center fielder, hitting .300. And Nick Etten, the first baseman, who's hitting .323. For the Cubs, Williams had 2 hits. He's hitting .316. Farillo, also with 2 hits. He's hitting .271. New York starter Ed Lopat is the player of the game. He's now 4-0. He gets the win. Complete game victory. He allowed 2 earned runs. He didn't walk or strike out anyone. His ERA is 1.00. Preacher Rowe gets the loss for the Cubs. He's now 2-2. The Giants get a road win, 5-2 over the Cubs. That's the last game of Saturday, May 4th. Let's take a look at the performances of the day. At number 3, Tiny Bonham for the Boston Red Sox. Pitched 9 innings, allowed 6 hits, 1 earned run, walked no one, struck out 4, in a 2-1 loss to the Cleveland Guardians. The number 2 performance of the day, Harry Feldman of the Chicago White Sox. Complete game, 9 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, no earned runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and the win in an 8-0 win versus Philadelphia, the Athletics. The number 1 performance of the day, Joe Hatton of the Detroit Tigers. 8 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, no earned runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, and a win in a 2-0 victory over the Yankees. Finish today. It's now Sunday, May 5th, 1946. Let's take a look at where we stand. The Tigers continue to lead the American League. They lead the Athletics by 3 games at 12-5. The A's are 10-9. The Guardians are 3-3. Guardians, Browns, Yankees, and White Sox are all 500 and 3.5 games behind the Tigers. In the National League, the Pirates, with 14 wins, lead the National League. They lead the Giants by a game and a half, who will now have 12 wins, and the Cubs by 4. Cubs have lost 3 in a row. The Giants have won 3 in a row. The Cincinnati Reds have won 5 in a row, and now 8-12. In the American League, the Guardians have won 4 straight, and they've evened their record at 8-8. The Yankees have lost 4 in a row and are now 500. Sunday, May 5th, will feature some double hitters. In the American League, The Red Sox host the Browns for a twin bill. And the Athletics host the Tigers for 2. Also, the Senators host the Guardians. And the Yankees host the White Sox. In the National League, all 4 teams play twin bills. Cubs host the Phils. Reds host the Giants. Pirates host the Dodgers. And the Cards host the Braves. Let's take a look at the matchups. Fourteen games slated for Sunday, May 5th. It's Sunday, May 5th, 1946. Six double hitters are scheduled for today. 2 in the American League and 4 in the National League. 4 games will be featured today. The rest of the games will be quick played. The Red Sox will host the Browns. Starting pitcher for Boston, Al Schumacher, 0-2 with a 7.63 ERA. For the Browns, it'll be Dave Kozlow, 1-2 with a 4.24 ERA. The Red Sox are 6-13. The Browns are 9-9. Here's the result of this game. Kozlow Browns get 5-1 win. The St. Louis Browns picked up a win at Fenway Park, knocking off the Boston Red Sox 5-1. Starting pitcher Dave Kozlow was a big reason why. The defeat makes the Red Sox 6-14. The Red Sox had a few good swings against Kozlow, the left-hander, who threw 124 pitches over 9 innings. He allowed just 1 run on 5 hits. We came in and did what we needed to do, said St. Louis manager Luke Sewell. Player of the game was starting pitcher Dave Kozlow for the Browns. Kozlow gets the win, he's 2-2. Schumacher gets the loss, he's 0-3. Browns win on the road against the Red Sox. From Shibe Park, the Philadelphia Athletics host the Detroit Tigers. Starting lineup for the Tigers: leadoff hitter Gil Torres, the shortstop; Bill Salkeld, the catcher; Stan Spence in center field, hitting .420. Cleanup hitter Eddie Robinson at first; Connie Ryan at second; Tommy Henrich in right; Chet Lobbs in left; Hank Majeski at third. The pitcher hitting ninth for the Tigers, this is different, is Fritz Ostermuller. In 3 games, he's 3-0 with a 3.09 ERA and a 1.46 whip. He's 38 years old. Tigers usually bat the pitcher 8th, but today he's batting 9th. Starting lineup for the Philadelphia Athletics: leadoff hitter Dane Clay in center; Billy Cox at short; Sid Gordon in left; cleanup hitter Hank Edwards, the right fielder; Les Fleming at first; Sherry Robertson, the third baseman; Skeeter Newsom at second; Paul Richards, the catcher; and Walt Masterson is the starter. 3 games, he's 1-1 with a 2.35 ERA, a 1.35 whip. He's 25 years old. 15,000 fans in the stands, partly cloudy, 54 degrees, with wind blowing left to right at 11 miles an hour. The Philadelphia Athletics are in 3rd place in the American League with a record of 10-9. They are 6-6 at home. The Detroit Tigers lead the American League with a record of 12-5. They are 8-4 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Shibe Park. Today, Philadelphia takes on Detroit. These teams face off for the first time. The temperature is 54 degrees under partly cloudy skies, the wind blowing left to right at 11 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the first pitch is coming up. Walt Masterson gets the start for Philadelphia. He's 1-1 with a 2.35 ERA. He's allowed 1 home run in 23 innings of work. The batter up is Gil Torres. The 0-1 pitch. Ground ball to the first baseman. He'll take it himself for the first out, and we're underway. The Philadelphia Athletics defense: Sid Gordon in left, Dane Clay in center, Hank Edwards in right, Sherry Robertson at third, Billy Cox at short, Skeeter Newsom at second, and Les Fleming at first. The battery: Paul Richards behind the plate, and the starter, Walt Masterson. Top of the inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the first with no score. The defense for the Detroit Tigers: Chet Lobbs in left, Stan Spence in center, Tommy Henrich in right, Hank Majeski at third, Bill Torres at short, Connie Ryan at second base, Eddie Robinson at first. The battery: Bill Salkeld behind the plate, and left-hand pitcher Fritz Ostermuller on the mound. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second, no score. Bottom of the second, no score. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. No runs, no hits for either team. No score. Bottom of the fifth. Detroit now has a hit. Bottom of the 5th inning. The Athletics have Sherry Robertson on second base without the benefit of a hit. The batter is right-hand hitter Paul Richards. So Sherry Robertson walked and made it to second on a ground out. So now he's in scoring position without the benefit of a hit. The batter is Paul Richards, facing the left-hand pitcher Ostermuller in his 5th inning of work. 2 outs, the pitch. That's an intentional walk with first base open. So Richards now at first, Robertson at second. The batter, right-hand hitter Walt Masterson. The pitcher, he's hot. Masterson is 0 for 10 on the year, so that must be pitching. He's 0 for 1 today. Left-hand pitcher versus the right-hand hitter. 2 out, no score. The pitch. That's hit on the ground, weakly to second. Picks it up and throws the first in time. Side retired. The Athletics get nothing and strand 2. Still no score. Top of the 6th inning. Tigers at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning. The Tigers have Stan Spence at second, Luke Appling at first. The batter, left-hand hitter Tommy Henry. The number 6 hitter, the right fielder, hitting .242 on the year, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. Right-hand pitcher Masterson in his 7th inning of work, facing the lefty Tommy Henry. Here's the delivery. That's hit up the middle, base hit. Runner rounding third and hit it home. There's no throw, and he'll score. Stan Spence scores, Appling to third. Henrik with a run-scoring single. Detroit now on the board, leading 1-0. Top of the 7th inning, 2 out. Luke Appling at third, Tommy Henrik at first. Detroit leading by a run. The batter, right-hand hitter Chet Lobbs. Number 7 hitter, the left fielder, is hitting .221 on the season, 6 home runs, 16 RBI. He's 0 for 2 today. Right-handed Masterson facing the right-hand hitter Lobbs. The pitch. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Hank Majeski, the number 8 hitter. The third baseman's hitting .322 on the season. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He's there to make the catch and retire the side. That ends the top of the 7th. The Tigers score 1 run on 3 hits and a walk. They leave the bases loaded. They have pulled ahead 1-0. The fans at Shive Park now rise for the 7th inning stretch. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Athletics are at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Sherry Robertson again is at second base without the benefit of a hit. The batter, right-hand hitter Paul Richards. The number 8 hitter, the catcher, hitting .161 on the year, no homers, 3 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1 today. Left-hand pitcher Ostermuller versus the righty Richards. Here's the pitch. 2 out. That's in the air in foul territory. The catcher will make the catch, and the inning is over. That's all for Philadelphia in the 7th. One walk for Philadelphia, but that's all. The Tigers still out in front, 1-0. Top of the 8th inning for the Tigers, 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error. For the Athletics, no runs, no hits, no errors. The Tigers are at bat in the top of the 8th, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 8th inning, Athletics at bat, advancing. Walt Masterson is at second base. Yogi Berra is at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Billy Cox. Yogi Berra broke up the no-hitter by hitting a single on a 2-1 pitch. Masterson had walked prior to that. So Masterson's at second, Berra at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Billy Cox, facing the left-hand pitcher Ostermuller. Athletics trail by a run. There are no outs. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to first, and it's by him into right field for a base hit. Runner rounds third, and he's hit it home. The throw is cut off and thrown home, but he's safe at home. And the Athletics have tied the game. So Yogi Berra is at third. Billy Cox is at second. The batter, right-hand hitter Sid Gordon. The number 3 hitter is the left fielder. He's hitting .296 with 3 homers and 10 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 right now. Left-hand pitcher Ostermuller in his 8th inning of work. Nobody out. 1 run is in. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to right field. He's there to make the catch as he's running in. He gets the ball in quickly. The runners do not advance. That's the first out of the 8th inning. The batter, left-hand hitter Hank Edwards. The cleanup hitter is the right fielder. He's hitting .329. He's 0 for 3 today. 3 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Here's the pitch, lefty versus lefty. And that's an intentional walk with first base open. The bases are loaded with 1 out. The batter, Les Fleming, the left-hand hitter. He's cold. He's 0 for 3 today, hitting .359 on the season with 1 homer and 15 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter versus the lefty Ostermuller. 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the second out. Sherry Robertson will step in, the left-hand hitter. He's 0 for 1 today, hitting .417 on the season. 5 hits and 12 at-bats, with 1 run batted in. Lefty versus lefty, 2 out, bases loaded. The delivery. That's on the ground toward second. Takes his time and throws the first to retire the side. That will end it. The Athletics score 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. They leave the bases loaded. The score is now tied 1-1. Top of the 9th inning. Tigers at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Stan Spence at second base. Eddie Robinson at first with the left-hand hitter Johnny Lucadello coming to the plate. He's the pinch hitter. He's 4 for 9 on the season with 4 runs batted in. Top of the 9th, nobody out. Here's the pitch from Walt Masterson in his 9th inning of work. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. The batter, left-hand hitter Tommy Henry. The number 6 hitter is 2 for 3 today with a run batted in. Score tied 1-1. Top of the ninth, no outs. The pitch. Righty versus lefty. That's in the air to center. Scarcely had to move, and he makes the catch. Runner tags at third. He's hit it home, and there's no throw to the plate. So the Tigers take a 2-1 lead here in the top of the ninth. Robinson still at second. Lucadello is at first. Here's Chet Lobbs. The number 7 hitter is 0 for 2 today. 221 on the season, 6 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from the right-hander. That's on the ground to short. Goes to second for 1. The relay in time. 6-4-3 double play. Inning over. 1 run on and a runner left on. The Tigers now in front 2-1. Bottom of the ninth. A's trail by a run. Left-hand pitcher Fritz Ostermaler trying to complete the game. For the Athletics, it'll be Dale Mitchell, Paul Richards, and the pitcher Walt Masterson due up. Dave Mitchell, left-hand hitter. He's a pinch hitter, lefty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4, and he walked it. Leadoff man is aboard with a base on balls. The batter is right-hand hitter Paul Richards. New pitcher for the Tigers. It'll be left-hand pitcher Johnny Gee. Johnny is 1-1 with 7 innings pitched, 11 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, an earned run average of 3.86. Lefty versus right-hand hitter. The pitch. Lays down a bunt on the third base side. He throws to second, and he's safe at second. So the sacrifice works out. Both runners are safe, nobody out, and the batter is right-hand hitter Claude Corbett, the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 8 on the season. Left-hand pitcher Gee versus the righty Corbett, the pitch. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. The winning runs at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Don Ross. Pinch hitter, he's in the number 1 spot. Ross is hitting .310 on the season. 22 hits and 71 at-bats. Left-hand pitcher Gee to the right-hand hitter Ross. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. A's trail by a run. The pitch. That's on the ground to first. Picks it up and throws home for the force. He throws back to first, and it's a fielder's choice. Richards at third base now, and Corbett advances to second. Bases still loaded with 1 out. Tigers still lead 2-1. The batter's right-hand hitter Billy Cox, the number 2 hitter. He's 1 for 4 today with a run batted in. Left-hander Gee versus the right-hander Cox, the pitch. That's on the ground to third. He throws home for the force. He throws the first, and he's safe at first. Fielder's choice, and that's 2 out now in the bottom of the ninth. Bases still loaded, 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Sid Gordon. The number 3 hitter is the left fielder. He's 292. 0 for 3 today. 3 homers, 10 runs batted in. The left-hander Gee facing the right-handed hitter Gordon. The Athletics are down to their final out. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to left field, a line drive, and he catches it. That's the ball game. Detroit wins one on the road here at Shibe Park, 2-1. Only 6 hits in the game for both teams. The Athletics score a run on only 2 hits. Quite the pitcher's duel. Tigers bridle Athletics 2-1. An attention field contest between the Detroit Tigers and the Philadelphia Athletics. Pitcher Fritz Ostermuller was superb. The Detroit left-hander, who leads the American League in wins with 4, spearheaded the team's 2-1 win. The Tigers, now 13-5, have been sizzling early on. Tommy Henrich, who is tied for second in the American League in stolen bases with 3, had a direct impact on the outcome. Henrich contributed a run-scoring sacrifice fly in the top of the 9th inning to put Detroit up 2-1. Fritz works, he fights, he keeps a good attitude, said Tigers manager Steve O'Neill. Henrich 2 for 3 with 2 RBI, hitting .254 on the season. Detroit starting pitcher Ostermuller is the player of the game. He is now 4-0. 8 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, 1 earned run. He walked 7, struck out 5. 127 pitches. He's 2.59 earned run average. Gee now with his 5th save. Masterson with the loss. He's now 1-2. Nine innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs. He walked 4, struck out 2. Through 133 pitches, his earned run average is 2.25. A tough loss. We only allowed 2 runs and 4 hits. The Tigers went on the road despite a great pitching performance by the Athletics starter, 2-1. Now for the 105 games in the National League. There are 4 because they are all the first game of double hitters. The Cubs host the Phillies. Cubs are 9-8 with a 5-4 home record. The Phillies are 8-10 with a 5-5 road record. The starter for Chicago, Red Embry, he's 0-1 with a 2.08 earned run average. For the Phillies, Al Benton, 2-1 with a 3.04 earned run average. The result of this game: Embry throws 5-hitter en route to a 5-1 Cubs win. The home crowd had a good time watching Philadelphia Phillies and the Chicago Cubs get after it. The Chicago Cubs starter Red Embry was in the groove. He led his team to a win over the Philadelphia Phillies 5-1. Chicago goes to 10-8. Embry delivered a quality start for Chicago. The 6-foot right-hander allowed 1 earned run on 5 hits and 9 innings of work. Nice win for us, said Embry. Now we'll go after the next one. Fred Embry, the starter for the Cubs, is the player of the game. He's now 1-1 with the victory. 9 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed, 1.64 earned run average. The loser, Al Benton. For the Phillies, he's now 2-2, 3.52 earned run average. Cubs win at home 5-1 over the Phillies for their 10th win of the year. The Reds host the New York Giants. The Reds are 8-12, 8-6 at home. They are 12-6 are the Giants with a road record of 9-1. Starting for the Reds, Bucky Walters. He's 1-2 with a 3.55 ERA. For the Giants, Ted Lyons, 2-1 with a 1.73 ERA. The result of this game, New York beats Cincinnati 6-4. New York and Cincinnati duked it out, and the Giants came out victorious. New York center fielder Goody Rosen contributed significantly to his team's 6-4 win over the Cincinnati Reds. Rosen, who is tied for 5th in the National League in hits with 25, went 4 for 5 with 1 run scored to lead the offensive attack for the Giants. The win puts New York at 13-6. New York left fielder Dick Wakefield helped the team get ahead early in the top of the first. With the bases loaded, he grounded out, driving in 1 run. "I like our moxie," said Giants manager Mel Ott. Goody Rosen with 4 hits. He went 4 for 5 with a run scored and 2 runs batted in. He's hitting .333 on the year. No home runs, 11 runs batted in. Rosen is the player of the game, center fielder for the Giants. The winner is Ted Lyons. He's now 3-1. The loser, Bucky Walters for the Reds. He's now 1-3. I believe this snaps a winning streak for the Reds. The Cardinals host the Braves. St. Louis Cardinals 7-11 with a home record of 1-10. The Boston Braves are 6-12 with a road record of 5-8. The starter for St. Louis, Ellis Kinder, 1-1 with a 0.79 ERA. For the Braves, it'll be Dizzy Trout, 1-3, 4.55 ERA. The result of this game, Braves win 6-2 at St. Louis. Boston pitcher Dizzy Trout did his part in helping his team beat the St. Louis Cardinals 6-2. The right-hander kept opposing batters from doing too much damage. Trout yielded 2 runs on over 9 innings to notch the win. He scattered 8 hits, walked 1, struck out 9. His record improves to 2-3. St. Louis is 7-12 after the loss. Boston used the timely hitting of Irv Dusac to seize the win. The third baseman stroked a run-scoring single in the top of the 7th inning to put the Braves on top 3-2. It was his only hit in 4 at-bats, but it was a game changer. "We had a nice day," said Boston skipper Billy Southworth. Boston starter Dizzy Trout is the player of the game. He gets the victory. 2-3 is his record. Complete game victory. He's now 3.93 earned run average. Kinder gets the loss. Ellis Kinder. He's now 1-2. 1.53 ERA. Nice weather in St. Louis, 62 degrees on a May 5th. From Forbes Field, the Pittsburgh Pirates host the Brooklyn Dodgers. Starting lineup for the Brooklyn Dodgers: leadoff hitter Bobby Adams at second, Pete Reeser at third, Enos Slaughter, he's cold, in right, the cleanup hitter Sam Chapman in left, Bernie McCoskey in center, Bill Rizzuto at short, Heinz Becker at first base, Frank Mancuso, the catcher, starting pitcher Ray Scarborough. In 3 games, his record is 0-2 with a 5.60 earned run average, a 1.64 whip. He's 28 years old. Starting lineup for the Pirates: leadoff hitter Johnny Wyrostek, he's hot, center field, Bob Elliott in right, Walker Cooper, the catcher, Johnny Mize, the cleanup hitter, at first base, Vern Stevens at short, Jerry Pretty at second, Buster Adams in left, Skippy Roberge at third, the starting pitcher Murray Dixon. In 3 games, his record is 3-0 with a 0.74 ERA and a 0.74 whip. He's 29 years old. 16,000 fans in the stands. Rain, 62 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 10 miles per hour. The Pirates lead the National League with a record of 14-5. They are 9-4 at home. The Dodgers are in 4th place in the National League with a record of 9-9. They are 8-5 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome to Pittsburgh. Today, Pittsburgh meets Brooklyn. These teams meet for the first time this season. There is rain in the weather forecast. Hitter-friendly conditions, wind blowing out to left. We're all set for baseball. Taking the hill for the Pirates, Murray Dixon. Sporting a 0.74 whip. 14 strikeouts and 24 1/3 innings pitched. Here comes Bobby Adams. He enters the game hitting .172 with a homer and 5 runs batted in. He is third in stolen bases with 3. The full count pitch, and he walks him. Base on balls is number 11 this season for Adams. We're underway. Good speed aboard at first base. Let's look at the defense for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Buster Adams in left, Johnny Wyrostek in center, Bob Elliott in right, Skippy Roberge at third, Vern Stevens at short, Jerry Pretty, the second baseman, Johnny Mize at first, the battery, Walker Cooper behind the plate, and Murray Dixon on the mound. Right-hand pitcher. Dodgers at bat, advancing until there is a runner in scoring position. Pete Reeser is at second base with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Enos Slaughter. Facing the right-hand pitcher Dixon. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground in the infield. Second baseman charges it. He picks it up and throws the first in time. Reeser will advance to third. That's 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Sam Chapman. He's the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting .306, 1 homer, 15 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that retires the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Dodgers do nothing with them. Bottom of the first inning. Here's the defense for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Sam Chapman in left. Sam Chapman in left. Barney McCoskey in center. Enos Slaughter in right. Pete Reeser at third base. Phil Rizzuto at short. Bobby Adams at second. Heinz Becker, the first baseman. The battery. Frank Mancuso at first, behind the plate. And the right-hand pitcher, Ray Scarborough, on the mound. Pirates at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning, no score. Advancing. Top of the second, the Dodgers have Bernie McCoskey at second, Phil Rizzuto at first, the batter, left-hand hitter Heinz Becker. The number 7 hitter, the first baseman's hitting .273. Here's the pitch from the right-hander, Maury Dixon, in his second inning of work. That's on the ground past the first baseman in the right field all the way to the corner. One run is in. A man is rounding third and he's headed for home. There's no throw. 2-run score. On the double, McCoskey and Rizzuto score. The Dodgers score 2 on the Becker double. Brooklyn grabs the lead 2-0. Becker at second base, the batter, right-hand hitter Frank Mancuso. The number 8 hitter, the catcher. He's got 6 hits and 9 at-bats with 2 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Dixon to the right-hand hitter. That's on the ground slowly to the shortstop. He throws the first in time for the out. Heinz Becker advances to third. 1 out. Becker at third. The batter, right-hand hitter, Ray Scarborough. He's the pitcher. He's 0 for 4 on the season. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That ball gets away. It's a wild pitch. Becker will score, and the Brooklyn Dodgers lead 3-0. So Brooklyn now leads 3-0. Dodgers batting in the top of the second with 1 out, bases empty. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Scarborough now at second with Bobby Adams at first base. The left-hand hitter Pete Reeser at the plate. The number 2 hitter, the third baseman hitting .268. 2 homers, 11 runs batted in, 1 for 1 today. Right-hand pitcher Dixon for the Pirates against the lefty Reeser. Here's the pitch. 1 out. Has hit a dribbler in front of the plate. The catcher picks it up and throws the second and gets him on the fielder's choice. Ray Scarborough advances to third base. So with 2 out, the Dodgers have runners on the corners. Scarborough at third, Reeser at first. The batter, left-hand hitter Enos Slaughter. The number 3 hitter is Cold. He's 0 for 1 today, hitting .169 on the season. The Dodgers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground to the shortstop. He'll throw the first in time for the final out. That's the inning. 8 men bat for the Dodgers, with 3 of them scoring. It's 3-0 as the Dodgers take the lead. Bottom of the second inning. The Pirates at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. With 1 out, Johnny Mize at second and Jerry Purdy at second. At first, the batter, right-hand hitter Buster Adams. The number 7 hitter, he's the left fielder. He's hitting .286 with 1 homer and 5 runs batted in. Right hand versus right hand. Here's the pitch. That's it on the ground to the shortstop. He goes to second for 1. The relay in time. 6-4-3 double play. That'll do it. 2 walks but no runs in the inning. A runner left on. Brooklyn leads 3-0. Top of the third inning. Dodgers are up. will advance past the half inning and see if they add to their total. They add another run. It's now 4-0 Brooklyn. Bottom of the third, Pirates at bat, advancing. Pirates have Skippy Roberge at second base with Murray Dixon, the pitcher, at bat. Right-hand hitter versus right-hand pitcher Scarborough in his third inning of work. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground past the diving shortstop. The runner rounds third and heads home, and their throw at the plate is not in time, and the Pirates are on the board. It's 4-1. Murray Dixon at first base with the left-hand hitter, the leadoff hitter, Johnny Ryrostek, stepping in. 0 for 1 today. Will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Dixon now at second base with Ryrostek at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Bob Elliott. Bottom of the third, Pirates trail by 3. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to short. 2nd for 1. The relay in time, 6-4-3. 2 outs now, and Dixon is now at third base. So the Pirates have Dixon at third. The batter, right-hand hitter Walker Cooper. The number 3 hitter is the catcher. He's hitting .328, 4 homers, 13 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Right hand versus right hand. Hit to the shortstop. Takes his time and throws the first routine. Side retired. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors. A runner left on. Pirates draw closer. The score now 4-1 in favor of Brooklyn. Dodgers at bat will advance past the half inning, see if they do more damage. They score another run. It's now 5-1 Brooklyn. Bottom of the fourth, Pirates at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Jerry Purdy at second base with 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Buster Adams versus the right-hand pitcher Scarborough in his 4th inning of work. The left fielder is hitting .280. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He's racing toward right. He'll make the catch. Side retired. Just a walk for Pittsburgh. The Dodgers now lead 5-1. Top of the 5th inning. Advancing past the half inning to see if they do more damage. They do not score. Bottom of the 5th. Advancing for the Pirates. They do not score. Top of the 6th. Advancing. Half inning. No score. Bottom of the 6th. Advancing to a runner. 2 out, bottom of the 6th. Pirates have Cooper at third, Vern Stevens at first. The batter, right-hand hitter Jerry Purdy. He's hitting .316. Doesn't have an official at bat today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander Scarborough. That's on the ground past the first baseman into right for a hit. 1 run is in. Man hit it for third with no throw, and that'll be a double. Wait a minute, somebody's out. Wait a minute, what happened? Somebody was thrown out. And that's it. They take me past it. Let's see who was thrown out. So Walker Cooper scores. Vern Stevens to second. The runner on second tries for third, and he was safe. The throw by the right fielder made at the trailing runner, the guy going to second base, was thrown out. So he was the one thrown out. And that was Jerry Purdy, the guy who hit the single, out trying to stretch it to a double. All right, top of the 7th inning. Brooklyn leads by 3. The score now 5-2. The Dodgers are batting. Will advance past the half inning, see if they do more damage. They do not score. Let's see if the Pirates get a runner. All right, a run has scored. Let's see how. Without a runner in scoring position. All right. So Skippy Roberge reaches on an error by the pitcher on a drop throw. And then Eddie Lucon, looks like a pinch hitter, triples. Roberge scores from first. So now the Pirates trail by 2, 5-3 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Eddie Lucon, let's see, was he a pinch hitter? He was for the pitcher. He's at third base. The batter, left-hand hitter, leadoff hitter, Johnny Riverstick, versus the righty Scarborough in his 7th inning of work. Pirates trail by 2, tying run at the plate. 1 out, the pitch. That's in the air to left. Runs toward the line and he'll make the catch. Runner tags at third and he's hit it home. The throw is cut off. And that run scores. Now the Pirates only trail by 1. It's 5-4. 2 out, bottom of the 7th. Base is empty. Pirates at bat. Advance, see if they get a runner. They do not. Top of the 8th inning. New pitcher for the Pirates. Steve Rosser will take the mound. His record is 0-1, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 1 K, 6.23 earned run average. Okay. And let's see if the Dodgers get a runner in scoring position. They have Heinz Becker at second with 1 out. The batter, left-hand hitter, Jimmy Wasdale. Pinch hitter. Jimmy is 6 for 24, a .250 hitter, 1 run batted in. Right-hand pitcher Rosser versus the lefty Wasdale. The pitch. Top of the 8th, 1 out. That's on the ground. Shortstop, second baseman rather, does not get it. He dives. Runner rounds third, hit it home. There's a throw home. He's safe. And the Dodgers take a 2-run lead. It's now 6-4. Wasdale is at first base with 1 out. Top of the 8th inning. Will advance for the Dodgers. Wasdale is in scoring position with 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Bobby Adams, the leadoff man. He's 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty. That's in the air on the infield. The shortstop runs near the mound and makes the catch. Side retired. 1 run for Brooklyn on 2 hits, no errors. A runner left on. Brooklyn now topping Pittsburgh by 2, 6-4. Bottom of the 8th inning, Pirates at bat. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position, but first, there's a new pitcher for the Dodgers. George Castor will take the mound. His record is 0-2, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 10 hits allowed, 8 earned runs, 6 walks, 2 strikeouts. His earned run average is 16.62. Pirates trail by 2, bottom of the 8th inning. Advancing and see if they get a runner. Johnny Mize is at second base with 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Trailing by 2, the tying run is at the plate. Right-hand hitter Vern Stevens, he's the number 5 hitter. The shortstop's hitting .202 on the season, 2 homers, 11 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hand Castor to the right-hand Stevens. That's in the air to center. He's running toward the wall, and he'll make the catch. And that's the second out. Nice catch by the center fielder for the Dodgers, Barney McCoskey. Mize at second, 2 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Joe Grace. He's the pinch hitter. He's hot. He's hitting .429 on the season, 12 hits and 28 at-bats, 6 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter versus the righty Castor. Here's the pitch. 2 out. That's in the air. And that will be caught by the shortstop on the infield. End of the home eighth. No runs, one hit, no errors, one left on. The score is 6-4 Brooklyn. Top of the ninth. We'll advance past the half inning to see if Brooklyn adds to their lead. They add a run. They now lead 7-4. Bottom of the ninth. Pirates at bat, trailing by 3. Advancing until they get a runner in scoring position or the game is over. That's the ball game. Dodgers 7-4 victors over Pittsburgh. The Brooklyn Dodgers downed the Pittsburgh Pirates 7-4 at Forbes Field. The Dodgers were led by Heinz Becker. Becker went 3 for 5 with 2 doubles while scoring 2 and driving in 3. George Castor earned the save, number 2 this season. The loss puts Pittsburgh at 14-6. Early in the game, Becker had a 2-run double for Brooklyn. It was his 3rd double of the season and put the Dodgers on top 2-0. I'm just trying to make good context at Becker, one at bat at a time. The Dodgers have 7 runs on 11 hits, 2 errors. The Pirates 4 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. First baseman for the Dodgers, Heinz Becker, 3 for 5, 2 runs scored, 3 runs batted in. He's hitting .375 on the year. He's the player of the game. The win goes to Scarborough. He's now 1-2 for Brooklyn. Castor gets his 2nd save. Scarborough's ERA is 4.74. The loser, Murray Dixon, for the Pirates. He's now 3-1. His earned run average is 1.72. Rain delay of 16 minutes in the 4th inning. Pirates lose at home 7-4 to the Dodgers. That's the end of the early games. Now there's 2 games in the American League with 2:05 starts. The Yankees host the White Sox. The Yankees are 9-9, 3-7 at home. The White Sox are 8-8, 6-3 on the road. Stubby Overmeyer will start for the Yankees. He's 2-1 with a 1.50 ERA. For the White Sox, Frank Papish will get the nod. He's 0-1 with a 3.66 earned run average. The result of this game, New York topples Chicago 1-0. New York Yankees pitcher Stubby Overmeyer was in top form, leading his team past Chicago 1-0. Chicago falls to 8-9. The Yankees got a big bat from second baseman Mickey Whitek. For the game, Whitek was 1 for 4 with a triple. In the bottom of the 3rd, with a runner on first, he stroked a run-scoring triple. His first triple of the season gave New York the 1-0 lead. I just tried to attack the bottom of the zone, Overmeyer said. He's the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 3-1. And Progeny gets the save, his first. The loser is Papish. He's 0-2 for the White Sox. From Griffith Stadium, the Washington Senators host the Cleveland Guardians. Here's the starting lineups for the Cleveland Guardians. The leadoff hitter, Eddie YANKEES at first. Eddie Lake at short. Johnny Lindell, the right fielder. Joe Gordon, the cleanup hitter, at second. Clyde Klutz is the catcher. And he's got a minor injury, but he's in the starting lineup. Bob Kennedy is cold. He's in left. Hoot Evers in center. Rip Russell at third. The starting pitcher at batting ninth, Mickey Harris. In 3 games, he's 1-1 with a 5.04 ERA and a 1.68 WHIP. He's 29 years old. Starting lineup for the Washington Senators. George Case in left, leading it off. Monty Marion at short. Tommy Holmes in right. The cleanup hitter, Mickey Vernon at first. Bobby Doerr at second. Jim Tabor at third. Ray Muller at the catcher. Cardin Gillenwater, the center fielder. Batting ninth, the pitcher, Hank Bowery. In 4 games, he's 2-1. 2.18 earned run average with a 1.39 WHIP. He's 29 years old. "16,000 fans in the stands. Partly cloudy, 60 degrees. Wind blowing out to left at 9 miles per hour. The Washington Senators are in 6th place in the American League with a record of 8-9. They are 4-8 at home. The Cleveland Guardians are in 5th place in the American League with a record of 8-8. They are 7-4 on the road. Let's play ball. Hello, baseball fans. Today it's Washington versus Cleveland. The Guardians hope to extend their 4-game winning streak. This is the first contest between these teams this year. The weather, not bad. It's partly cloudy with 60 degrees. The wind is blowing out to left at 9 miles per hour. We're ready to get started. Hank Bowery is on the mound for the Senators. Currently 2-1 with a 2.18 earned run average. Opponents have compiled a 631 OPS against him. Here's Eddie YANKEES to lead off this ball game. He's .271 hitter with no homers and 6 runs batted in. The 1-2 pitch, a base hit to center field, and we're underway. The leadoff man is aboard. Nobody out. Let's take a look at the defense for the Washington Senators. George Case in left field. Cardin Gillenwater in center. Tommy Holmes in right. Jim Tabor at third base. Monty Marion, the shortstop. Bobby Doerr at second. Mickey Vernon at first base. Mickey Vernon at first base. The battery, Ray Muller behind the plate. And on the mound, Hank Bowery, the right-hander. The Guardians at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Eddie YANKEES is at second base with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Johnny Lindell. The number 3 hitter is the right fielder. He's hitting .254 with 1 homer and 8 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from the right-hander, Hank Bowery. That's hit on the ground the first. He'll throw to the pitcher covering for the out. That's the second out of the inning. YANKEES advances to third base. Top of the first, no score. YANKEES at third, the batter, right-hand hitter, Joe Gordon. The cleanup hitter is the second baseman, hitting .190 on the season. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That retires the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. No score. Bottom of the first inning, the defense for the Cleveland Guardians, Bob Kennedy in left field. Hoot Evers in center. And Johnny Lindell over in right. Rip Russell at third base. Eddie Lake, the shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. And Eddie Wakus at first base. The battery. Clyde Klutz is the catcher. And the left-hand pitcher, Mickey Harris, on the mound. Senators at bat here in the bottom of the first, advancing until there is a runner in scoring position. Tommy Holmes is at second base with 2 out. The batter, left-hand hitter Mickey Vernon. The cleanup hitter is Cold, hitting .312 on the year. 1 homer, 11 runs batted in. Left-hand pitcher versus the left-hand hitter. The pitch. 2 out. Ground ball to the second baseman. Picks it up and makes the routine throw to first in time to retire the side. Nothing on 1 hit for the Senators. We've played an inning and there's no score. Top of the second. Guardians at bat, advancing. Guardians have Klutz at second. Kennedy at first. The batter, right-hand hitter, Hoot Evers. He's hot. The center fielder's hitting .291 on the season. Right-hand hitter Bowery versus the right-hand hitter Evers. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. He'll throw to second for 1. And that's it. Force play at second. Fielder's choice. Kennedy seems to be in pain. The trainer examines his left foot, but Kennedy is able to shake it off. Clyde Klutz advances to third base. Klutz at third, Evers at first, 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Rip Russell. Here's the pitch. That's a weaker grounder in front of the plate. The catcher picks it up and throws to second base in time for the fielder's choice. He gets the runner at second. 2 out. Russell safe at first on the fielder's choice. Klutz remains at third. The batter, left-hand hitter Mickey Harris. He's the pitcher. The right-hand pitcher Bowery, now ready. 2 out. That's hit on the line past the first baseman into right field. That'll score a run. Runner is headed for third. There's a throw at third, and he's safe. Harris with an RBI single, and the Guardians now lead 1-0 here in the top of the second inning. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Russell at third, Harris at first, the batter. Left-hand hitter Eddie Wakus. The leadoff hitter. The first baseman's 1 for 1. Here's the pitch. Righty versus lefty. That's in the air, and that's a base hit up the middle. The center fielder will field it. Runner will stop at second. Another run is in. 2-0 now, Guardians. Harris at second. Wakus at first, the batter. Right-hand hitter Eddie Lake. The number 2 hitter is the shortstop. He's hitting .262, no homers, 10 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball to the shortstop. And deep short, he makes the long throw to first, and he gets him. Side retired. 2 runs for Cleveland on 4 hits and no errors. 2 runners left on base. The Guardians lead 2-0. Bottom of the second. Senators batting, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. 2 runners in scoring position. Dorr at third, Tabor at second with nobody out. The batter, right-hand hitter Ray Muller. The number 7 hitter is the catcher. He's hitting .280. No homers, 2 runs batted in. Left-hand pitcher Harris for Cleveland in his second inning of work. To the right-hand hitter Muller. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball to third. He throws across the diamond in time for the out. The runners do not advance. 1 away. Here's the right-hand hitter Cardin Gillenwater, the number 8 hitter. hitting .280 on the season. Lefty versus righty. Here's the pitch. That's hit into left field. He runs in on it and makes the catch in shallow left field. The runners cannot advance, and that's 2 out. Nice play by the left fielder for Cleveland, Bob Kennedy. Here's the batter, right-hand hitter Hank Bowery. He's the pitcher. Facing the left-hand pitcher, Mickey Harris. 2 out, 2 on. Bottom of the second. Senators trail by 2. Here's the pitch. That's a weak grounder to the mound. The pitcher dives, gets up, throws poorly to first base. He will be charged with an error. Bobby Doerr scores, and Jim Tabor goes to third base. And the Senators are on the board. It's now 2-1. Error charge to pitcher Mickey Harris. 2 out. Tabor at third, Bowery at first. Senators trail by a run. The batter, right-hand hitter George Case, the leadoff hitter. He's 0 for 1. Lefty versus righty at the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He'll go to second and get the force play to retire the side. Inning over. Senators put a run on the board. Washington cuts into the lead. It's now 2-1 Guardians. Top of the third inning, Guardians at bat, advancing. Bottom of the third inning. Bottom of the third, Senators have Marty Marion on second in scoring position. The left-hand hitter, Tommy Holmes, at the plate. Number 3 hitter. The right fielder's hitting .388 on the season. He's 1 for 1 today. No homers, 7 runs batted in. Here's the left-hand pitcher Harris's delivery to the left-hand hitter. And that ball gets away. Pass ball on the catcher. And the runner advances. Marion to third. So that one is on Clyde Klutz, the Guardian catcher. The Senators have the tying run at third base. Here's the pitch with nobody out. Lefty versus lefty. That's in the air to left field, and that's in the gap and to the wall. It bounces off the wall. Run will score. He slides in the second with a double. So that RBI double ties the game. It's 2-2. Nobody out, bottom of the third. Score tied. Holmes at second, the batter, left-hand hitter Mickey Vernon. He's the cleanup hitter. He's cold, and he's 0 for 1 today. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. That's in the air on the infield. The first baseman races toward the mound and will make the catch. 1 away. Holmes does not advance. Here's Bobby Doerr. The right-hand hitter versus the lefty Harris. 1 out. Here's the pitch. Score tied, 2-2. That's on the ground to second. He'll get there, pick it up, throw to first in time. Holmes to third. 2 out. Go ahead runs at third base for the Senators. The batter, right-hand hitter Jim Tabor. He's the third baseman. He's 1 for 1 today. The pitch. Lefty versus righty. That's on the ground to short. He picks it up. Throws the first in time, and that retires the side. The third inning's over for Washington. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. A runner left on. The game is now tied at 2. Top of the fourth. Guardians at bat, advancing. Bottom of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth inning, Senators at bat. They have Ray Muller at the plate, on second base, with right-hand hitter Gillenwater at the plate. The center fielder's hitting .275, and he's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from left-hand pitcher Harris. That's on the ground past the mound. The second baseman has it. Throws the first in time. That's the first out. Muller to third base. 1 out. The go-ahead runs at third. The batter, right-hand hitter Hank Bowery, the pitcher. Lefty pitcher Harris in his 4th inning of work versus the right-hand hitter, his opposite number, Bowery. Here's the pitch. That's hit sharply past the first baseman all the way into the right field corner. The run will score. He's hit it to second base, and he'll make it safely with a double. The pitcher, Bowery, doubles into the right field corner, scoring Ray Muller, and the Senators now lead 3-2. The batter now, George Case, the leadoff hitter. Right-hand hitter, left fielder. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from the left-hander, Harris. That's in the air to right field, and that will get down for a base hit. The runner on third will stop there. With 1 out, there's runners on the corners. Bowery at third, Case at first. Senators lead by a run. Here's Marty Marion, the right-hand hitter, the number 2 hitter. He's 1 for 2 today. The shortstop's hitting .215. Left-hand pitcher to the right-hand hitter. 1 out pitch. That's in the air, and that should go into center, and it is a base hit. Runner hit it for third. They throw, got him in a rundown. I remember when I couldn't see these. And they let him get away, and he slides into third safely after a rundown. So the Marion single scores a run. Senators now lead 4-2. One out, bottom of the 4th. Still runners on the corners for the Senators. Case at third, Marion at first. The batter, left-hand hitter Tommy Holmes. The number 3 hitter is the right fielder. He's hitting .397 on the year, and he's 2 for 2 today with a run batted in. Lefty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to second. He picks it up. Throws the first in time for the second out. The run will score. Case scores from third, and it's now 5-2. Senators. Marion at second base with 2 out. The left-hand hitter Mickey Vernon steps in. He's the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 2 today. Lefty versus lefty. And it misses, ball 4. He walked him on 4 pitches. 2 on, 2 out. Here's the right-hand hitter, Bobby Dorr. The number 5 hitter is the second baseman. He's hitting .313 on the year. 1 homer, 16 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. He's hit in the air on the infield. The first baseman will make the catch of the pop-up to retire the side. 3-run score for Washington, and they jump out to a 5-2 lead. Top of the 5th inning. Guardians at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th inning, Senators at bat. They lead by 3. They have Gillenwater at second base. Here's the pitch to Hank Bowery, the pitcher. He's already got RBIs in this game. That's in the air to center. He's racing in for it, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. 1 error by Cleveland in the inning, but Washington fails to take advantage. The Senators still have the lead 5-2. Top of the 6th, advancing. The Guardians have Lindell at second, Gordon at first, with the batter, right-hand hitter Klutz at the plate. Nobody out. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Bowery. That's in the air, and that's a base hit to center. Runner hit it for third. He's hit it home. Throw home. He's safe. And Cleveland puts a run on the board. They now trail by 2. It's 5-3. Gordon at second. Klutz at first. The batter, Bob Kennedy. the right-hand hitter, versus the righty, Bowery. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's hit hard and to a base hit on the right field near the line. A run will score from second. So the Guardians score one on the Kennedy single. It's now 5-4. 2 runs in the top of the 6th inning for the Guardians. Klutz at second. Kennedy at first, the batter. The center fielder, Hoot Evers, who is hot. He's 0 for 2 today, but he's hitting .281 on the season. 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Nobody out. The pitch. That's hit on the ground to third base. He'll go to second for 1. The relay. In time. Double play. 5-4-3. Klutz to third base. 2 out now. The tying runs at third. The batter, Rip Russell. He's cold. The third baseman's hitting .156, and he's 0 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. A pitch out, and it's an intentional walk. First base is open. So the batter now, the left-hand hitter, the pitcher, Mickey Harris. Harris has 4 hits and 11 tries with 2 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today with a run batted in. Not sure I would have got around the batter to get to him. Right-hand pitcher versus the left-hand hitter. Runners on the corner, 2 out. Trailing by a run. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground, the short second base. He picks it up and throws the first to retire the side. That's the inning. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. 2 runners left on. Cleveland edges nearer. They trail by a run, 5-4. Bottom of the 6th. Senators at bat, advancing. Case is at second with nobody out. The batter, right-hand hitter, Marty Marion. The number 2 hitter is 2 for 3 with a run batted in. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. That's on the ground through the middle, base hit. Runner rounds third and is hit at home. The throw is cut off, and he's safe at home. And the Senators extend their lead to 6-4. Here's left-hand hitter Tommy Holmes. The number 3 hitter is 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in, facing the left-hand pitcher Harris. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball past the first baseman in the right field for a hit. The runner rounds third. He's hit it home. There's a throw home. It's not in time. Washington now leads 7-4. New pitcher for the Guardians. Hy Bithorn is the new pitcher for the Cleveland Guardians. He is 0-1 with 2 1/3 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, and no strikeouts. His earned run average is 11.57. Advancing past the bottom of the 6th, see how much damage Washington does. They score another run. So at the end of 6, it's Washington 8, Cleveland 4. Top of the 1st inning. Cleveland at bat, advancing to the bottom of the 7th, advancing past the half inning. Washington does not score. Cleveland at bat, advancing. They do not score. Advancing past the bottom of the 8th. Washington scores 2 more runs. Now they have a 6-run lead, 10-4. Top of the 9th inning. Guardians at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Game over. Washington Senators win at home 10-4. The Washington Senators topped the Cleveland Guardians 10-4 at Griffith Stadium. Washington right fielder Tommy Holmes was a spark plug for the offense. He went 3 for 5 with 2 doubles while adding 3 RBI and scoring once. Hank Bauery was the winner. He's now 3-1. The loser was 29-year-old left-hand pitcher Mickey Harris. The Guardians dropped to 8-9 and continued their inconsistent start to the 1946 season. Hank Bauery contributed a productive at-bat in the bottom of the second. With runners on second and third, he reached on an error by the pitcher, driving in 1 run. His at-bat helped Washington get the win. It's the best feeling when you come through for your teammates, said Holmes. For Cleveland, 2 hits by YANKEES. Plutz, while he's injured day to day. Kennedy. But it's not enough. 3 hits by Marion for the Senators. Holmes. Dorr. 2 hits by Case. Muller. Tommy Holmes is the player of the game, the right fielder for the Senators. Hank Bauery gets the win for Washington. He's 3-1. 2.57 earned run average. Complete game victory. Mickey Harris for Cleveland gets the loss. He's now 1-2. 5 innings pitched. 13 hits allowed. 7 earned runs. His earned run average now 6.30. The Senators win at home over the Guardians 10-4, evening their record at 9-9. That's the last of the 2 p.m. starts. The rest of the games start at 4:05. Okay. Now for the 4:05 start games. First in the American League, the Red Sox at 6-14 will host the St. Louis Browns at 10-9. The starting pitcher for the Red Sox, Red Munger. He's 0-4 with a 5.7 ERA. Starter for St. Louis, Bob Feller, 3-2 with a 2.72 ERA. Red Sox are 4-9 at home. Browns are 7-5 on the road. The result of this game: Browns deal Boston a 5-1 defeat. Behind an impressive start by Bob Feller, St. Louis beat Boston 5-1. Feller got the win, improving to 4-2. He gave up 5 hits and walked 6. Over 9 innings, he allowed 1 run. The win gives St. Louis a record of 11-9. St. Louis left fielder Joe Medwick contributed a timely at-bat in the top of the third. With 2 down, he hit a fastball to left field for a run-scoring single. It was his 22nd hit of the season and put the Browns ahead 2-0. Bob gave us a really big performance, said St. Louis manager Luke Sewell. Bob Feller gets the win. He's the player of the game. He's 4-2. Complete game victory. His earned run average is 2.42. Munger is the loser. He's 0-5. 5.56 earned run average. Didn't pitch that poorly. Allowed 11 hits, but only gave up 4 earned runs. Browns win on the road against the Red Sox at Fenway, 5-1. In Game 2 of the doubleheader, so the Browns sweep the doubleheader by identical scores, 5-1. In Game 2 of the doubleheader, the Athletics host the Tigers. Athletics are now 10-10. The Tigers are 13-5. For the Athletics, Eddie Smith is the starter. He's his first start. For the Tigers, Hal Gregg is 1-1 with a 3.62 ERA. Athletics are 6-7 at home. Tigers are 9-4 on the road. The result of this Game 2 of the doubleheader. Smith deals Detroit a 7-0 setback. The Philadelphia Athletics rode a solid performance from 32-year-old starting pitcher Eddie Smith to win, beating the Detroit Tigers 7-0 at Shibe Park. The loss drops Detroit to 13-6. Smith now 1-0, scattered 3 hits over 8 2/3 innings for the Athletics. We can always improve and get better, but we're feeling confident after that win, said Smith. Billy Cox, shortstop for the Athletics, had 3 hits in the game, 3 for 5 with a run scored. He's hitting .318 on the season. The winning pitcher is Eddie Smith. He's the player of the game. He pitched 8 2/3 innings. He's 1-0. The loser is Al Gregg for Detroit. He's now 1-2. 4.76 ERA. Tigers lose on the road. They're shut out 7-0 by the Athletics. That completes the slate for the American League. And now 4 Game 2s in the National League. The Cardinals host the Braves. In Game 1, the Braves beat the Cardinals 6-2. Starting for the Cardinals, Fred Hutchinson. He's 2-3 with a 2.89 ERA. For the Braves, Tommy Hughes. He's 0-1 with a 4.26 ERA. The Cardinals are 7-12 with a 1-11 home record. The Braves are 7-12 with a 6-8 road record. The result of this Game 2. Cardinals take home 3-1 win over Boston. They split the doubleheader. In a tight tilt between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Boston Braves, Fred Hutchinson was the deciding factor. The St. Louis right-hander spearheaded a 3-1 win. Hutchinson, who is tied for 6th in the National League with a strikeout per 9 rate of 5.0, went the distance for St. Louis. He gave up 1 run on 8 hits. With the loss, Boston drops to 7-13. The outcome was still in doubt with 2 out in the top of the 9th inning. but Hutchinson was able to pitch out of a jam. With the bases loaded and Boston trailing 3-1, Hutchinson retired Johnny Hopp, who popped out. For Boston, Johnny Hopp, the right fielder, had 3 hits, 3 for 5. But it wasn't enough. Ken Keltner for St. Louis, 2 for 4. Bama Rao, 1 for 4 with 2 runs batted in. Cullenbine with 2 hits and a run batted in. Starting pitcher for the Cardinals, Fred Hutchinson, is the player of the game. He gets the victory. He is now 3-3. Complete game victory. Gave up 1 earned run. 2.56 earned run average. Hughes gets the loss. Tommy Hughes for the Braves. He's 0-2. 4.63 earned run average. Cardinals win at home 3-1. They split the doubleheader. The Cubs host the Phillies. The Cubs won Game 1, 5-1. Cubs are now 10-8. The Phillies are 8-11. Cubs will send Bill Bevins, 2-2 with a 2.85 earned run average, to the hill, versus Yule Blackwell. He's 3-2 with a 4.43 ERA. The Cubs are 6-4 at home. The Phillies are 5-6 on the road. The result of this Game 2: Blackwell blanks Chicago, 1-0. That run is scored in the top of the 9th inning. Goose eggs were the order of the day for the Chicago Cubs, and as starter Yule Blackwell shut them out 1-0 at Wrigley Field. The Philadelphia pitcher struck out 8 and walked 2 while allowing 3 hits. Blackwell was good, but he wasn't flawless, Chicago manager Charlie Grimm said. We had a few opportunities to make something happen and didn't do it. Excuse me. Not to take anything away from Philadelphia, but this is on us. On the year, Blackwell has compiled a 4-2 mark with a 3.62 earned run average. Nobody in the game had 2 hits. Philadelphia managed to get the victory. Left fielder Dale Ennis with his first stolen base for the Phillies. Yule Blackwell gets the game player of the game. He's the winner. 4-2 is his record now with a 3.62 earned run average. Bevins gets the loss. He's now 2-3. Complete game. 2.52 earned run average. Tough loss for the Cubs at home. 1-0. So the Cubs split the doubleheader. The Pirates host the Dodgers. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Dodgers won Game 1 7-4. Pirates are 14-6. Best record in baseball. The Dodgers 10-9. Starting for the Bucks, Johnny Schmitz. He's 4-1 with a 2.83 earned run average. For Brooklyn, their ace, Max Lanier, 4-1 with a 1.40 ERA. Pirates are 9-5 at home. Dodgers are 9-5 on the road. result of this game 2. Pittsburgh beats Brooklyn as Schmitz throws a 6-0 shutout. Magic was in the air on the mound at Forbes Field as Johnny Schmitz held the Brooklyn Dodgers spellbound in his 6-0 shutout victory. The Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher went the distance, rang up 4 strikeouts and walked 2, and he held the Dodgers to 5 hits. He just had us in his thrall. Brooklyn manager Leo DeRocher said, "We couldn't put anything together against him." Thus far this season, Schmitz has tossed 50 1/3 innings in 6 starts, fanned 20, walked 22, and put up a 2.32 earned run average with 5 wins and 1 loss. The loss evens Brooklyn's record to 10-10. Johnny Redrafted, hitting .368, had 3 hits in the game, 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored and 2 runs batted in. Johnny Mize, the first baseman for the Pirates, he went 3 for 4 with a run scored. Vern Stevens, the shortstop, he went 2 for 4 with a run scored and a run batted in. Redrafted with his second caught stealing in the game. Johnny Schmitz is the player of the game. He gets the win, his 5th. He's 5-1, complete game victory, 2.32 earned run average. He gave up no earned runs in this one. Lanier gets the loss. 8 innings pitched. He struck out 11 batters in the loss. 1.87 earned run average. 19,000 fans saw this one. The Pirates win at home 6-0. He split the doubleheader. And now to close out this week, from Crosley Field, the Cincinnati Reds host the New York Giants. Here's the starting lineup for the New York Giants. Eddie Yost at third base leads it off. Lou Boudreau at short. Dick Wakefield at third and left field, batting third. The cleanup hitter, Goody Rosen, in center. Nick Etten at first. Benny Zientara at second. Mike Tresh, the catcher. Ned Harris in right. Fred Martin is the starting pitcher. In 5 games, Martin is 2-2 with a 4.55 earned run average and a 1.28 whip. He's 30 years old. Here's the starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Leading off, Frankie Gustine at second. Elmer Vallow, then right. He's got a bruised knee. He is day-to-day. Batting third, Augie Galan at left. The cleanup hitter, Whitey Kurowski at third base. Babe Young at first. Frankie Hayes, he's got the flu. He's day-to-day. The catcher. Eddie Miller, the shortstop. Maurice Van Robes, the center fielder. And the starting pitcher, Al Brazel. In 5 games, he's 2-2 with a 4.78 earned run average and a 1.59 whip. He's 32 years old. 15,000 fans in the stands. Cloudy, 54 degrees, wind blowing right to left at 8 miles per hour. The Reds are in 7th place in the National League with a record of 8-13. They are 8-7 at home. The Giants are in second place in the National League with a record of 13-6. They are 10-1 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome to Crosley Field. Today, Cincinnati goes up against New York. New York leads the season series 1-0. The game time temperature is 54 degrees under heavy clouds. The wind is blowing right to left at 8 miles per hour. Let's get this game started. Al Brazel takes the mound for the Reds. He's 2-2 with a 4.78 ERA. He's making start number 6 this season. Eddie Yost stands in. He's hitting 172 this year with no homers and 6 runs batted in. The 2-ball, 1-strike pitch. Fly ball. The catcher will make the catch in foul territory for the first out. Let's look at the defense for the Cincinnati Reds. Augie Galan in left field. Maurice Van Robes in center field. And Elmer Vallow in right. Whitey Karowski at third base. Eddie Miller at short. Frankie Gustine at second. And Babe Young at first base. The battery. Frankie Hayes behind the plate. And the starter, left-hand pitcher, Al Brazel. Top of the first inning. The Giants at bat, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Lou Boudreau at second base, Goody Rosen at first for the Giants. The batter, left-hand hitter Nick Etten. He's the number 5 hitter. The first baseman's hitting .303 on the season, 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. Left-hand pitcher Brazel versus left-hand hitter Etten. The pitch. 2 out. That's in the air to center. He runs in on it, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. Inning over, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 men left on base. There's no score. Bottom of the first inning. Reds at bat. Let's look at the defense for the New York Giants. Dick Wakefield in left field. Goody Rosen in center. And Ned Harris over in right. Eddie Yost at third. Lou Boudreau, the shortstop. Benny Zientara at second base. Nick Etten at first. The battery, Mike Tresh behind the plate. And on the mound, right-hander Fred Martin. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Reds have Gustine at second, Vallow at first, with the batter, left-hand hitter Augie Galan stepping in. He's the number 3 hitter. The left fielders hitting .329 on the year, no homers, 4 runs batted in. Nobody out. Right-hand pitcher Martin against the left-hand hitter Galan. That's in the air on the infield. The shortstop will make the catch of the pop-up for the first out. The runners do not advance. The batter, right-hand hitter Whitey Kurowski. He's the cleanup hitter, hitting .362 on the year, 3 homers, 19 runs batted in. Here's the pitch, righty versus righty. That's it in the air, past the diving third baseman and shortstop for a seeing eye base hit. The left fielder will get it back in. Kurowski has now hit in 12 straight games. The bases are loaded with 1 out, bottom of the first, the batter, left-hand hitter Babe Young. He's the number 5 hitter. The first baseman's hitting .346 on the year, 2 homers, 12 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher versus the left-hand hitter. That's in the air, in the gap, to the wall. That's extra bases, bounces off the wall. 1 run is in, another man is in. Here's a third man trying to score a bases clearing double. Costin, Vallow, and Kurowski all score on the double by Young, and Cincinnati takes a 3-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. Babe Young at second base, 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Frankie Hayes. Righty versus righty, 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground to the shortstop. He'll throw to first in time to retire the side. Or is that the second out? That's the second out, I'm sorry. So Young is at second base, 2 out now, and here's the right-hand hitter Eddie Miller. He's hitting .176 on the season. 13 hits and 74 at-bats. 2 out. Cincinnati up by 3. It's hit in the air to left field. He's ranging towards center, and he'll make the catch, and the side is retired. 3 runs on 3 hits for Cincinnati, no errors, and a runner left on. Cincinnati now leads 3-0. Top of the second inning, the Giants at bat, trailing by 3, advancing. Bottom of the second inning, the Reds have Al Brazel at second base, the pitcher, with Frankie Costin on at the plate, the right-hand hitter, the leadoff hitter. Righty versus righty, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Reds lead by 3. Ground ball to the shortstop. He comes in, and he gets him in time. It was a slow roller. He rushed it, picked it up, and fired to first in time. That's 2 out. Here's the left-hand hitter, Elmer Vallow. He's day-to-day with a bruised knee. Hitting .269, he's 1 for 1 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander, Fred Martin. That's in the air to center. Moves toward left and makes the catch to retire the side. The Cincinnati second is over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a man left on. The Reds lead 3-0. Top of the third, Giants at bat, advancing. Bottom of the third inning, Cincinnati has Kurowski at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Frankie Hayes. Here's the pitch with 2 out. Checks his swing, and it's ball 4. The full count pitch misses, and there's 2 on with 2 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Eddie Miller versus the righty Martin. The pitch. That's hit on the ground past the mound. The shortstop has it. Hesitates, throws across to first in time to retire the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Reds go scoreless. They still lead 3-0. Top of the fourth, Giants at bat, advancing. Bottom of the fourth, the Reds at bat. The Reds again have a runner in scoring position. Maurice Van Robes is at second base with the batter, right-hand hitter Frankie Gustine at the plate. 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's it on the ground to the shortstop. Looks the runner back. Throws the first in time for the second out. Van Robe's at second base. The left-hand hitter Elmer Vallow will step in. He's the number 2 hitter. He's 1 for 2 today. Here's the 2-out pitch. That's in the air to center. He's running back for it, and he won't get it. It's off the top of the wall. That'll score a run. He slides into second with a double. Van Robe scores, and Vallow has an RBI double. Cincinnati now leads 4-0. We'll advance past the bottom of the 4th and see what damage Cincinnati does. They score 3 runs total and now lead 6-0. The Giants at bat in the top of the 5th. Let's see if they answer, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. They have Zientara at second base. The batter, right-hand hitter Mike Tresh, stepping in versus the left-hander Al Brazel. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. He hits a slow grounder to the pitcher. He'll throw the first in time, and that's out number 1. The batter, left-hand hitter Ned Harris. He's the number 8 hitter. The right fielder's hitting .333, 2 hits and 6 at-bats. He's 0 for 1 today. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. 1 away. That's on the ground to third. He picks it up, throws the first in time for the second out. Zientara remains at second. The pitcher will step in, the right-hand hitter Fred Sanford. He's 0 for 1 on the season. He hits that in the air, and it goes foul, and the left fielder will catch it in foul ground to retire the side. Nothing on 1 hit for New York. Cincinnati still leading 6-0. We will advance past the bottom of the 5th, see if Cincinnati does more damage. They do not. Top of the 6th, Giants advancing. They do not score. Advancing past the bottom of the 6th. No score. Score 6-0 going into the top of the 7th inning. Giants at bat, advancing. The Giants have Goody Rosen at second base with 1 out. The batter, right-hand hitter Benny Zientara. The second baseman is hitting .538, 7 hits and 13 at-bats. A home run and 2 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. Lefty versus righty, the pitch. That's hit on the ground to the shortstop. He will throw the first in time for the out. That ball was sharply hit. The shortstop for Cincinnati, Eddie Miller, makes the play. 2 out. Rosen at third. The Giants trail by 6. Here's the pitch, lefty versus righty. The ground ball is through on the right side, and that's a base hit that'll score a run. And the Giants are finally on the board here in the top of the 7th inning. Mike Tresh at first base. Top of the 7th, 2 outs. Let's see if they get a runner in scoring position. They do not. Giants score 1 in the top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning, advancing. Cincinnati with a 5-run lead. They do not score. Top of the 8th. Let's see if the Giants get a runner. Giants have Yost at second. Boudreaux at first with 1 out. New pitcher for the Reds, Bill McClanahan. Wait a minute. Bill McCahan. McCahan is 0-1 on the season. 14 2/3 innings pitched, 15 hits allowed, 7 earned runs, 7 walks, 3 strikeouts, and a 4.3 earned run average. Dick Wakefield at the plate. He's the left-hand hitter, number 3 hitter. He's hitting .216. He's 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from the new pitcher, McCahan. That's on the ground, right to the mound, past the mound. The shortstop grabs it, and he has to eat it. They scored a single. Eddie Yost advances to third, Lou Boudreau to second base. The bases loaded with 1 out. Top of the 8th. Goody Rosen steps to the plate. He's the left-hand hitter. The tying run is on deck for the Giants here in the top of the 8th inning with 1 out. Right-hand pitcher McCahan versus the lefty Rosen. The pitch. That's hit in the air. That's deep. And it is a grand slam home run. First home run this season for Goody Rosen. And the score is now 6-5 with the Reds still in front. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. 410 feet to center field over the scoreboard. Exit velocity of 97.5 miles an hour, launch angle of 31 degrees, a 92 mile an hour fastball. Delivered by Bill McCahan to Goody Rosen. So the Giants trail by 1 here in the top of the 8th. Let's advance and see if they can get a runner in scoring position. They do not. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Giants send a new pitcher to the mound. Lefty Wilkie. Lefty is pitched 4 1/3 innings. He's allowed 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. The batter for Cincinnati is Frankie Gustine. Here in the bottom of the 8th, Cincinnati leads by a run. Will advance the half inning to see if they add to their lead. They do not. We go to the top of the 9th. Giants at bat, trailing by a run. Let's see if they get a runner in scoring position or if the game ends. That's it. Game over. The Reds are victorious 6-5. Cincinnati slaps 6-5 loss on New York. The Cincinnati Reds and the New York Giants played an entertaining game for Crosley Field patrons. The Cincinnati Reds spoiled a good performance by New York center fielder Goody Rosen, bumping off New York 6-5. At Crosley Field, Rosen went 2 for 3 with a home run and a walk. He scored 2 times and drove in 4. New York drops to 13-7. The Reds got a big bat from first baseman Babe Young. For the game, Young was 1 for 3 with a double and a walk. He drove in 3 runs. In the bottom of the first, with the bases loaded, he stroked a base-clearing double, his 4th double of the season, gave Cincinnati a 3-0 lead. Trying isn't good enough in this league, said Young. You've got to get results. Elmer Vallow, 3 hits, 2 runs scored, 1 run batted in, hitting .280 on the year. Whitey Kurowski, one of the best players in the league, 3 hits, 3 for 3, a run scored, run batted in, .386 on the season, 3 homers, 20 runs batted in. How about Babe Young with that base clearing double, 3 runs batted in, he's got 15 on the season. Reds are looking alive. Goody Rosen, player of the game, the center fielder for the Giants, in a losing effort. Al Brazel gets the win for Cincinnati. He's now 3-2. 7 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits allowed, 3 earned runs. He walked 1, struck out 2. 104 pitches thrown, 4.5 earned run average. Martin gets the loss. He's 2-3. 3.2 innings pitched, 9 hits allowed, 6 earned runs. He walked 2, struck out no one. 89 pitches thrown, a 5.6 earned run average. Rain delay of 31 minutes in the 7th inning. Reds win at home 6-5 to go 9-13 on the season. Well, that's the end of a full slate of 14 games on Sunday, May 5th, 1946. Let's look at our top 3 performances of the day. Number 3, Johnny Schmitz for Pittsburgh. 9 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed, no earned runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and the win in a 6-0 victory over Brooklyn. The number 2 performance of the day, Ewell Blackwell for the Philadelphia Phillies. He went 9 innings, 3 hits allowed, 0 earned runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, and the win in a 1-0 win versus the Cubs. And the number 1 performance of the day, Goody Rosen for the New York Giants. He went 6 for 8, 2 doubles, a home run, 6 runs batted in, 3 runs scored, and a walk in a 6-4 victory versus Cincinnati. Looks like combined numbers to me, but I won't mince. So this ends the week 3. Finished today. Let's take a look at the new power rankings in the Players League. Number 1, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Number 2, the Detroit Tigers. Number 3, the New York Giants are rising. Number 4, the St. Louis Browns are rising quickly. The Cubs continue to rise slightly. Number 6, the Yankees are falling. Number 7, the Athletics are falling. Number 8, the Dodgers are rising. And the Senators are rising. The American League Star of the Week is Charlie Keller of the Boston Red Sox. For his no-frills style of play, the 29-year-old left fielder went about his business with vigor last week to grab the American League Player of the Week honors. He compiled a .444 average, 12 for 27, with 2 homers, 7 RBI, and 5 runs scored. So far this season, Keller has hit .284 with 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in, and has scored 10 times. Not every ball that came off Johnny Wyrostek's bat last week was a line drive or a towering shot. It just seemed that way to the teams that played the Pittsburgh Pirates. For his exploits, Wyrostek was named this week's National League Player of the Week. The Pittsburgh center fielder put up 14 hits in 29 at-bats, 1 home run, while hitting .483 with 11 RBI and 8 runs scored. For the year, Wyrostek is hitting .368 with 1 homer and 15 runs batted in and 19 runs scored. In other news, the Cleveland Guardians announced today that catcher Clyde Klutz will not be returning as quickly as expected from injury. There was a bit of a setback, but nothing to be concerned about, one team official told reporters. Clyde will probably miss another week because of this, but everyone expects him to make a full recovery. This season, Klutz is batting .373 with no home runs and 6 runs batted in. Let's look at a stat of the week. Today, so which starting pitchers are leading Major League Baseball in WHIP? Newhouser at 0.72 for the Guardians. Lopat for the Giants at 0.75. Murray Dixon for the Pirates, 0.89. Ted Lyon for the Giants at 0.91. And Tex Houston for the Philadelphia Athletics at 0.95. Let's see where we stand at the beginning of Week 4. The Tigers still lead the American League. Six and 4 in their last 10 games. They lead the Browns by 2.5 games. The Browns are 7 and 3 in their last 10. They've won 3 straight. The Yankees and Athletics trail by 3 games apiece. Both 5 and 5 in their last 10 games. In the National League, the Pirates have 15 wins, the best in baseball. Their run differential is plus 41, the best in baseball. Nobody else has a run differential of 30. They lead the Giants by 1.5 games. Giants are playing well, 7 and 3 in their last 10. The Cubs and the Dodgers are at least 4 games back. The Reds have won 7 out of 10. And trail by 6.5 games. Run differential teams to note. The Senators at 500 at 9 and 9 are plus 24. They're 4 and 6 in their last 10. In the American League, the National League, the Dodgers are plus 15. They're 10 and 10 on the season, which is an underachievement, according to the Pythagorean. And they're 5 and 5 in their last 10. The batting leader, Stan Spence, has a .413 batting average. He leads baseball. Chet Lobbs has 6 home runs. He leads baseball. Whitey Kurowski of the Reds has 20 RBI. Johnny Mize of the Pirates has 19. And Hank Edwards leads the American League with 17. For WAR is Kurowski, Reese, of Philadelphia, and Pafko of the Browns. Pitching, Ed Lopat of the Giants has a 1.00 earned run average, best in baseball and the National League. Stubby Overmeyer of the Yankees has a 1.10 earned run average, and that's the best in the American League. Schmitz for the Pirates has 5 wins. That's the best. Max Lanier of the Brooklyn Dodgers has 36 strikeouts, the best in baseball. The best in the American League is Hal Newhouser of the Guardians with 34. Detroit Tigers closer Johnny Gee has 5 saves on the season. Lanier of Brooklyn leads pitchers in WAR. Newhouser leads the American League. Team leaders. The Pirates have scored 109 runs. The Athletics 101. The best batting average are the Washington Senators at 291. The Pirates are hitting 278. The Athletics are second in the American League with 281 batting average. The Tigers and Yankees have hit 15 home runs apiece. The Pirates 13. The Giants have stolen 11 bases. The Dodgers have stolen 10. The Reds also 10. Pirates lead in on-base percentage. Senators lead in slugging percentage. Pirates lead in OPS at 75.3. Runs against. The Giants have allowed 64 runs. The White Sox have allowed 66. So have the Tigers. The Giants lead in defensive efficiency, with the Pirates second. Starter ERA, the Yankees lead. Cardinals second. Pirates third. Bullpen ERA, the Phillies lead, followed by the Giants and the Reds. Fifth, the Yankees lead in that category, followed by the Pirates and the Giants. Athletics lead in strikeouts, the Cardinals, and then the Browns. Quality starts, the Yankees lead, followed by the Pirates and the Cards. So ends Week 3 of the Players League in their inaugural season.